All right. Well, looks like I'm head-to-head against atheist analysis's religion in the political landscape, but even so, well, I'm starting anyway. So there are a couple of points that were gone over with true empiricism and NephilimFree, involving essentially, what is it? I guess true empiricism calls it sequential specified information, and it seems to refer to Dembski's notion of complex specified information, but, well, I'm not sure I achieved a full clarification of what was actually intended. And the hope is that someone actually appears to further that clarification. And the next, of course, is the plate tectonics. And essentially, well, what on earth people think happened with the movement of the continents and so on. There was any or wasn't any, or if, well, essentially, there's a different model of plate tectonic movement. Say, they move at variable speeds and over time, and had maybe sudden movements at the, I guess, quote unquote, time of a Noachic flood. And, well, really, I need people who actually believe in this young earth creationism to help clarify. So basically, if Nephilim doesn't show up, who knows what to actually do about it. Okay. Okay, Nadia is looking for clarification of young earth creationism claims. Well, complex specified information, one can just look up from Dembski right on Wikipedia, and I think there we have a relatively well lined out, statistical test proposed by Dembski. At least well lined out to, I guess, the extent of having some kind of calculation procedure defined. So, well, what we have is I'll screen share. And maybe magnify a bit. So here we go with this notion of being specified complexity sigma, negative logarithm base 2 of these replicational resources times phi isn't the Kolmogorov complexity exactly. The number of other patterns that have Kolmogorov complexity no greater than t. Okay, that's phi of t. So, and top that, you have a probability of a pattern t. So, Dembski's test is this. There's some trouble with applicational resources. Ellsbury and Shelley claim that it's got trouble, and at least from information theoretic standpoint, likely having to do with their applicational resources. Yeah, well, this doesn't actually describe what I would consider a criticism, but yeah, replicational resources is in terms of numbers of bit operations is not so easily specified or quantified. It's essentially a constant of sorts. R corresponds roughly to repeated attempts to create and discern a pattern. Ten to the 120 operations on 10 to the 90 bits. Well, actually, 10 to the 90 bits carrying out 10 to the 120 operations, or, well, 10 to the 90 bits carrying out some number of operations. Could be essentially 10 to 30 operations on 10 to 90 bits, 10 to 30 each. Seems like they should be using 10 to 210 instead of 120 if it's the number of operations over time is 10 to 120, and 10 to 90 bits is the essentially information capacity of the universe. Even so, does that truly correspond to, or does repeated attempts to create and discern a pattern correspond to essentially bit operations? And are the bit operations of the universe actually correspond to like the number of I don't know, I guess Planck volumes or something on that order, times the number of Planck times. That's pretty dubious, and also, intertwines it with the estimates of the age of the universe, and also its size, which is not so apparent. I suspect this is I suspect that it's an underestimate. Quoting Dembski 16. Okay, specification pattern signifies intelligence. So here we go with Dembski's paper. Specification is a form of warrant. Plantinga on warrant. This is probably not going to go very well without creationist guidance with respect to interpretation of all this. Hope was that Nephilim would show up. Doesn't seem to be us. Well, I'm going to bet that he just isn't going to. So. Okay, Yoga's creation models of of specified complexity and plate tectonics. Okay, so hopefully somebody shows up who knows what they're talking about. I have ideas about the orthodox methods or whatever, but not so much the less orthodox ones. Okay, I'll send out invites and hopefully somebody, something about what creationists think. Okay, dashboard, I don't know. Where's the live video here? Oh, wait. View channel. Okay, so now I've got, I guess, some kind of advice on how to various people. Let's try to get this posted in the YouTube video link and the event page too. Hello. Sounds like someone's here, but I can't see you. Okay, so the main thing here is essentially Kolmogorov complexity as a curious sort of a question, given that you have models of computation, etc. involved. See, what I remember of Kolmogorov complexity is it depends on, I mean, essentially what kind of, programming language or computing machine model. I say P is a program which outputs string X, then P is a description of X. Length of a description is length of the program P is a character string multiplied by a number of bits in a character. And and then the description of minimal length. Minimal description. And then the length of the minimum description. And I guess that minimal length is the Kolmogorov complexity. So, okay. That was basically how well you can golf in any programming language. It says you can alternatively choose an encoding for Turing machines, where an encoding essentially represents Turing machine by bit string. And then, well, okay, so if M is a Turing machine, which on input W outputs string X, then the concatenated string for the description and the input gives you okay. There's a little bit of fun and trickiness. it's relative to incomplete description languages. Algorithmic information theory. Looks like it's where it has it, and I suppose you have tricks where the formal language is, well, actually need to, in their notion of specified complexity, talk about the formal languages, I guess. The uncomputability of Kolmogorov complexity. Let me see. Okay, that's general computability and so on. Very paradox. Okay, self-extracting executables self-extracting compressed files. Essentially, executables that do all this is one way to get upper bounds and important publications in algorithmic integration theory. Formal theory of geodesic inference, Barry Chaitin's 1977. Oh dear. Chaitin's algorithmic information theory PDF should be available from Chaitin's page in New Zealand. A 26-page paper. Okay, that's going to be limited content, but geology be easier to get references for. I don't know, in some ways the more abstract things don't need quite as much infrastructure, quite as much physical investment. Granted, we offload the physical investment to, I guess, trusted research authorities and so on, but wow, my voice is really going here. On the other, even for me, things can get difficult to digest. Understanding the role of formal language involved in this, whether it's like a minimum across all formal languages or whether it's it seems it would have to be across all formal languages. Essentially, the idea of the Turing machine, but it begs the question, in my case, or from my point of view, of how the encoding of the Turing machines is carried out, and because in effect, you can just choose like a 1-bit encoding or whatever your favorite Turing machine is. All right, so how do your Turing machine encoding actually get nailed down here? Maybe some kind of conceptual difficulty I'm having with the complexity, but even so, I guess actually nailing down what's being referred to in Debsky's specified complexity or complex specified information would be at the very least enlightening. I should probably go to what's her name's page. The Religious Debate Community Affair. Jordan Rivers' page. Okay, that should not be showing Cindy Lauper's lecture on youth homelessness. Okay, so from there, I think we have, well, essentially all possible ways of trying to draw on people, but probably someone who's blocked me is drawn the vacuum wind out of my sails. Okay. From each Turing machine, probability P, entropy H, complexity I. I'm guessing you have to have some kind of universal Turing machine chosen to represent the encoded Turing machine and so on, and the input pairs, kind of like the halting problem. Going to high revelation.
Hey Nadia, how you doing?
My voice is pretty torn up, but otherwise, I guess I'm getting by.
Have you been thinking about things? Have you been thinking about things?
Yeah, I've been thinking about Kolmogorov complexity. I guess plate tectonics is.
Tell me about it.
A little bit
What about
interesting
plate
too.
tectonics? Tell me about plate tectonics.
Well, I can't tell you very much there. I have to actually start reading geology books. I downloaded a bunch, but I haven't actually started reading them yet.
Got you. All right.
Going over mythicism and historicity claims. Hello, KB Guinto. Are you able to help enlighten us on ideas about young Earth creationism? Or
I would love to hear that, Nadia. KB, come on, man. Come on. Come up.
I mean, for the moment, I only really have questions, so it's kind of breaking things down in terms of definitions to something I can understand, and then
Nadia, listen to me.
go ahead.
Love yourself. You take that mirror, okay, and look at yourself and love it. Your heart is beautiful. I'm telling you. Your heart is beautiful, and I know that. I know it.
Yeah, hey, they took an echocardiogram.
Well, I'm sure it proved it for you.
Actually, they said that I was clean as far as cardiomyopathy.
Praise God for that.
And,
Cool.
yeah. Hi, David. Good to see you on. Yeah. Fun thing. Gee, I wanted to ask my I guess birth name is I don't know, a private thing. You may not realize that I've essentially transitioned in public. You know, my former name is out there. Top 10 Google hits, you'll find like, you know, the name change patch to the latest kernel, right? So, you know, with that, it's already public knowledge, right? So, I mean, I was like, no, I'm not going to ask you in text chat. I'm going to, you know, just outright say my name on air. So.
I agree with David in the chat. He said, good to see you back, Nadia. I'm glad to see you back, too.
Yeah. Yes, it's actually, it'll make you worry less. A lot of the issues with my voice after I get out of the hospital are basically for like twofold reasons that kind of work together to create the problem. One is that, you know, the ketoacidosis process that's involved with a lot of it basically causes like dehydration, really bad dehydration. Even when they're pumping me full of IV fluids, the IV fluids don't work their way to my throat, right?
Right.
And the other one is, of course, that, you know, I am, as you usually see me, right? I'm like, you know, I'm constantly like sipping on something, right? You know, keep your throat wet. And
Right.
in general, we all are, right? Well, most of the time they say to keep me from barfing things back up and so on, take nothing by mouth. Number one. Number two, you know, I'm just like either unconscious or in torpor, or, well, I'm basically just pinned to the bed, or essentially by the IV leads or whatever. And you know,
Nadia, were you intubated?
I'm not drinking. What's that?
Were you intubated? Did they have to intubate you? No, right?
No, they didn't do yeah, that kind of intubation. They gave me a central line though, essentially because I couldn't find the veins on my arms and such, and just stuck it right in my neck. I'll show you. Looks like vampire bite.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
But anyway, the main thing is,
I'm just glad you're okay, Nadia. I'm glad you're okay.
Yeah.
You know, I pray that you get your voice back. Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, it's nothing really, you know, terribly damaging or permanent or an ongoing illness. It's just that when they were doing the treatment and stuff, my throat got dried out, right? So.
I got you. Well, why were you in there, Nadia? Why it was sepsis, right?
Oh, there's a triple threat. So there was sepsis, number one, and then there was ketoacidosis, number two, and there was acute renal failure, number three, and you know, the cause and effect of all this is.
Ow. My God, it's a miracle that you're alive, Nadia.
Actually, for the most part, these things are relatively reliably treatable. So as long as the paramedics got to me, it was like pretty much almost guaranteed.
I got you.
I'd get through okay.
Yeah, you know, after that hangout that you had with Hillary and Nadia, I saw that. I saw how bad you were off, you know, and I, you know, take it for what it's worth. But when I saw that video, I was praying, you know, I really was, that you would be okay. And now you look so good, like your skin is like glowing and stuff. So, you know, I'm just happy you're okay. I'm happy you're okay.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yep, David.
Oh, okay. No, the mock turn, but this is a headset thing. You ketoacidosis Got it?
Oh, we don't hear you now. You're breaking up really bad.
Yeah, say that again, David. There's something in the background that's
Okay.
like vibrating and it sounds weird.
Yeah, maybe have a central that we can. I was asking if you not because mental acidosis.
You're really not coming through. I heard acidosis.
What is that buzzing? Can you hear that, Nadia?
Yeah, I hear it. David's got like background or interference or something. It's actually vaguely like electrical interference on like the line to his microphone or something. But
Like, let me try like this. Is that me? But and
actually,
I
do you know how to
here
do you know how to use audio only, the bandwidth controls?
and with
Yeah, if you hover over the top center of the screen, I'll screen share my desktop. Hang on. Okay. If you hover over the top center of the screen, you'll find blue box revelation here. You turn camera off and this adjust bandwidth usage. You can actually bring up this slider, take it all the way down to audio only, and the audio only setting will basically do the best as you can to help your audio get through.
Buzz is gone.
okay. There's all in. All right. This is better, guys.
It's a little bit better. There's still a bit of pausing and choppiness. We might have to ask you a few times to repeat to get it through unbroken.
That's fine.
Okay, so what was your original question about acid?
Yeah. For did you?
Okay. We thought your audio improved, but it looks like it's not doing enough. You're probably stuck in the text chat. Just try asking in the text chat. Yeah. We'll read it out for you.
Yep. Got it.
Yeah, it's the type 1 or juvenile kind. It's not really appropriate to call them kinds of the same thing, but even so, yeah, we were talking zero C peptides, autoimmune destruction of the islet cells of the pancreas, and so on. Not anything like insulin resistance. In fact, you can see that my dosages are minuscule relative to what's typical for type 2s.
Oh, Nadia,
then,
that's what you were talking about when you said that what you have in your house, you need a refrigerator to keep it, keep yourself alive.
Yeah.
Wow. Bless you.
In theory, these things last 28 days, so there might be, I don't know, some way to keep going on the street as long as they get replaced often enough. But
My God, Nadia, you're proving to me. I get it. I get it. Christian churches, oh my God. You know, they've really hurt you in terms of keeping yourself alive. David, put in chat there.
Well, not quite all. I got some like samples from the hospital. It sent me home with some samples. Didn't cover quite everything. On the other hand, there should be some prescriptions coming, and I'm not sure quite all of what's coming. The pharmacy is taking a few days to fill them, and I don't even know really what they're actually filling. Go ahead.
Okay, Nadia, do you have a place to go? You know, to
Yeah, for the moment, yes. Yeah, the legal process for things like eviction and such is, as far as I know, not even started. And that's despite, I guess, quote unquote, deserving it for ages. But anyway.
bless you, Nadia, bless you. You know, you have such a good heart. My God, you don't deserve this. You don't. You do not deserve this. You don't. You got a good heart. You do. This world is fucked, Nadia. It's fucked. You know. That's why I'm saying, you know, that's why you need. Ah, shit. If Ask the Atheist was in here, he'd be saying I'm trying to, you know, fuck it.
Preach?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he'd be right. Fuck. I'm just gonna shut up.
Well, in my How to Convince Me video, before you join, oh, thank you, David. I will, whoops. I want to make sure I'm on profile, not whatever.
Awesome. Awesome, David.
Make sure I've got you in all the right circles. Okay. Made sure you're in circles so you can see more of my info. Yeah, I'm in Oakland, California, and so on.
Yeah,
Single biggest. Go ahead.
Nadia, you said before. Tell me about the beginning of How to Convince You. That video. Tell me about that because I didn't see the beginning. Tell me about it.
Well, in parts of the beginning, I covered, the direct topic, so my standards of evidence and so on. Hi, Nathaniel. And
Greetings, Nadia.
hi, Nathaniel. I'm out of the hospital.
Hey, buddy.
Greetings.
Hey, buddy.
Greetings. Can I be heard?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Go ahead.
So.
I have not. I'm listening.
Oh, and in the I guess a little bit after that, or at least when I finished up the sort of evidential kinds of issues, I actually came down to, why is it not really even a question for me? Why is it, maybe even, you might even call it, what was it, apatheist, something like that. And part of it was, a little bit of it had a little bit of a nasty tinge, because basically, like, saying, deconverts aren't really deconverts kind of thing, implication in there. But well, the main part was, and I kind of know that tendency and try to avoid it, but even so,
Nadia, were you a believer at some point and you deconverted?
No.
Okay, you were never a believer.
Yeah. Right. So,
Okay, all right.
but basically, like the risk or whatever is, saying, that, well, basically that, you know, a lot of times I find myself, at least from introspection, at risk of, saying that deconverts or, people who believed once and then deconverted are, quote unquote, not real atheists. But moving on,
No, I just thought you were talking about yourself.
I brought up what I
I
called.
got you. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of like a discriminatory thing, right? Don't want to,
Yeah.
quote unquote, discriminate against
I know.
deconverts.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, I brought up what I call the cry to heaven test or something like that, right? Basically like, do you believe, quote unquote, do you believe in your heart? What's the test of it, right? In some crisis, do you cry to heaven? Do you call out for a deity in your darkest hours and times of need and so on? And oh geez, I can wave it around that, oh, I don't, but some kind of oh, I'm struggling
I
now.
call
But
to whoever can be
What-
heard.
what's that?
Like I don't really call to anybody in times of anxiety because, well, firstly, they would have to be heard. Like they'd have to be able to hear me and I live in a deaf household, so I going, oh shit, whatever, it won't help. So I don't actually call to anybody in my moment of need unless they can hear me.
Right, and that's a similar pattern to what I actually do. So I quote unquote passed the cry to heaven test, right? So I brought that up, but then I actually argued against it as a meaningful criterion, essentially on the rejection of vicarious redemption, the prodigal son story, etc. Right? So
I wish
in the
Hillary.
prodigal son story, sorry, go ahead.
Hillary. I would love to talk to Hillary. I wish Hillary was here. I love her. I would fucking marry her. She's cool. Nadia. Fuck. I can't tell you anything. Shit, fuck! I can't tell you anything I haven't already told you. You know what I mean? I love you. I know you have a good heart. I'm doing my best. Done my best. I know you have a soft heart. You're ready to hear it. So, caps and spelling.
Oh,
Cool. What's that,
yeah.
bro?
Oh, I'm a journalist, and this is the Canadian press. It's just how you capitalize commonly used words. It's just a manual, one of our manuals on how to write the news. Sort of one of our go-to guides, along with the Canadian Oxford Dictionary and the Canadian Press Style Book and the Canadian Oxford Thesaurus. I use those for my work, when I'm writing news stories. And I was trying to look at the Canadian Convention on capitalizing atheist.
I see you have a turntable there.
Yes, it's from
Awesome.
1977. I just never got rid of my stereo. I still listen to CDs and records, and I buy them because I just never got rid of them. I'm not a hipster.
Well, I'm just admiring the surroundings. Cool stuff in your place there, bro. Cool stuff.
Thank you. I'm just old. Now, where are you?
Yeah, I'm there myself.
How old are you, Nadia? You're like a couple years older than me at least. I'm 33, so you're like 36, I think.
38.
38, okay.
Yeah, and I look it.
Do I capitalize atheist? It doesn't say in here.
By and large, no.
Nadia, you do not look 38, Nadia. You don't.
And what about political ideology? Does one capitalize that? I don't. I have a feeling you don't.
Mostly not.
Oh,
There's a bit of
you
variance
don't.
with respect to, say, communism.
If
That's sometimes capitalized, sometimes not, but mostly not.
If you're referring to Communist Party membership, then it's capitalized. But if you're referring to yourself as an adherent to the philosophy, then it would be lowercase. I just looked it up.
That's probably the orthodox usage, but I think you'll see some usage to find that out there in the wild, which is probably not any reason to not follow the Canadian standard.
I follow the Canadian press standard for writing where possible, but we also fuck around with it and do our own takes on it because, for example, the Canadian press is, I think, behind the times a little bit, perhaps, on their understanding of sort of queer and transgender identities and so forth, and so we sort of use our own conventions and apply them to existing custom or whatever, and it eventually gets adopted into the main form.
Welcome back, David.
Welcome back, David. Nathaniel, where are you living at, bro? Are you in Canada?
Yes, that's right. I live in.
Shit, you just got your 9/11.
No, we didn't. There was an attack in Ottawa. A person, he went and killed one of the honor guards at the National War Memorial and got into the Parliament buildings with a rifle, and he was killed. Really.
No, I'm just saying, the same thing that happened here in the U.S. in New York.
No.
That Stephen Harper was talking about it in that way. You know what I mean?
It would be
No,
more
it's nothing.
comparable to the Mumbai attack, and
Yeah.
even then, not as comparable because, of course, it was essentially a single murder.
Okay.
No, there's actually two.
Okay.
There was two, but no, it was nothing like 9/11. The scale and the magnitude of 9/11, it was not comparable at all. It was.
I got you. All I meant was that I think the government is trying to play it up that way.
Oh yes, absolutely. They're using this as a political capital. They're capitalizing on it to clamp down on freedoms and amp up the security state, as they like to do in these situations. That's my fear, and I believe that. Yep. So, I mean, I feel that the existing, laws and security in place as it was more than adequate in addressing this, this crisis. I think everyone involved, behaved exemplary, and they were great examples of their profession and brought honor to this country. But yeah, I had some friends in the Parliament buildings at the time, so there was this moment we didn't know what was going on, and it was very scary for the people there, of course.
Well, so on the theme or whatever, I actually followed it up arguing that it was a bad criterion, essentially on the basis of the vicarious redemption sort of narrative, right? Where I personally reject vicarious redemption and say that the quote-unquote good son, prodigal son story in the Gospels and such is, should be regarded as and rewarded according to the consistent behavior and so on. And the sort of exceptions to norm are, I guess, truly exceptional and not reflective of the, genuine character. So, go ahead.
Yeah, I got you. Do you want to hear the type of music I listen to, Nadia?
Well, you can tell me all about it, sure.
Well, I'll play a little bit of it for you.
Oh, you can't do it on air. Not on air. Not on air.
I got you.
You can't do it on air.
Yeah. I'm a Slipknot fan. Very, very dark fucking shit. So, you know, hey,
David, where do
You'll be
you live?
shocked. David's probably mostly going to answer in the text chat because of bandwidth
Oh,
issues
I see
interfering with
that.
audio.
Okay. Sorry, there's someone called Revelations or something here. I'm trying to see your profile, see who you are. Revelation Newsnet 1977.
yeah, I'm not queer,
Well, maybe
man.
you're younger.
What? What does that? What? Where did that come out of?
I'm just reading your label here.
Why would you say I am not queer?
I'm just, good lord.
The question was not asked. The question was not asked.
Nadia. Nadia.
Yeah, it's a faux pas, but grant him,
Okay.
give him that much slack. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of times they don't know how to work around it. I mean, if you look at what's in their doctrine, it's already a pretty difficult issue to conceptualize, much less speak about. So.
Oh, that reminds me.
I love you, Nadia. I love you, Nadia.
Nadia, I'm going to Ottawa next month. I'm doing research at the National Library for a book I'm writing about capital punishment, the history of it here in Canada when we used to have it back in the day. And the central argument is that the last guy who was hanged here in BC in '59 was executed because he was gay. Of course, the charge and the conviction was for murder, but at that point in history, everyone was written off as, they were pardoned, and his was the only one of a certain set of circumstances that was not. And I'm going to Ottawa to unearth all these documents that have been in the archives for all these years, and I'm going to look at them. That's kind of a challenge. And this whole thing about, the whole reason, what reminds me of this is that so much of the anti-gay attitudes, of course, in this country in the past and currently are rooted and driven from entirely almost the Christian perspective on homosexuality, that it is a sin, basically, and this used to take up such much a bigger part of the discussion in previous times than it does now.
Yeah, I have. It's a fun Gallup poll somewhere here on this topic, and I'll dredge that up and give you a link to it momentarily.
Thank you, Nadia. So you're in the You are in the hospital.
No, I'm not. I got out a day or two ago.
I'm glad. Are you okay, though?
Yeah, my kidneys came back online, so I am not dead.
Oh, good. I'm glad you're okay.
On the other hand, the kidney bit actually kind of just made it so I went to sleep for 24, 36 hours, something like that, and I never felt a thing, which is actually a bit of a relief compared to what usually happens.
Yeah, well, it's better than pain, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm hoping you're...
But either way, and sort of like the whole Cry to Heaven and Prodigal Son affair basically feed into, I guess, the idea that we are actually don't play copyrighted.
Yeah, it will get flagged off of YouTube real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's actually some kind of allowable limit, and my preference is to have 0. So
Yep, I got you. Well, I'm gonna go and listen to my fucking metal. Have fun, Nadia and Nathaniel.
Hey, wait. You probably want to hear about music I listen to. I mean, things like Ministry, Godflesh, Zombie Christ, Velvet Acid Christ, Covenant.
Oh, I know all of them. I know all of them, Nadia. I had a lot of friends that were into that dark shit, and I am still into it. Being a Christian, go figure, right? Fuck me, huh?
Hail Satan!
Hail Satan. Hail
Oh dear.
Satan. Hail Satan.
And bring the Dark Lord here. Jason, are you leaving us now?
Jesus God Almighty.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Slayer had a song called "Jesus Saves."
They did. Peace.
Jesus saves and he spends and all this shit.
Jesus saves, but Moses infests.
He sounds interesting, this Revelations guy. I kind of like him. He's nice.
Well, he's nice.
I like him. He's nice.
He has I mean, there are the usual doctrinal issues and so on.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Actually, to a lesser extent than many cases.
Well, you know, it's like people have their opinions and they don't always align with my own, but a lot of times I really like people, and you can have people who you agree with who are just, you know, jerks or whatever, but sometimes it's nice to be around nice people who may have a different opinion than you on an issue, and you still enjoy their company. That's my take on him.
Yeah, well, in a number of ways, it renders, you know, relating pervasively difficult. Like, one of the it's part of why I regard the mind-body problem as so fundamental. And in fact, determinism and the mind-body problem actually came up earlier today as a direct argument against the methodological naturalism of science. Essentially, the claim was that agent causation was the sort of, model of free will and such, and that methodological naturalism couldn't account for agent causation. And
yeah,
well, that begs the question, of course, of determinism in general, which is, I guess, partly regarded as, having a great deal of overlap with science, and given electricity and chemistry and so on, or how the brain works in the brains, or effectively the control system for the body and so on. So,
well, is this something that would suggest that the brain is something other than simply a hunk of meat that makes our body do things and shit? You're using a lot of terms that I'm not familiar with. I'm woefully ignorant of much of what you talk of.
Yeah, agent causation essentially is a notion of what they call contra-causal free choices and so on, where at some place there is an uncaused cause, essentially within every quote-unquote causal agent. Right.
I've always wondered, okay, now this might be philosophy, I don't know, but I've always wondered if there is a philosophy out there. You know how there's philosophies about end of the universe, like how the universe will possibly end one day. Is there a philosophy or a theory anywhere of the notion of just everything in existence everywhere ending and nothing existing, period? anywhere in the universe, like a state of complete nothingness for everything.
I think the sort of heat deaths of the universe are not really phrased that way. I think the general presumption is that matter will persist even in the sort of absence of or excessive dispersion of energy.
Oh. Well, on that note, I wonder how my cat would react if an alien came into this house. Like, let's just assume, for the sake of argument, that it was like, your typical little green man that we see the Hollywood image, and just he came in and introduced himself to the cat. I wonder how the cat would react. How do you think it would react? Or like a typical house cat?
Well, it's not clear to me that it would be identifiable as an animal to the cat, just because aliens could be different enough not to have the kinds of pheromones or and I don't know, visual similarities register in cats. Granted, cat vision is not terribly detailed, but I mean, basically, vision, hearing, and smell are probably the main ways it would register, and it might not even recognize it as alive, given that it would smell different from life on Earth.
I think he would be confused. It would throw him off, and he would back up. I want to draw a comic about it, I think, maybe, and send that out with my Christmas card. I'm also thinking of drawing a Christmas comic about a shitty Christmas I had like 15 years ago, when my grandma bought me a fucking mattress, a shitty mattress for Christmas. That was my present. And I'm going to make a comic about that and call it My Shitty Christmas. And then just send that out with a Christmas card.
Mm.
And I'm going to draw a comic about the alien and my cat. Wow, I'm starting to fade. Sorry.
Isn't there a South Park Christmas Poo?
Yeah, there was, but no, this wouldn't literally be about shit. This would just be a shitty Christmas, right? There'd be no feces in this comic.
Well, why not introduce them? I mean, you're using the word Christmas Poo, I guess, would make humor out of the literal sort of representation of it.
Oh, it'd be funny. It would still be funny, but it would just I really really sleepy. I should go. I'm fading quickly. I took some tablets and I'm starting to feel sleepy now. But I just wanted to say hello and wish you the best.
Absolutely. I'm hungover, so I probably I don't know, as tired or whatever as I am. I kind of like just woke up, can't really get back to sleep, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have a raging headache.
Oh no. Okay, well, you take care, Nadia, and we'll keep in touch, and have a nice evening.
Okay, have a good night, Nathaniel.
Bye for now.
Okay, so nice that my voice cleared up a little bit. Still a bit scratchy. Kolmogorov complexity is still a little bit tricky for me to understand. I mean, it seems that there's information hiding in the sort of universal Turing machine. Well, the same hangover that's giving me a terrible headache is also, well, maybe making it harder for me to understand the paper than it should be. Yeah, these notions of quantifying complexity are not really that involved. Now, granted, they're linear speedups, but one can envision things that are, I guess, augmentations of universal Turing machines with more power, like random access machines and so on. There are, what is it, linking machines in particular. Okay, well, does it immediately turn up with an obvious Google search string, but even so, Hulk smash. Oh dear. Yeah, I'm not dealing with that. The what it may expose is that there's an actual underlying ambiguity in their attempt to quantify complex specified information that isn't accounted for. Essentially, the underlying machine model used to measure Kolmogorov complexity, but I have to maybe read further to be certain that that underlying ambiguity is there. But if that's so, then it argues against I guess the validity of the statistical test. It's of course underspecified. So it might be a third matter beyond the replication resources and the, I guess, pattern structure. So if I can outline those, the replication resources are effectively the number of repeated attempts to discern all these patterns that occur and so on, attempts to reproduce and discern, right? So there's really twofold trouble in that. One is that, the mechanism of, attempts at replication aren't really given. You don't have necessarily, the full space of patterns that you would have, which kind of interlinks it to the pattern issue, but or pattern structure issue. But the other one is that it also appears the discernment process isn't actually well accounted for in this. And after that piece, the pattern structure, in a way, it's, or in the simplest models, they're simply like strings of symbols, but they can be more complex mathematical objects. And clearly, something like an object would have things like I guess all the particles making it up. They're various interactions, say chemical bonds, or I guess the forces interaction between them. You have also things like spatial orientation, momentum, and so on. Those all contribute to the sort of structure of an object. And really, the death knell for it is that while various mathematical models can have, I guess what you would call, the models themselves are well defined, but they are not intrinsically related to reality. They essentially are gauged only by their, I guess, predictive power. At least in an instrumentalist view. So they don't necessarily faithfully represent the underlying, reality and such. So the patterns that are possible, space of patterns is possible, is in fact very likely much less than what many of the models would account for. The models are, in most cases, deliberate simplifications. They will, ignore various effects for macroscopic objects and such. Discontinuous space-time is typically ignored in favor of continuous ones. Clearly, discretized space-time, discretized mass energy, and so on is vastly more constrained. So once you have that, you have show that the complexity of or the Kolmogorov complexity in the simplified model will be vastly too high, or a vast overestimate. And then third, the actual probabilities of these patterns has epistemic issues regarding effectively the probability of an event given what preconditions, given given what prior knowledge, right? Essentially a Bayesian sort of attack on it. So I think this complex specified information is quite a number of faults. At least as Dembski posits it. It'd be nice if people actually stop by. Sequential information again, round 2. 17 comments. Now, sequential specified information, as distinguished from, I guess, the general notion of Dembski's notion of complex specified information. I don't see rigorously defined, but I can anticipate just from the terminology that it assumes a sequential structure to the pattern space, which is not necessarily a faithful or adequate representation of something like DNA. Things like DNA methylation, chromatin remodeling, and histone reformation or whatever are all in there. That's essentially the epigenetic aspects, and in a number of respects not cleanly separable, because of course the expression of a gene at all is dependent on the epigenetic affairs. So you have still more trouble with whether the characterization of DNA as sequential is adequate. DNA is a polymer and so on, exhibits folding behavior crucial to its interactions to, I guess, everything. And you can interact with both the ribosome and well, other enzymes and such at multiple sites simultaneously, as well as what's actually cited by creationists as what we could call non-sequential access, right? So regarding DNA as genuinely sequential, just because it's a polymer, seems to be inadequate to me. Now, granted, you can account for structure, or say you can provide an in principle account for the actual pattern space structure of DNA. And that would make sense. But, I mean, nucleotide sequences are grossly inadequate to really carry it out. I mean, so you can go through the Dembski argument. I mean, Dembski's actual argument, right, is V infinite. Right? It doesn't have ascription of sequentiality to DNA and such. But when they introduce it, they actually kind of add this fifth wheel to the argument that well, shows up as, well, not being supported by the actual evidence. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to deal with, like, strongest version of things. I would pretty much write off the sequential aspect and then go to Dembski's original, sort of arbitrarily structured pattern space, where, of course, there's difficulty giving us an adequate statistical test because the pattern space isn't truly discernible to carry out this Kolmogorov complexity estimate. But from the let's bring up the determinist aspect here. See, yeah, in some respects, people regard determinism as being only one way it could have happened, essentially because we might call it Kolmogorov complexity pattern space is so tightly constrained, only one outcome is possible. Now, someone who at least accounts for some element of random stochastic phenomena, whatever, say genuine stochasticity of quantum phenomena and so on, would not say maybe that only one outcome is possible. But on the other hand, you'd have, from this point of view, pattern space is very tightly constrained, almost like Molinism, right? Where Molinism, they say you walk into an ice cream shop and can only choose from the flavors in the cabinets. Well, in a way, the stochastic elements do something similar. In the case of the usual hard indeterminist model. So from there, your estimates of Kolmogorov complexity would be very low relative to, or you would expect the estimates, provided you could give an adequate model, or carry out the calculations with a sufficiently full-blooded model. Your pattern space would be very tightly constrained relative to essentially simplified models used for upper bounds and such, right? You'd have vast, the kinds of things being fed into Dembski's calculations would be vast overestimates. And essentially what major counter-arguments would be that to the extent that we know how things are constrained, we know only a subset of the constraints, right? We know so many physical laws, right? And then we don't expect those to be violated per se. We expect new ones to be added on, right? So from that point of view, right, a full-blooded model of the physical universe would would itself be an overestimate, but even so, when you carry it out, it would be a space vastly more constrained than density accounts for. And I couldn't give you numbers offhand for something like DNA. And I'm not sure experts in the field could either. I don't think Kolmogorov complexity is beyond a physicist or whatever to carry out estimations of. And I suspect that, well, objects, whatever as complex as even DNA polymers are not modeled all the way down to quarks and gluons and every fundamental force interacting simultaneously. I mean, basically, a simplification in terms of, well, frankly, atoms and such, and molecular orbitals and so on, right? So I don't really know what the protein folding affairs are, or polymer modeling computational affairs are, but it's pretty much my guess. I don't think they're accounting for strong nuclear force, whatever. And those things would likely constrain things in a way that substantially reduces the Kolmogorov complexity, even though it has very little to do with the physical outcome, as we think of it. Essentially, the laws not being accounted for, or the structure not being accounted for. Well, not accounted for because it's deemed irrelevant, reducible, and so on. All right. Okay, if you can carry out a reduction because it's sort of not relevant to the case, how do I recover that it's actually more tightly constraining than the apparent model given? Well, one argument you can make is that they ultimately are relevant in a way, but the significance in terms of quantitative impact and outcome is low. Yeah, that may not actually go through. At least not for polymer modeling and so on. It's not protein folding because T is not protein, of course, but the trying to apply Kolmogorov complexity to that. Yeah, I would really have to succumb to a more, I guess, an argument based on discretization more tightly constraining it than the continuous model, discrete space-time. You can't really get just general laws doing it. And I don't know that I'm going to touch plate tectonics. I think I'm probably going to drop here after I blow more smoke monologuing about Kolmogorov complexity of it. Yeah, I don't think the computer science aspects of this are understood. They're being very directly referenced. The trouble is, of course, that they're directly referenced by Dembski, but not the people arguing essentially that Dembski had a point. They have, for instance, notions of information that aren't I guess, the Shannon entropy or topographic complexity related. Yeah, probability P, entropy H, complexity I. The entropy H definition. Okay, from the probability P of S, entropy is negative base 2 logarithm. Probability is probability that M eventually halts with the string S written on its output tape if each square of the program tape is filled with 0, 1 by a separate toss of an unbiased coin. So, okay, that's ultimately the entropy of the Turing machine. And that's actually not very closely related to what they want to truly consider information. And neither is Shannon entropy. And for instance, they try to argue that novel morphological structure, in some whatever sense they mean it, is well, the only genuinely new information. And from the point of view of just Shannon entropy for coding, you can flip a base pair and it increases information without even lengthening DNA or anything. And of course, the base pair sequence is by no means an adequate description of the interaction of DNA with everything else. Yeah, you can move to Kolmogorov complexity, and it looks like the entropy there has like almost no relationship to what they want to consider information. Okay, algorithmic information of S has a direct definition. So finally, the complexity I of S is defined to be the least such n such that some content of its program tape M eventually halts with S written on the output tape. Yeah, it's all defined relative to a universal Turing machine. There are ways this might actually underestimate information relative to their expectations, I think. It may not have quite enough, it may not be as much information as they actually want to be there in some cases, and as well as there being, increases where they would actually deny them or want to deny them, at least in Dembski's formulation based on Kolmogorov complexity. So, yeah, and if I remember right, phi of n in the Dembski definition we find a free tab to use here. Okay. Okay, back to Wikipedia. Schneider, Bruce Schneider. Actually, Thomas C. Schneider, sorry. Dembski's book, No Free Lunch. Complexity and measurement and probability. Specified. Specific pattern information. Okay, so there's a lot more to critique about this too. Thomas Schneider's commentary on specified complexity has critiques, a priori critiques on other balance and so on. Well, actually, it looks like it's using a different mathematical definition. This is on page 127 of which book? No Free Lunch. Just defines it as minus log 2 of P of E. So That is a tremendously less sophisticated definition. Okay, so Schneider's critique is not going to be very much enlightening to, I guess, the current form of the argument and so on. Integral part of the probability, Rational Wiki essentially claims that begging the question of probability is something arising naturally. Treatment and design presupposes a dualistic point of view, and then so on. So this is kind of more philosophical. This is more of a philosophical critique. And yeah, I don't see any people critiquing, I guess, the current definition of specified complexity on these grounds. And computer scientist reads Dembski. Where is the source for Dembski's a more recent paper? The pattern that signifies intelligence. Okay. Specification of the pattern that signifies intelligence. This is online at designinference.com. So I'll start dropping things in Showcase here. Dembski's paper is right here. Now, Chaitin's paper on algorithmic information theory and the Showcase is right there. I guess he's faculty at the University of Auckland now. But anyway, so when he attempts to throw Kolmogorov complexity into the mix, he raises a number of background issues, and I think I've covered a number of those. Essentially, just because he's using more complicated concepts, critique ends up sounding a bit more complex, but he basically it's kind of a ham-handed. Oh, I don't want to say that. Okay, retract ham-handed. It's an inappropriate use of the computer science constructs, and we can actually show how it's inappropriate in various ways. The truly brittle aspect is that the Kolmogorov complexities are likely vast overestimates. essentially by the passage from continuous to discrete. Yeah, there's actually something by Shelley here from 2003. Information theory, evolutionary computation, Dembski's complex specified information. This appears to be direct critique from, perhaps earlier concepts. Counter design, assistant, complement of regularity and chance, possibility that empty is not seriously addressed, and so on. Okay, so philosophical objections to start off. Intelligence. Yeah, there's a whole field of psychometrics or whatever. Doesn't really get very well accounted for by intelligent design and so on. Animal intelligence, lineage design inference, inherent design, complex specified information, mathematical framework for inferring design. That's section 6, page 13. Toward the end of the page. And Jerry chance elimination argument. Okay. Hello?
No,
Oh, hi, Sid. Yeah. Oh, hi,
I
I was
have
doing
no
that.
camera. What's that? Oh, there we go.
Sorry?
I'm gonna try again. My camera froze.
Okay. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I've been, well, you know how people say, like, DNA is like a computer and so on?
DNA is like a computer?
Well, the creationists say that, right?
Not really. No, I don't really. No, I don't. What do they say?
Well, they talk about things like, well, William Dembski calls it specified complexity. If you hear true empiricism, he'll talk about sequential specified information, which is
Yes, I
strongly
heard
related
him.
to it. Yeah.
He's very.
Right.
It just goes on and on. It doesn't make any sense. But anyway, yes.
Well, I mean, it takes more than just kind of like saying it, really. In a way, you want to sort of, dissect it, show that it's, actually got some kind of like flaws to the idea. And, well, ultimately, I can't get people on Google Plus to actually really provide a formal description of what they mean by it. But William Dembski creationist, who they're essentially all alluding to, does. And when I go to various of his attempts to, you know, I guess quantify things or otherwise, you know, provide some kind of, you know, mathematical grounding or whatever, or really computer science grounding, I find that there's trouble. And I was going over the specific kinds of trouble that are involved.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't think my critiques are going to be entirely original. I think probably people have a better, there's probably a better fleshed out critique somewhere out there on the net. But
So are you waiting for
well,
people to come in? And
for my own, yeah, originally I appeared on True Empiricism's TrueTalkTv channel,
mhm.
and was having a discussion with him and NephilimFree about basically, you know, specified complexity and plate, and later on plate tectonics. I was hoping to continue that, but since they didn't actually
I was talking to
yeah, I just kind of went on a monologue. A couple people have dropped in now and then, but atheist analysis is kind of vacuuming the wind out of my sails and so on. Amongst probably others that I can't really see happening, like,
yeah.
I don't know, probably Insomnia Shuffle or some off-air hangout people are passing around the link to by Skype and carefully avoiding inviting me.
Who's the guy that was it NephilimFree that I got into it with it yesterday. He's the guy
I don't know.
who's.
I don't think it was. I think I was there.
Who's the guy whose avatar is something like Darwin rode a horse to work or something like that?
Oh, that is NephilimFree. Okay.
Yes, that guy.
That was him.
I got. he's got all he's got is an overbearing way about him. That's it. That's his trump card. That's his.
In a way, but
yeah, that's it.
well, people actually describe it as a vestige of having been on Pal Talk. And in Pal Talk, the way it goes is that the rooms can have, you know, well, almost an arbitrary number of people in them. And typical is, you know, 50 or 60, right? And the way the, I guess, video and so on things work is that in the actual program, only one person really appears at a time, has a microphone at a time, and they have the microphone until they yield it or a time limit expires. So essentially, they have to go on for getting out as many points as they can while they have the mic at all, and
there's no
to give it up, they have to wait for 60 people to go through the line. So.
Oh, and there's no moderator.
Well, the moderation is basically made the machine, right? The machine is making heavily moderated.
But like somebody couldn't sort of moderate between two people and let everybody else just not have the mic, you know. Let somebody have a debate.
Yeah, that's not how the mechanized moderation works in Pal Talk. No.
I see.
Mechanized moderation, you know, puts you last in line behind 60 people when if you ever actually stop talking, right?
G-Man needs mechanized moderation.
Well, you know, from my point of view, you know, people that have, I guess, for at the risk of sounding derogatory, bad ideas, you know, just need that much more help.
Well, the thing about G-Man, he's nothing more than ego. He's just ego. Absolutely nothing else.
I think that's a gross oversimplification. I mean,
I think it is.
human beings, I mean, even the simplest human being has more to them than that. So, yeah, it's... And
Well, you know,
in his defense, you know, he has benevolent motives.
I think he's just a showman, and like, ultimately just going to be the troll of the century.
Hi, Blargo.
Hi, Nadia.
Hey.
I am out of the hospital. Oh, you'd never believe what I found on my discharge papers.
What did you find in your discharge papers?
Well, I'll
Let's see
briefly present to everyone.
The text is too fine.
Okay.
Oh, the septic shock and renal failure?
Yeah.
Acute renal failure. Oh my God, that's
I
a serious thing.
I think I had either seen or heard you mentioning that at some point.
Yeah, it was a big surprise to me that, yeah, acute renal failure was my sister's problem or whatever. She's type 1 also, but apparently I've had my first, so that's my acute renal failure virginity.
If you don't mind me asking, what does that entail?
I'm not really sure, although I have a vague idea that if your kidneys come back, it was acute.
Huh.
But in a way, I think it actually kind of reduced the suffering or whatever. Basically, I just kind of like, you know, passed out Friday. I actually got into the ambulance and so on, you know, before I passed out, and I think I actually got carted out of the ambulance before I passed out too. 'Cause I kind of remember, like, you know, the ground floor getting wheeled in area, but after that point, I don't remember like being in one of the triage rooms or whatever they're called. So that was different.
Who called the ambulance?
I did. It was really awkward because the what's called Kussmaul breathing, yeah, really makes it difficult to speak, but I actually managed to get through to them. I don't remember too many details of how, but
I know there's like a big movement right now trying to set it up so that you can like text 911. That would help a lot of people,
yeah,
I think.
yeah, it would be pretty meaningful for me too because, you know, shoot, if you're, I mean, let's say you get your throat cut, you know, so you're attacked, you got your throat cut. Can you talk?
I mean, but even in less extreme circumstances, like there are plenty of people who cannot or do not speak.
Right, right.
They can
Even
still
without-
triangulate your cell phone.
Oh yes, an alternative is that they're like, hello, hello, is anyone there? And they just hear like gurgling on the other side, and they try to triangulate the phone. Like that is an alternative, and I think that that's what they do now. But being able to text
Yeah.
them would also be pretty convenient for a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah. It's got to be something about emergency services for the deaf. I'll see if I can find anything real quick. Okay. So, NAD.org, the National Association for the Deaf, has a few things on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I think looks like it's mostly just advocacy of the next generation sorts of things. I think the TTY.
TTY is nice, but I think it doesn't help quite as much with people who want to like live alone with deafness or muteness.
Yeah, I don't know offhand much of how it works, but the I mean, essentially, like an injury or illness preventing speech is something you're not going to have TTY sitting waiting for anyway, even if it were accessible via TTY. So it's all screwed. Yeah, text messaging 911 would help. Yes. Well, in any event, I was on with True Empiricism and NephilimFree earlier tonight, and
What?
I was on with True Empiricism and NephilimFree. They're creationist people, and part of the whole intelligent design affair is actually this, like, what they call specified complexity or complex specified information, and that ends up kind of abusing ideas from computer science and, well, and a bit of math too, I guess. So.
Is that the trying to explain away plate tectonics from a creationist standpoint?
No, that's just a separate topic, but
Okay,
it also was covered in the same video call.
Okay, I didn't realize that was two different things because all I have to go on off of for what you were talking about earlier is because I was in a different hangout with other people at the time, but is what it says in the little invite email.
Yeah, well, my big issue that sort of gets me up in arms about it is, of course, that it's abusing computer science in inappropriate ways. So,
So what's the abuse?
Right. Go ahead.
What's the abuse?
Essentially, it's trying to apply, well, in the 2005 Dembski definition, Kolmogorov complexity to physical systems in various ways that are pretty poorly defined. I mean, for one, it doesn't really define the sort of underlying formal language. It doesn't really have appropriate definition of the sort of mathematical object under consideration for, I guess what you call the pattern space, and there's also what's it called, representational term somewhere here. Replicational resources. Okay. So and it's also trying to, I guess, use all this in the definition of a statistical hypothesis test. So when it has more toward the pure math part is making a statistical hypothesis test. And I haven't really attacked from the statistical angle very much. I mostly attack from the computational angle. The statistical angle probably has some issues as well. I don't know. As someone who's like programmed, studied computer science, and so on, you probably also be offended at the abuse of your field.
Well, I don't specifically call it my field anymore. It's it really comes down to whether the explanation makes sense. Because I mean, I use computer science to explain other things all the time, just because it's, I guess, my frame of reference. And I mean, it sounds like they're not really using it for a comparison so much as using it for actually using its concepts to explain rather than compare.
Yeah, well, it's tough for me.
I'm not totally sure how it would apply, I guess.
Yeah. Well, my argument is it doesn't apply. So. Yeah.
Right. I guess that would make sense.
Yeah. I don't know. It's really technical. And while I've got a raging sort of hangover from all the medical intervention, don't have to actually get working code or anything out of it. I can just kind of philosophize. Yeah, earlier this week or whatever, I was actually kind of striking out on the. Actually, you were there for a couple of them, I think. Striking out on the LGBT front or whatever.
Which thing?
It was yeah. I think Joanna took over at one point, but yeah, but I don't know. Basically, I just kind of bitched about Discover and said, "Damn it, Christians, your doctrinal things that say we're so terrible, or where all the discrimination is coming from, all the stigma and so on." And they actually don't get it. What they'll actually do is they'll actually cede more ground than I'm even trying to claim. They'll say, "Oh, yeah, you've been horribly wronged directly by Christians." And it's like, hang on, no. Yeah, I'm, bouncing between Portland, Oregon, New York City, and San Francisco Bay Area. I'm not running into any Christians firsthand. Yeah, the overall cultural influence is what gives rise to the stigma, and the people I'm dealing with are all college educated, secular.
Yeah, it doesn't really explain when you're in areas that are I guess less heavily populated with them, and still receiving a lot of that, a lot of the discrimination, a lot of the microaggressions, etc. How do you explain that with it's not a case of you being personally wronged by them. It's a case of their influence causing others to do it as well.
Right. And there's something called, well, George Lakoff calls a right-wing cognitive frame. I'll see if I can get that in the showcase too. And in that, he says that indirect causation is very difficult for them to understand. I guess systemic causation also. I would add multifactorial, but
a lot of people have trouble with the systematic causation. Like it's like if you are on the receiving end of benefits of such a system, like it's almost built in, well, it's actually totally built in such a way that you would never notice it. It's kind of the fuel for when people are saying, hey, there's this system in place that's causing bad things to happen to me and mine. Like that's the fuel for them to be like, well, I don't know of it. What system? Clearly it's an individual thing because they don't notice that their system is in place.
Yeah, and it leads to a really kind of like surprising problem where they'll actually quote unquote confess to sort of things that aren't actually happening. So it's just bizarre. I guess George Lakoff's Cognitive Policy Works page is probably the best I can do. It seems to be connected to things like the fight or flight reflex and so on. Like when, I guess, the perception of threats or, the threatening, fearful, etc. quote of mood can reliably kick people into it, which is part of all the right-wing fear-mongering. It's not because I don't recognize threats, but the whole big panic affair is essentially just sort of like a demagoguery tactic to kick people into that frame where they can, overlook all the indirect, multifactorial, systemic causation, and well, the bad actors can get away with it all. When last I heard from you, you were actually seeking out medical attention yourself. How's that
Talking
all
about
going
this
with bounce between?
Do what?
Yeah, you were bouncing between New Hampshire and Massachusetts for doctors and such.
Oh, well, I'm still, so like technically my provider is still technically like Howard Brown out in Chicago. But
Wow.
like here in the morning, like I'm basically, I slept in really late this last day so that I can pull an all-nighter and drive out to Fenway Health in the morning. And that's in middle of Boston. And that's I'm going to be doing the financials, the like sliding scale stuff with them, and then establishing care, so that I can, so that I can stop having my medication shipped out from 1,000 miles across the country.
Not Vanuatu?
Huh?
So not Vanuatu?
Hmm.
In-house, Vanuatu.
Not catching the
Yeah,
reference.
In-house, where a lot of people order from when they self-med.
Oh no, I don't self-medicate. I like I guess if I hadn't lucked out a couple times in a row, I probably would. But like back when I lived in Indiana, I stumbled upon an endocrinologist that was willing to treat a trans person, but that like knew nothing about it, and I just kind of told him what I needed, and so like got established care in the first place that way. And got the prescriptions that I needed. And then as I moved around, I was able to be like, listen, I'm already on this much, and like shit happens when you take someone who's on estradiol off of it. So and like I set it up so that I was already like female in documents and things, and basically like I lucked out and found a gold mine of an endocrinologist in the first place, and then took advantage of that to keep what I needed flowing as I moved around the country.
Yeah, I can't even remember the name of the guy I got started with, but my sort of double, triple whammy sort of thing is basically having a type 1 diabetes thing, right? That makes me kind of like a radioactive case for any kind of hormonal instability. Right? Basically, a potentially lethal threat if there's any kind of instability. Second, having the orchiectomy, says, okay, well, things will not self-stabilize. Anything normal, they'll go crazy and such if
Right. If
without
you're returned to homeostasis, that's actually dangerous.
well, it wouldn't be sort of like a normal homeostasis. I mean, it's like
Right.
Surgically castrated, right? So, but the two of those, I mean, basically, almost anytime I can get into a doctor, I pretty much just get carte blanche or whatever, total, just whatever, quote unquote, whatever I want, so to speak, in terms of the hormones. And I'm actually doing something pretty strange, but it makes a lot of sense when you go through the motions to think about it. But basically, like I actually get pretty bad like hot flashes and other reactions and such. The one that's really kind of life disruptive is diarrhea if my levels really fluctuate at all. And so what I ended up doing was okay. Well, I guess first off, I have to do intramuscular because I have cardiac history, right? And then the whole thing where you kind of let it cycle or fluctuate or whatever, just creates massive headaches for me. It probably hurts feminization not to let it cycle. Like every time I have like some kind of disruption, I actually notice a little bit of change or something, but still, it's bad enough when it goes on that, I mean, like I've been, you don't even want to know what's happening in the bathroom because the hospital, like, while they were doing all the septic shock and whatever stuff, wasn't pumping me full of estrogen, so that gap like threw me off, and I got digestive disruptions. But yeah, so basically, there's a period of time where I said, okay, well, once every 2 weeks is really massively disruptive. Move to once a week, and then once every 3 days to level it out, and then daily to level it out. So I'm like literally doing shots daily for it, and it's atypical, but it needs like smaller needles so I can actually measure doses that small, but anyway.
Well, it'd be kind of like, so I do like twice daily sublingual. I think like taking your shots down to daily would be almost like comparable in levels, right? Or in how relatively stable it is.
I don't think so, and I think part of the reason is because like it's all metabolized to the liver, right? So whatever kind of
Well, mine isn't.
oh, you're right.
I do
Sublingual.
sublingual, so
I don't have a good answer for that. Yeah, if it were being metabolized to the liver, there'd be some cycle there, but yeah, that's terra incognita for me.
yeah, I switched from oral to sublingual with my last doctor, the one that's technically still my provider now, until tomorrow, I guess. But I switched from oral to sublingual according to his direction because when I was taking oral, I was on such a high dose that it was like dangerous for my liver. And they wanted to like basically I could go down from taking 12 a day to taking 8 a day by switching from oral to sublingual. Because no matter how low my testosterone was to begin with, my body just did not take to the estradiol and spiral, so specifically the estradiol, as quickly as people were expecting.
Yeah. Hi, CLI Mundi. So, yeah, I've had trouble keeping up with blood work. I mean, a lot of the self-med stuff was like basically because of huge interruption, etc. And there's more hassle because like with Medicaid, just like gigantic delays. I don't have a real primary care appointment until 27th of April, 2015. I've got something tomorrow at some kind of random clinic, and I don't know, maybe they could tide me over, but
Yeah, I'm actually like, according to my last doctor, I'm overdue for levels. Like this is about when I would be having them checked again, or like last month would have been. But like I've been on hormones for 2 years, right? So, like by now the checking of the levels would be like more spread out, except for the fact that I've seen doctors so much, and the new ones always want to like check for themselves after however many weeks, and
yeah. Getting into a doctor has been real trouble for me. Literally, one of the major sources of, I mean, besides picking up the slack from in-house, one of the major sources of just keeping hormones in stock has been like when I go inpatient, when the shit hits the fan, from whatever gets destabilized, whatever I run out of. I run out of anything, it pretty much goes to hell. At least in a few weeks, anyway. I mean, they'll actually like give me like free samples and stuff. So I've been
yeah, I've had
that for a while.
like I've had 2 times that I was gonna run out for or run out of my pills, and I was like this the very last time it happened, I actually did run out, and I went like a week without them. But like the time before that, like the pharmacy was like, well, it wouldn't be really ethical to let you go without estradiol, and so they just gave me like a few days worth so that I could get my new prescription and stuff.
Yeah. With me, like, all my other issues are like so radioactive that, I mean, they're a terror of like disturbing anything. So,
Right.
but yeah, I've actually never gotten insurance to cover any of it yet. I'm hoping very shortly I'll get medical necessity stuff doing it. What I think the issue was there was like the Medicaid actually has like private providers,
Right.
you know, sitting underneath their plans. And I was on one called Alameda Alliance, and they had a bizarre restriction that they basically wouldn't cover intramuscular. And I switched over to Blue Cross Blue Shield partly to get coverage of that, but also because I've heard good stories from others about Blue Cross Blue Shield covering transit stuff. Particular, I'll tell you her name later. Someone who got FFS from them. So,
Wow.
in any event, yeah, the the rumor has it that they'll cover intramuscular, but I haven't had direct descriptions of Blue Cross Blue Shield in terms of actual HRT IM coverage. I've only had people talk of like being on Medicaid, and they themselves were not knowledgeable about the private provider underlying their own insurance risks.
Right.
So that was bizarre.
It would be nice if there's someone to call to make sure things are covered before like trying to get anything changed.
Welcome back, CLI. So, yeah, I actually tried to get some kind of answer out of them at various points, and I never got a straight answer out of them about anything. What I did get was I tried to transfer my prescriptions over. Found out that the Blue Cross Blue Shield doesn't deal with Walgreens, and second, that they basically put prescriptions pending some kind of medical authorization form or medical necessity declaration from the prescribing doctors, which was bizarre. I've never heard of any such thing besides the prescription itself.
Right.
That's
I
actually
thought,
kind of what basically put me in the hospital. Yeah.
I always thought it was bizarre. Like when a doctor prescribes something, how can that be regarded as not medically necessary? Like, if the doctor's interpreted what the patient has said and what the patient is going through and the tests that they take and they write a prescription, like that should automatically be considered medically necessary, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, doctor says take this medicine. What definition is of medical necessity is not satisfied there. I don't know.
Right. You okay?
And for that matter, surgeries. But anyway, go ahead.
I was asking if you were all right. Coughing?
Yeah. Oh, well, you know what happens? My throat dries out from combination of dehydration and just plain, not having my throat kept wet by normal drinking patterns while on NPO and so on in the hospitals. But yeah, Blue Cross managed to cost themselves like tens of thousands of dollars more than actual surgeries would cost by basically saying, oh, we're not going to cover any of your meds. Guess what? You basically have to drop dead to get anything.
Yeah, you ever like? I mean, because this is like the impression that I was getting when I was working at Epic, and had their insurance. Like, do you ever get this like feeling in the back of your head that like, what if my insurance company is trying to kill me so that they don't have to cover things anymore? Like,
Yeah.
because I was like, at one point to get something covered, I literally had to hold my body hostage and like threaten to do worse things just to get regular medication at one point.
Yeah, I think it is a serious part of their calculation. They basically, have some kind of odds estimate that people will literally die from refusals and stop making claims that way instead of making recurring claims. So that's kind of why they can. I think that's part of why they can test treatments for chronic conditions.
Right.
That's a pretty vicious calculation. I don't think if we had something like the NHS in the UK, I don't think the same kind of calculation would apply.
Hmm. As much as conservatives in this country would want you to believe with their, going on about like death panels and such.
Well, death panels are there. They sentenced me to death,
Right.
and I basically kind of got out of it or stay a sentence.
I mean, that's like if we had a more socialized system, I feel like that would be a way to do away with the death panels that already exist within some of these companies.
Yeah, and I don't know if you caught it last night on Flyora's channel, but there was actually a discussion of euthanasia and I guess what you might call a literal sort of intentional death panel. And in that case, the humorous contrast though is that the panel of experts essentially, is there to sit there and deny people that beg for death.
Mm-hmm.
It's really a sort of a literal death panel, so to speak, would be something that goes around saying, no, you have to live anyway. Yeah.
But still, like by the definition that the conservatives were using, um, back during the Obamacare scare, um, of like the group of people that decides like, oh, you don't get treatment, you get to be left to die instead of getting treatment. Like, I can remember when I was on insurance from work and I would get like the little monthly newsletter from the insurance company, like talking about like, oh, we just had elections and who's going to be on the what do they call it? The group that like makes the final decisions. And there was like this cute picture of these like 12 or 15 people, and I'm like, that right there, that group of like really normative white people with no discernible disabilities, and there's no one like noticeably like trans or anything in the bunch. Those are the people that are going to try to kill me. Like, you don't have to have a socialized system to have death panels.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're already there. I don't know what this CLI Mundi person is doing, but I don't know who you want to try to bring in.
I don't know who's up. I mean, I can look around. I don't think I can actually add people.
You can't directly. There's a way to post it. Basically,
Oh, is it just this one just got a link that you share?
yeah, you want to put this hashtag and then the URL, right? So the Hangouts on Air hashtag. So if you look at a regular text post, share it that way, and stick the URL after it. And that'll.
What if I like just literally share the post that you shared that I saw?
Yeah, resharing that works too.
Actually,
It's got the hashtag in the URL, so.
I don't actually know how to go to the post itself. Because I can do from my email, I can do the +1 thing, but there's not a share button, but I don't know how to actually get to the post. Oh, there it is. Do this post in Google+.
I like screen share or whatever. I think you've probably already seen it, but.
Out of the people that I actually know, who all's still awake? Because I actually just oh, you use the multiple column view. So gross. Actually,
Yeah.
I stand corrected. Ubuntu is worse. The use of Ubuntu is far worse than the multiple column view.
Yeah, Ubuntu, the Unity thing just drives me up the freaking wall.
Jay, you seem to be using it.
The trick with all that is basically the installation media issues.
I see, like, I don't totally mind Unity's look and feel all that much. Like, there are much worse like environments out there than Unity. My issue is that like Canonical made it with their usual like fork happy policies toward everything, and like the amount of like reporting back to people that it does, like the amount of information about your use that goes to other people.
Yeah, there are a lot of things I have issues with, but
Yeah, like I thought you were the last time I was paying attention, you were using Gentoo.
yeah, I probably was.
And some newfangled
Okay, so
variation on TWM, I think.
FVWM.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, ideally I could actually get that going. What I used to really actually find better was when Debian still had the menu hook system. I guess still adapted to or ported to FVWM, but it looks like they've kind of de-supported FVWM as far as.
Have I already
menu
tried
hook.
to convert you to Arch?
Probably, but I don't.
Probably.
I
I try to
care too much
convert
for.
everyone.
Yeah, the source distro thing is. I'm pretty skeptical about, just basically because of the.
Well, Arch isn't a source distro. Arch is a binary.
Okay.
I
thought it was source. Okay.
No, it's actually a lot of people like. I think more people think that Arch is a source than there are people who know that it's a binary, and it's actually kind of sad because it's like it is probably the most efficient binary distro that I know about.
Okay, so here we go.
But it's
That's the reshare button or whatever.
Oh yeah, I see that.
And,
Well,
it has a before and after. So this is before. So reshare.
Oh, but anyway, so Arch is so it's a binary. It does binary package management. And then you can do like there's a source-based version of the package manager. Like the package manager can do source-based equivalent of what it already does when you want it to. Like if you just need to compile a single package differently or some array of them, like you can, obviously string that into. But anyway, but then it's also like it stays as close to vanilla as humanly possible. Which is actually the biggest advantage of it. So like I use KDE, right? The version of KDE that I'm using is not branded or anything. There are no like distro-specific patches. Like it's vanilla KDE as the KDE developers wrote it. And they're like that for as many packages as humanly possible, with the exception of like obviously there are several packages that were actually developed by and for Arch, such as their netctl, Pacman itself, obviously. Well, I mean, Pacman pretty much is like Arch is Pacman. Like if you were to take Linux from scratch and add Pacman and netctl and a couple of other tools, you now have Arch.
Well, pretty much all the distros are package managers. Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually kind of true. Well, I feel that they're a mixture, or a distribution is the combination of its package manager and its repositories.
Okay, well, granted, yeah, repositories.
That's like Chakra uses Pacman, but they have their own repositories, and they're legitimately a different distro. But like Antergos and Manjaro, those use Arch's repositories. They're basically just installers for Arch.
Right. Yeah. I should probably think about it because FEWM is
I think it's
really my window manager. I could probably like screen share or something. Example of how I had it configured.
Yeah, you kind of walked me around your installation of FEWM.
Oh, I did? Okay.
Yeah. You did you showed me your screen and kind of moved around and showed me how you used it. But yeah, so FEWM 2.6.5 is in Arch's just regular extra repository. You could literally install it while you're installing the OS.
Yeah, that's kind of what my preferred setup looks like. Yeah, I guess to refresh your memory, you probably saw me when I was out in New Jersey. That's when I had the Gen 2 laptop. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that, and I actually challenged myself after you showed me that, and I built a KDE desktop that worked exactly the same way just to see if I could, and it worked pretty well. I mean, it probably took a little bit more on the resource side, but
by and large, the resources don't matter that much to me, apart from welcome back to CLI. The resources are not that big a deal to me, apart from when something pathological happens. The trouble is, Unity actually has something pathological happening. Like the window manager locks up and such.
Also, Unity like screws up other environments if you have it installed as well. Like a lot of people have reported that they have Unity and for example GNOME installed, and their GNOME will hang because Unity is like because one of the Unity packages is like trying to get resources called for itself that are not turned on, and it's hanging GNOME. I don't know the specifics on it, but I was reading about it last week. Let's see.
Yeah, doesn't surprise me at all. I mean, by and large,
Oh, here it is.
the GUI programs I end up using don't require a great deal of bizarre. I guess what do they call them, like COM or Cordoba or something like that, ish type things. You know, basically like browsers, terminals, so on and so forth. So, and maybe PDF renderers and whatever. So when it comes down to, I guess, dependency on the quote-unquote desktop environment, I could care less about it. Or I'm basically unaffected by it. And yeah, frankly, I think a lot of the things with desktop environments going on are just flat out misfeatures. I mean, I really do feel hobbled by the whole click to focus and the what is it, single page, single desktop, whatever garbage in Unity.
Oh yeah.
If there is a way to do like,
I mean that's like, and I've taken like a small
Go ahead.
piece of Unity that I liked and added it to my setup. Not actually from the Unity itself, but using KDE's customization tools to basically build it from scratch. And that's just like the bar at the top, not with all the notifications and nonsense on it. That's just where it belongs usually. But doing like the menu bar thing at the top and having it collapsible but like pretty much everything else in Unity is not really all that useful, really.
It's worse than useless. I freaking hate it. It's like.
So are you like between systems using it temporarily, or what's up there?
Basically, it's just a matter of installation media and such. I guess for the moment, I guess I've saddled myself into it, but without really the means for backups. But if I could just like back up my home directory and do the right thing. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, like there's a thing that I've done before when I only had one machine to work with and I didn't want to like destroy what I had. I installed Arch onto a flash drive, and had the full OS running from there, and got that to a working system, and got everything backed up onto that, and then I used that as the installation like I put the tools on that to make it an installation medium to install itself back over to the main machine. That way I didn't risk like losing anything. I don't know if you have like a flash drive handy or.
I do, but yeah, there's quite enough space for everything.
Yeah, I mean, there's always the larger alternative to the flash. I don't even know when the last time I used this was.
Yeah. I am not in a position to go shopping right now.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, a lot of the stuff that I
see
have
the
to work
Paris
with is like stuff that I've had since I was like in college or.
enable workspaces. Okay.
Now, how do you activate said workspaces? Is there a thingy
I
in
don't
the upper
know,
left that
man.
does that, or like maybe it's like GNOME and you have to like push the Windows key to do it?
Oh, jeez. What is the Windows key anyway?
On newer keyboards, it's the one between Control and Alt,
Well, I know what it. I know
aka the
where it
super or meta
literally
key.
sits, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of a dumb. I don't know. I think it's kind of a dumb idea as far as that. Let me see. Whoops. It looks like it only gives you 4 workspaces. And
Oh yeah, because 4 is all you'll ever need.
yeah, I usually go to 64. Oh wow. Looks like doesn't really give you a convenient way to adjust the defaults, but deconf editor.
Like literally having to open an editor to adjust it.
Settings editor. Okay, so I think I'm almost there. Now, okay, org.compass dot profiles dot unity plugins core h size 8.
Oh, I was preheating the oven. I'm gonna go check on that real quick.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I follow the directions and apparently it doesn't dynamically register.
Sorry. Could you do a super personal question? Not like personal,
Sure.
not like personal you, but like interpret. I don't know. I picked the wrong adjective because I don't know the right one. But anyway, do you think this works without a bra? Thinking of wearing this to my appointment tomorrow, and I don't want to have to wear a bra for several hours.
Mm.
I'm gonna probably have like a cardigan over it.
Okay. Let me look for a little bit longer. Yeah, it works.
Okay. It's just I'm gonna be. I don't know. I'm not gonna bother with predicting what the weather's gonna be like tomorrow. God knows it'll probably be rainy, but I don't want to like because I've got my first appointment. It's like first off, it's like 45 minutes to drive out there if there's no traffic. And then like my first appointment's at 1, and then I got another appointment at like 3, and I'm not gonna be coming home until like the mid-afternoon, almost evening, and I don't want to have to wear a bra that long, I guess.
That brings me up to a question because I was like, I was getting like the 3 days behind the estrogen coverage gap hot flashes today, and I was shirtless and hanging out, and people got up in arms about it, and I was like, hey, wait a minute, when does my chest become obscene? It's
Yeah,
like
at what point of
yeah.
because that's like I know women who have been on hormones for several years who like will wear guy swim trunks and no makeup and then just like walk around a beach with no shirt on and nobody says a fucking thing. But like you express yourself femme and suddenly your shirtlessness is a crime.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm wearing pants and t-shirts. Apart from long hair and I guess tattooed on eyeliner uh, and
It still
indiscernible
looks
tattooed on lipstick. What's that?
still your tattooed on makeup still looks good though.
Oh yeah, JJ Eyelashes really does a good job. I'd say, given the end of the country you're on, it's probably worth the trip to New York City for
Can they do
if you're
like
eventually being on yourself.
can they do like eyeshadow and like cat eye and blush too? Because it would be nice to just like be stunning every morning.
I don't believe they offer quite all that. No, a new eyeliner, probably not eyeshadow. Might do eyebrows, but you don't need them.
No, you've noticed I do not need any help growing eyebrows.
Yeah, neither do I. I need free electrolysis on mine.
I thought about it.
Get electrolysis
I'm
shaving.
I'm managing to keep my unibrow in check with just tweezing lately, but yeah, I'm actually kind of like rocking the bushy eyebrows thing on purpose lately, just to like, haha, fuck you, I'm trans and can still pull it off, sort of thing. Um, because I'm full of myself and it's cool. But no, it's funny, like, cause I've been doing that since before I moved out here, and well, no, not quite, a little bit after, but still, like, I have not been misgendered by anyone who was simultaneously in the same room as me since moving out to the Boston area. So,
Yeah. Well, the thing about the San Francisco Bay Area is everybody's seen it before, so
Yeah, I had that
you'll get
problem.
hints.
I had that problem in
You'll get
Madison.
hints.
Do what?
Well, the way I experience it is, they'll a lot of times they'll drop hints or whatever. Okay, yeah, they kind of know, but
Oh
or something
yeah.
like that. But usually, like okay, I can figure out what you're trying to be, so we'll just give it to you. Apart from like the random street yellers, those people, I don't know what those people are because I can't really get close enough to them to look, but I think they're like actual like bums or gutter rollers or something. It's like a real serious class divide.
Yeah.
What was going on in Madison though, for you?
Well, all right, so like Madison's not as huge as like the Bay Area, but like it's liberal enough that people have seen trans women before. It's not new. And so like they recognize the features, they can tell, they figure it out. Um, but like it's liberal enough that there are trans women around, but like not liberal enough that they've all been taught how to treat trans women. So like they catch on
Okay,
and then like they'll misgender, which is like I actually kind of
that's different.
preferred. Do what?
Okay, that's different in the Bay Area. Yeah.
Yeah. So like actually after I moved away from Madison, I moved to like little farm village in Illinois, and that was like nobody had heard of transgender before. And like they basically took my word for it because like they had literally never heard of another way for things to be. Like when they like liberal city, you see a manly woman, you're like, is that a trans woman? Like, but little farm village where you've never heard of transgender, you see a manly woman, like, oh, that's a manly woman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I've heard that kind of thing before, but I mean, it's kind of like a risk cliff, so to speak, right?
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, and I don't play it with cliffs like that. um, yeah, in the Bay Area, I don't know what extent there's really education per se, or if it's just culture or something. But I mean, they pretty much just roll with it. They go
Well, I
they
mean,
go
a lot of them
pretty
probably
much
just grow
say
up
yeah.
in an environment where it's normal. Oops, I'm pushing buttons.
There aren't enough of us, not even in the Bay Area.
Really?
But New York is more like what you were saying Madison was. So
Hmm.
New York, it's sort of like, uh, yeah, well, big city, you see everything, right? And you they catch on and misgender. Difference was basically much sharper with class. Like you, you could basically just like you know by how glitzy like the store was, whether the staff were going to misgender you or do the right thing. The glitzier it was, you know, more likely they're going to do the right thing. And that connection with class is like really disturbing. Especially because, of course, we get discriminated out to the margins in the middle class. I mean, it's like everyone says, oh, well, it'd be so much better for you is in the actual city of San Francisco proper. And it's like, well, good fucking luck having me move there without, steady income to pass all the whatever kinds of checks to get any kind of rental agreement, and enough income, a lot of income to pay rent, and it's just totally. So I can end up getting shunted down to a lower class area where I've got whatever kind of I guess the bums or ghetto dwellers like will literally yell out in the street. So yeah, I had that contrast like daily in New York because like I was like I mean, frankly, as far as like the way I like make present myself and so on, I've been flat out detransitioned by poverty. But in any event, rent versus work was like a huge big freaking divide, right? I'm camping out up in East Harlem for where I live, and I got fancy Flatiron for work, right? Just flipping between those two neighborhoods was like night and day. I'd be on the way to work or way downtown or whatever. I'd have people like shouting. Actually, in New York, they got creative. And I think I've recited the famous lines. There aren't any new ones coming anymore because I'm not there anymore. But they'd actually shout out really creative insults. But in the meantime, I'd have that, before I got on the actual subway cars, whatever. Then I get downtown Flatiron. It was like, they just call me ma'am. And that was the end of it. And it's kind of like they heard my voice. It's like, oh, less sure what to call you. Say my name because I hadn't changed my name yet. And they say, okay, sir. Right. I mean, that was like literally kind of the implicit negotiation procedure. So, and I had that like every freaking day when I was like actually had a job in New York.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think the thing is, it was like some minuscule number of bad actors. I mean, it's people playing some kind of footsie with crowd cover. Hi down. They're playing some kind of crowd cover game and so on, so you can get away with it. And it was like you got streets packed with thousands of people. You're talking like less than 1% out of 1,000, but
Right.
got thousands of people. It's every 100 feet.
Yeah, I have not ventured into Boston proper yet, and so today's going to be the first time for me doing that, and I don't know if there's going to be, I don't know if it's much different out there than it is out here. Because out here's been fine. I don't like.
Yeah, I mean the less urban, kind of liberal East Coast things. I didn't run into the issue like at all. Say in New Jersey, in Morris Plains or whatever, and basically because the streets were empty, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you have 1,000 people go by, you're gonna have several assholes, right?
Right.
Yeah, you walk by like next to nobody, nothing happens. I mean, probably the entire time I was out I was out farting around in Mars planes, whatever. Um, the people I passed by in the street, so to speak, or sidewalks and so on, was probably less than I did in a single day in Harlem.
Well, see, out here, I don't really walk
Lots.
anywhere. Kind of drive everywhere, so. My stuff
Oh,
in the
well,
oven is done. I'll be right back.
okay. Now that I can tell you about with Portland. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, here in a second I'll have to go back in there
Okay.
to actually make a plate. But what was I? Oh yeah, so I don't really walk anywhere around here. So usually when I interact with people, it's like in a place of business where they'd obviously get trouble for scaring off a customer.
Yeah, yeah, and that's pretty much in line with Portland, where I was like, trotting around in 5-inch heels and makeup caked 3 inches stick on my face and so on and so forth. And nails out to God knows where. Welcome back down. I mean, out of Portland, I was going around like that, blatantly unpassable. I was like, even to the point of like gender fuck or something, right? And I never got one lick of heat from anyone because I was basically in the bubble of my car until I got where I was going, and where I was going, there's always money in play. So I basically bought my way out of the entire.
Speaking of the bubble of one's car, I actually had a close call the other night with a cop car. Not like near accident close call, not like that, but like my tags are out of date, and they're also out of state. And usually like just driving on the road at speed, it's like impossible to notice, and because like out here, like in New Hampshire, the cops don't know what color sticker is right for what year it is in Wisconsin. They don't keep track of that.
Right.
How many
Right.
Wisconsin cars are they going to see in a day, right? So I usually don't worry about it. Well, was in the McDonald's drive-through, and a cop car came into the drive-through behind me. It was like a Salem police officer, and so I order and I move up, and like it looked like they were pulling up like they were going to get food, but then like when they didn't. They just stayed behind me and like they just crept behind me and like didn't actually order anything. And I got the feeling that they had like seen my tag once they got up behind me. And so after I got my food, I pulled off into like the parking lot, and instead of like driving off, I just parked and like waited for them to leave because they didn't have anything on me yet. Because you can't like driving with an expired tag in a parking lot isn't a crime. Driving on the road is.
Okay. Right. Well, I think part of it also is basically if they're in a restaurant, if they're like a fast food drive-through, they're basically like temporarily off duty anyway, and they're like, hey,
Well, I mean, what scared me was that they did not get
my
food.
job,
Like that's what scared me is that they were right
Oh.
behind me. They were close enough to see my tag. They had the lights on it, and then like they did not get food. They just stayed behind me and didn't order anything.
Stop going to McDonald's. Do what they did. Don't order anything. Do not go there. It's not good for you.
I can decide what's good for me. And when I'm having a bad night and I just want sandwiches and I don't want to make something in the kitchen, sometimes I'm going to go to McDonald's.
Well, for your quality of life, just trying to give you some input here.
Yeah,
Oh
I'm
yeah,
hoping
but
to like.
do what?
Yeah. Well, apart from like being on food stamps, I hope we could do double duty, slimming down by like cutting down protein intake with veganism, so I could reduce the muscle mass on top, dropping the weight. Although I'm apparently not dropping any weight.
I do not need a reduction in muscle mass myself because I am all fluff and no muscle.
Yeah, I'm already weak as a kitten, but
It's adorable.
still.
Like earlier in my current relationship, like we'd play this game where I would like seriously try to like hold her down, and it was really funny because it like with me genuinely absolutely trying, it takes her like no time, like not like doesn't even have to try, just flips me over and
Yeah, as you can see, even with neck almost no strength or whatever, the actual like muscle volume is more than I want it to be. So
oh yeah. But in terms of like quality of life from eating junk food, like having fat on your body does have advantages, or at least on mine it does, because I have like magnificent tits that wouldn't be there were it not for the amount of body fat that I
There's
have.
lots of women that are skinny who have big tits.
Right, but when I was skinny, I didn't. So,
Well, you're a guy.
yeah.
excuse me?
No, she's not, and you're playing with fire there as far as uh, the line you're crossing right there. Anyway, give you an idea. That I expected to get more feminine from that point, right? You can see like the weight on me, I packed on for my thyroid dying, has I guess distorted my face in ways that I find rather disturbing. And hello, Dr. Gustav. Whoa, what are you doing? What is this guy doing?
No idea.
So yeah, it's really, really hard to see myself in the mirror anymore because I mean, basically the way weight worked for me, it was totally backfiring, and adding weight backfired.
I think that you do actually look better now than you did. Like I don't know. I guess I think you look softer, which I find to be a nice look, but I don't know. I mean, I guess your opinion can differ.
Well, the way I put it is basically what I feel is like the weight being masculinizing has made dysphoria fucking explode. It's like it's it's terrific. I mean, I could actually like hold my composure and not go whining around online and stuff before, because I was already like okay, not much more than just minus a pair of tits and the fixing down below. I was like, yeah, I'm doing good apart from those two, right? And maybe the face, but with the eyebrow ridges. And once once the weight came on, it's just nothing's right anymore. And of course, white online everywhere, and people ban me from IRC because of it, as you have doubtless seen, and so on.
Banned from IRC?
Oh, well, remember, were you on Freenode in IRC, or
Oh no.
what was the other one? Okay.
Um,
Yeah. Yeah, Kelsey and Dante banned me from the IRC channels there because I bitched too much about dysphoria, um, and of course blocked me on G Plus too. So I think that might be an older crew or a different circle or something you really have contact with.
Lately I kind of stick to a more I guess the circle that I stick to for that sort of discussion is a lot more I don't know what's the word. Kind of both more strict and more accepting at the same time. It just kind of doesn't allow for that sort of. Do you know, like, well, I'm trying to think of some names. There's the Star Revolution IRC. Have you ever heard of that one? Or
I've seen it in listings, but I've never been there.
well, I mean, it's not on like Freenode or anything like that. It's its own server.
I know, yeah. Server listings.
Okay. And it's pretty good. I think I moderate one of the channels on there, but and there's kind of the group that's on there's a group of trans women on Tumblr that's pretty tight that I'm in, and it's basically the same group, and I don't really venture out of there because you run into people with, like, I guess, like, true scummy attitudes and things like that.
What kind of attitudes?
True scummy, transier than thou kind of attitudes. A lot of
True scummy.
Yeah. True. Like, okay, so the group that we used to call transier than thou, now we kind of call true scum. It's due. But they're basically like the people that talk about like true trans stuff and saying that some people don't count or that their issues don't count or matter or something, you know.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I try to avoid that.
I guess the main complaint I hear on that front's like the HBSers. Benjamin standards.
Wow. Is there a policy for kicking the trolls on here?
Well, yeah, I can.
He hasn't. Well, he hasn't done any.
Yeah.
He hasn't done anything. His mic was accidentally open. I'm not following.
Accidentally?
Yeah, they probably hit the mouse on accident.
You don't accidentally unmute yourself. It is fucking hard to find that unmute button when someone's muted
For being in your position, you're very judgmental of others.
What's my position?
You're very much so a narcissist.
Oh, hells yeah. I'm vain as fuck, and it keeps me alive. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know why being a little different means that I have to be like fucking subservient to other people's ideas of how I should act. Like, fuck that.
Yeah. Well,
Society wants
I'm
to shit on
happy.
people like
Finding
me. I'll
out.
shit on society.
Well, then don't complain when people judge you. Stop crying about it.
Judge me all you fucking want. It doesn't matter because I don't care about your opinion.
You judge other people all the time, so stop
Yeah.
crying about it.
Akbol. So when you judge people, don't get mad when they judge back. Turn this shit
Yeah, down.
around.
This is not good territory, down.
Well, this is somebody who is very young and immature, and
How old do you think I am?
You're probably 24.
That's actually a fantastic guess. Yeah, 24. No shit, right? I've also got 3 kids and a divorce under my belt. I've got several years of post-transition living. I've got all of the bullshit I went through as a kid and as an earlier adult. Like, I think I'm a good enough judge at whose shit I have to take by now.
I think you have all the answers. Good luck.
It's amazing how people react when other people don't care about their opinion.
Or when their opinion is demonstrably, well, not worthy of respect or whatever. But moving on. Yeah,
Cannot get this.
I mean, go ahead.
I can't get my camera to focus right. Like, just goes to show you, like, no matter how much you spend on a camera, it will get old. Like, it doesn't matter that I have a $100 like professional studio camera. Like, you use it for a few years and it gets old like every other camera.
Laptops are all I deal with anymore. Well, anyway, yeah, my physical results and so on are very unsatisfactory to me.
I'm
To
sorry.
put it very mildly, yeah.
I'm sorry. I mean, because you're
And
you very much deserve to look and feel the way that you identify with, and that's if that's not happening, then it's definitely worth working on.
I mean, it essentially requires medical intervention that's not being covered and so on. I mean, combating the hypothyroid weight gain stuff is basically not really being done because it's not just my estrogen levels, my thyroid levels aren't being checked either. And they're not being addressed very well at all. And I can go on about some of the details of T3 and T4 and actually why how or whatever, they actually screw with estrogen, so the estrogen doesn't actually feminize. There's which is, I guess, part of the big disappointment. And the knee injury knocked me off of heels, basically.
I'm sorry.
Which that was back in January 2011 in a freaking homeless shelter in freaking Indiana, of all places.
Oh wow.
Yeah, my folks would pull their vendetta shit. They, kick me around the country or whatever. And I was like coming off of ketoacidosis and couldn't really resist.
That's Indiana's really special because it's the one state where there's not a single homeless shelter that is not religiously aligned, I guess. Like every homeless shelter in the state of Indiana has a religious affiliation.
Yeah, I got quite the talks.
Yeah. That's the state that I was in when I was living in a shelter.
Yeah. Were you in Indianapolis or elsewhere?
No, I was in Terre Haute, which is like hour 15 west of Indianapolis.
Yeah, well, I know where it is. Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. I gotta stop playing with my phone. I'm gonna break it.
Well, what was it called? There was a Wheeler, Michigan. Wheeler, Michigan wasn't a real bad offender, but the other one was called like Good News or something like that. And that one was like almost a slave labor scam. And not kidding either.
Yeah, I know. So I was living at the Timothy House in Terre Haute, and they took like 40 or 50% of all income. Which I mean, I found crafty ways to get around, like not technically having income while I was there and stuff like that. And then they also if you didn't have a job while living there, then you had to work at a specific charity thing. Which it wasn't as bad, whatever, I could do that. I actually kind of enjoyed the charity work, but there was another one in town that I kind of narrowly avoided because I used connections to get into the Timothy House. The woman that owns the Timothy House was friends with a woman who is or who used to be a pastor. And that woman went to the church that my best friends went to. And so I used that connection to get myself in the Timothy House because the other homeless shelter that would have taken me in Terre Haute was the Lighthouse. And they were purely a slave labor camp. That's what they were. You weren't allowed to leave except for during certain hours, and you had to jump through all sorts of flaming hoops to do it. And then 90% of your income went to the shelter, and it was just I don't understand how they're helping, I guess. I mean, obviously they're all privately owned.
I don't understand how they're legal.
Do what?
I don't understand how they're legal.
I mean, I guess like Indiana and the cities they're in aren't like stopping them.
Yeah.
Because it's like it stops this like the state is super like right libertarian, which is annoying. And so like allowing that shit to happen prevents them from having to open public shelters, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't think they exist much of anywhere outside maybe New York.
Right. Yeah. New York's got public shelters. I don't know about elsewhere, but
Nowhere else in the country. Nowhere else in the country.
basically.
It's all basically religious. Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's not just Indiana. It's everywhere. It's religious.
well, yeah, states save money by letting these private religious ones do their thing, and their thing is awful sometimes.
No, they don't save money. Well, okay.
Well, they don't.
They do
Okay,
let out.
they're not overall like net saving money, but they think they are because they're libertarian assholes.
Yeah.
Basically, like, because statistics show that like when you give every homeless person a house and money, that suddenly you save money. But like the conservatives and the libertarians can't get it through their heads that like what give people money to save money? I don't understand, and so they won't do it.
Yeah, the hospital bills alone are a big deal.
Right.
So, something like I was in the Wheeler mission. Like 4 guys died while I was in there, and a 5th one I heard about after, and that was a bad show actually. There was well, okay, I just named them, so I better not say. But you can, I think you can figure out from the preponderance of ex-convicts who can't get jobs and therefore can't
Right.
stay housed. And the group showers, what went on. Anyway,
I'm gonna go. My stuff that's on the oven's probably finished cooling, so I'm just gonna go get a plate.
no problem.
Been sick.
Oh, welcome back. Hey, do you want to visit some Calvinists?
Calvinists.
Yeah.
As in like. Another one of those like New Age Protestantism things.
It's not New Age. It's sort of like American determinist affairs. I guess they're called theological determinists. Because it's not really like anything to do with causation. They say has makes things deterministic, but rather that I guess the sovereignty of God makes makes everything determined from God's power or something.
I can see that.
I guess, yeah. And their famous thing is Jonathan Edwards' "Sinners in the Hands of an Angry God," which is this the whole fire and brimstone sort of meme or whatever. It's like almost started it. It's like real heavy fire and brimstone. Yeah.
But if one of their core tenets is determinism, like how do people earn hell if God is pulling the strings the whole time?
Well, the two tricks are basically that okay, number one, I guess heaven and hell aren't earned. It's basically just the deity decides up front.
So what you're saying is,
Yeah.
so like God creates a person and is like, this person is going to be a sinner and they're going to go to hell. And he's decided that before they do anything.
Basically yes, but there's more trickiness to it because it's like they will kind of shift the goalpost or whatever with the word sinner. Say, okay, everyone's a sinner, but the elect are regenerated, and basically the deity before even the world is created. Never mind the person decides who's elected, who's not, and so on. It's I don't know, less dire than it sounds. I mean, they have more of a more of a sense of mercy than the I guess what you might call free will types, Arminians, because in their mind you can't. Well, people who go astray can't really help it. They were made that way with the deity and so on. And essentially their whole command to preach isn't because they're going to really change the outcome. It's just that they have sort of a duty to, be part of the mechanism that brings it about. So,
Wow.
if it's like, okay, well,
You're an important cog in the machine.
In their minds, I'm not sure it really comes up as a question, I think. But, yeah, the other good part of good news is they preach a lot less because they say, okay, well, yeah, we said our deal, and our message, etc., is just for those who are left anyway. Once we can give it one shot and we're done. All right. Where everybody else is just like, no, never stops, because it's like, no, you got to change your mind. It's all contra-causal.
Mm-hmm.
So, in those two ways, it actually kind of makes it they're a lot nicer to deal with than regular Armenians and so on. And never mind just the fact that even if the basis for claiming determinism as a case is theological, I mean, determinism being the case is aligned with reality, where basically the whole free will, agent causation. Soul has a magic power to do things independent of, or I guess animate a person independent of the actual intervening factors and such. You know, they don't go into that whole level of woo, so to speak. That's also nice. So I guess there's three points in favor of Calvinists. Some people complain that, like, oh well, the deity that they worship or whatever is like, some kind of horrible monster and so on. It's kind of like, well, I don't think it's there anyway. What does it matter if it's bringing Cthulhu?
Yeah, you only really have to worry about other people's deities if they start like demanding sacrifice.
Pretty much, yeah. Cthulhu. Don't settle for the lesser evil. Vote Cthulhu 2016.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah.
There's a fictional deity that I think I need to introduce you to because it's brilliant.
Eris?
No, it's let me find it. I'm on the right side. I just have to go back to the right article. Because it's so hilarious. Oh. Sometimes I forget how many of these I've gone through. And how far back I'll have to go to find something I like. You'll actually... Because that one's about it, but it's not the one I want. Give me a minute to find it. But do you read oglaf.com?
Do I read what?
Oglaf, OGLAF. It's basically a porny comic. Like, I mean, that's what it is. The web comic that's like set in a medieval time and is like extremely erotic, but it's also like really hilarious a lot of the time. Oh, Okay, so here's where it's introduced. I'll put it in chat. Basically, it's the introduction to this deity Sithrak.
Okay.
And then there's... That's just where it's introduced, and then there's...
oglaf.com/outreach.
Oh, no, okay, here's the actual introduction to it. That was one later than I wanted to be. There, the /Sithrak one. Have you noticed life is cruel and insensible? That's because the creator is angry and insane. Sithrak, the blind gibberer. When you die, Sithrak tortures you forever, whether you were good or not. I find the lack of responsibility really liberating. No matter how bad your life is, it gets worse after. Stay alive as long as you can. Nothing you do will make Sithrak angry. Sithrak was angry already. So why not convert to Sithrak, the god who hates you unconditionally?
I'm guessing a gospel of universal damnation is a sure thing for that one.
But the one that's slash outreach actually has kind of a funny story if you go through the couple of pages after it.
Yeah, the whole everyone's a sinner and totally depraved thing is common to actually both Arminianism and Calvinism. And at that point, you end up with the question of, okay, well, how is anyone saved? And so doctrines of universal damnation within Christianity are actually relatively plausible. Of course, I guess they raise the question of, what on earth was Jesus doing there to begin with? But, or did Jesus actually do anything? Yeah, I mean, it's from the whole didn't come to annul the law, but to fulfill it, or something like that. So Jesus comes as like some kind of avenger or punisher or something. Instead of a sort of vehicle of forgiveness.
Right.
You know what? It was as many Christians as there have been, and as many whacked out ideas as have gone around. I'm sure something on that order already has. Just have to find the name of it. And when. I'm glad I resisted, I guess, the temptation to beg someone for pizza or something. I was like actually feeling hunger pangs or something, because like, food stamps not till the beginning of the month again.
Oh yeah.
I can make it. Frankly, week or two fasting, it'll do me good. Drop a little bit of weight.
I don't entirely recommend it, but
Yeah, it's like 84.2 kilos. Um, 185 or 186 or something. So before the orchiectomy killed my thyroid, I was 130. And wow, I mean, it's really brutal what it does. I felt I had to change my body all right, but yeah, it was nothing like just tearing me apart on a minute-to-minute basis like it is now. And of course, from my point of view, it's like all backfired. Or at least, I look in the mirror and I see like substantially more masculine than before, and it's like, oh my fucking god. Well, I've heard of worse cases though. I've heard of what is it? well, it's I would have to probably shouldn't say it on air, but anyway, she basically got some like condition having to do with like inheritance. Um, coerced by her parents to actually like take testosterone. Literally. That's like,
Wow.
oh wow, that's really brutalizing. I mean, undoing the cartilage development that comes from it is, not the easiest thing to get coverage for. If and on top of that, it's risky and so on and so forth. I mean, it's wow. Never mind the hair. The hair removal is like, I mean, cost more than sum total of everything else. Even if you get like buku surgery and stuff, unless you're like notably less hairy. So, testosterone, get testosterone put on the fire and so on. That's bad. It's real bad.
Yeah. Definitely.
But it started children in Africa too, right? So
It's not really an excuse to not worry about the problems that are in front of people.
right. Actually, the whole stereotypical starved children in Africa thing, whatever. Recently, just because of some kind of weird population dynamics or something, got overtaken. So there are more people starving to death in India than there are in Africa now.
It's
And they're a freaking democracy. I mean, they had the BJP and everything. Just with was it Modi? Aren't they voting to hey, keep us alive with a social program or something?
I don't know terribly much
Apparently,
about that.
well, I don't know either, but I vaguely know India's a democracy, right? So
I
people
think at least nominally.
generally vote just to stay alive. Yeah. So it's like,
But you
hey,
can bear in mind that the United States is supposed to be a democracy too, but we see a lot of people in power who will fight tooth and nail to keep people from getting any sort of help with anything.
yeah.
It's not as simple as having a system that has votes sometimes, to fix people's problems.
Yeah, 100 million right-wing maniacs foaming at the mouth, screaming, God a Colfax dead or something like that doesn't really help all the healthcare, welfare, or anything else.
That and the number of them that are willing to just outright lie to get people to do what benefits them. Elections are coming up and the commercials out here are just awful. Like literally making up statistics to look like Affordable Health Care Act is not working or whatever. Or trying to say that the economy is shit when it's better than it's ever been. Well, in certain ways.
Well, it's not.
depending on your metric. Like, for example, like unemployment is way down compared to like when compared to like when Obama was elected and that stuff.
Yeah, and now that's down to, I guess, what's largely a sort of new underclass of, permanently exiled from the workforce, people that are en route to the street, if not destined for it. Homeless. Homelessness is basically approached by, well, refusing to even measure the problem. Never mind lifting a finger. Yeah, there's talk of like, what is it? I think it's the upper 600,000s simultaneously, and maybe like 3.5 million distinct people over the course of a year are the official stats, and the reality is, of course, you've got probably, I mean, my back of the hand pre-Katrina estimates of homeless were 7 million, like continuously at any given time. Right. And I mean, it was based on, I guess, some pretty circumstantial stuff, like basically like how many dead bodies showing up in major cities and so on. Go ahead.
I mean, I guess like how many systems have to tank before it's realized that the current the everybody has to work mentality has to go, right? Like ultimately, the fact that there is so much unemployment is it is less like the thing is, while unemployment is up over like 50 years ago, right? And over that span, like the minimum wage adjusted for the minimum and median wages adjusted for um, inflation are lower, but the economy in terms of like actual production is doing better than ever, right? The actual the actual gross production of the nation is totally up, and that's like eventually they have to realize like the not everybody working thing. Part of the reason for that is that there's just not as you don't need to work as much to produce as much anymore.
I should probably, I don't know, do the rounds on unemployment and structure and so on, and reporting. So there's a different statistic from what the U3 or whatever headline unemployment is that is more meaningful, called the employment population ratio, and that flat out ignores essentially anything but does a person exist and do they have a job?
Right.
Right. Which is the way people actually think unemployment is, but it isn't.
The way that people try to measure it is like how many of the people who are constantly trying to find work are working, which is not entirely fair because a lot of people realize that they're never going to find work again, and realize that that search is not going to like result in much of anything.
Actually, I've seen more the case that the ability to carry out job search is essentially disrupted or whatever by the loss of income, basically, like putting them out on the street, getting their phones cut off, so on and so forth, right? So
right.
They stop looking because they can't do the outreach to look anymore. Yeah, no gas for the cars. They can't drive up to a storefront and so on. assuming you're demanding they make appearances on foot, which is not how anyone hires anymore anyway. The employment population ratio hasn't gone up at all. It never recovered, not even slightly. So basically, the proportion of the population that lost work and so on is the same number of people are out of work basically, but there's been some turnover, and you have this sort of, well, the 5.9% basically just represents people vaguely bouncing between jobs that aren't quote unquote blacklisted and such.
Right.
But there's a whole gigantic freaking underclass of people who basically aren't actually disabled, but are part of like a new underclass of people blacklisted and never able to work again, or will never get hired again, right? So, and that's
Yeah, whether figuratively or literally, like there are such things as like blacklist, but at the same time, there's people who've just lost the means to look.
well, yeah. There's so the structure of this low unemployment is not not quite what is being represented as like some kind of return to say Clinton era unemployment or something like that. The employment population ratio, you can actually chart it out, BLS. Let me see. I will go do that after checking up on Q&A. No questions. Okay. Yeah, from this it looks like it's fallen off a cliff from basically between 62 and 63 before '08 down to between 58 and 59. So it's a drop in 4 points. So 4% of the population is basically like exiled from the labor force. And we can get a longer time series from well, what's a good time? 1990, Let's try 70s. 1965. Yeah, so apparently 1965, well, this will show, oh wow, the link is useless. Or there's not a useful link. It's basically all like some kind of dynamic Java thing or something.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll screen share, and it'll show basically you have sort of the upward trend from 65 and such to through the Clinton era to 2000 is basically increasing participation of women in the workforce. 2000 basically represents the dot-com crash, right?
Right.
And the whole 2008 thing, basically,
Well, it
that
kind of
was the
starts on its way
time.
down before 2008, but then like once you get to 2008, it's also like already it's good to go and kind of goes the rest of the way.
There's a cliff sorts, yeah.
If anything, like
Well,
2010's where it's starting to get kind of saved, I guess.
yeah, this is like the housing bubble or something.
Probably.
And it's pretty much been flat since here. That takes us back to, I guess,
Yeah, we're
mid to
we're
late
back to
70s.
we're back to like 1983 and a half, 1984.
Well, that's from the early age, but thinking of like more women's participation in the workforce in the Reagan recession. This is the Reagan recession. This 1970s things like increasing participation of women in the workforce, right? It's basically like, all the women got put in the workforce. Been like, well, you've had someone knocked back out again, taking back to, mid to late 70s era, number of people working in general. So, oh wait, you can't see my mouse cursor when I share the window like that.
I thought
I'll
I
share
was
the
seeing
desktop
it.
so you see the mouse cursor.
Actually, I do think I was seeing your cursor.
Oh, okay. So, probably would have screamed bloody murder anyway. Yeah. Right. In theory, right? Women participate equally in the workforce. Participation almost doubles or whatever. Wasn't quite that, but basically, like all the new people that got brought into the workforce and so on from, the gender equalization stuff. Have been, well, not all of them, but those since like the mid to late 70s been knocked back out again, or at least
Hello?
in terms of raw numerical numbers, right? So,
Excuse me, can you hear
Hiya.
me?
We hear you.
we hear something. I'm not sure it's
Yeah,
intelligible.
just I want to be good morning. Before anything, I'm from Saudi Arabia. Okay, and I'm gonna go to America to learn English. So I'm just a be listener because I want to improve my English.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm so sorry if yeah, I'm so sorry.
Seems
Well,
fine so far.
Excuse me. Um, what do you talking about? Sorry about that.
We're kind of all over the
Oh,
place.
unemployment.
Yeah, at the moment we're talking about employment.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's really shocking how like Reagan and Bush totally tanked the economy and like, nobody.
Yeah, and they managed to do it in really lasting ways too. Like, like Bush was like, I don't know if he planned it or not, but like ruining the economy in a way that like it would last and get worse through the beginning of Obama's presidency.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's generally the idea. Starve the beast, yes, but it seems to be a much longer term damage than that. We're assessing it that way.
Yeah.
The trick, of course, is that, to the extent that they're quote unquote held accountable. I mean, you basically have like, the right wing held up as these, bastions of fiscal responsibility and such. And it's like, hey, hang on a minute. Look at the employment population ratio. They tanked the economy.
What?
And they Oh, sorry, Clee. It might be a bit technical or fast-paced.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if our conversation will be the best for like practicing language because it's we're talking about something for which there's a lot of jargon, a lot of technical, you know.
Uh, yeah, actually, I'm trying to understand more of English language. So sometimes I know uh, what kind of sorry about that. Yeah, sometimes I know what you say, but I don't know what you mean, you know?
Like you
And
know those words, but
yes, I don't know what you mean. Some kind of that. And maybe after 2 months, I'm gonna go to America for studying. And before maybe I think 3 years or 4 years ago, I was in America in Wisconsin,
oh,
Madison.
I've lived in
Yeah,
Madison.
yeah, but that for 1 year just. It's not enough to improve or not enough to know all the language.
Yeah, I lived in Madison for a little while there. Like, so what were you doing in Madison?
Yeah, for study, but 1 year not enough.
Like the university there, or
Yeah, and now Wesley, if you know it, Wesley,
what?
um, school for language.
Hopefully, we can find a larger group to merge into. Fishing around this one-way apologetics hangout. And I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble finding a way to actually contact the guy to get the link or something.
Actually, I don't know what you're talking. Who talking? I can't say.
Oh, sorry, it's me.
Yeah, yeah. Did you talk to me or another one?
I think she's just
I was
talking
talking to
about,
Portal.
yeah, just talking to me about finding more people to talk to.
Uh-huh.
I
Excuse
have
me, I
the
have
roster.
a question. Mm,
Sure.
about ACL test. Do you know it?
Do what?
ACL test.
I don't quite understand.
Okay, I am try to write it to you.
Okay.
Oh, you know what? I think I might have an issue with my own. I responded 144. Okay, so. Hello.
Hello.
Hi, Oscar.
Hello, girl. Why?
Hello.
Hey, Nadia. Why my thingy starts the other way around? I have to go manually and switch the what do you call it? The lower third screen. Look, watch. I'm gonna do it right now. Now I'll switch it by will. I mean, look, that it comes like that by default. Yeah, and I have to do that.
Right.
I have to click to switch the.
No, we see it the same way either way. We see it correctly.
Are you
right?
kidding me?
Yeah, and so what you're
Yeah, it's only
switching
local display.
is so that you can see it like mirrored with the rest of you, or if you want, or to see it as we see it.
Sir, I stand corrected. Good. Okay. Okay. Thank you for that information.
Yeah, I tried sending out G plus posts, but I don't know if they really got through. I thought I formatted it correctly. It looked like an invite, or at least two kinds of programs people use for it, but I guess not. Either that or ATS analysis and insomnia shuffle or vacuuming the wind out of my sails, which is not atypical. I still have one murderous headache.
I'm sorry.
Nadia,
I have a
you're right
doctor's
now.
appointment tomorrow, though.
Huh?
Well, yeah. I was pretty much okay once I woke up on Sunday.
Man, you chat
But in
everywhere.
any event,
You chat everywhere. You take the old laptop anywhere. Yeah. I bet if you're cutting your hair. Hold on, let me set up the laptop because I want to Google Plus people while you're cutting my hair or whatever. Even if you're swimming, you still take the
Oh no,
laptop.
I just get off my phone. I get off my phone when I don't have my laptop with me. Walk around, got a little headset. I
Right,
still had a
right.
job, I thought, and so on. Yeah, I think it was out by Union Square that I got this thing, and it is a piece of garbage. No, actually, I might have had to replace it out in Morris Plains. I'm not sure if that's what I was replacing or not, but I got the same thing. Pretty sure I got the same thing if I got anything at all. Well, regardless. Motorola A730. In the meantime, I don't know how interesting unemployment in the United States is to you.
It's not the sort of topic that I get stuck on. So if something else comes up, I won't exactly complain.
How are the BNP, EDL, and UKIP doing over on that side of the pond? Screaming crazies as usual?
Oh yeah, I mean, I totally disregard because even if you think go to one political party or the other, they always change their mind or to suit. So I mean, I don't. I sometimes when I vote, I just put void or some shit like that, or I don't believe in your crap. Basically, I put something rhetoric. Yeah, yeah, because
Yeah.
uh, voting is an illusion of democracy. So it's bullshit basically.
It's not who votes, it's who counts the votes.
Well, even so, it doesn't matter how you play the game. I mean, it doesn't matter because let's say I vote for you, right? And you got all the best things for us, right? But all of a sudden you make your mind up for something, and I did not vote for you for that particular, sorry, excuse me, for that particular issue or whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's basically what it boils down to. Yeah. Your own interpretation on how to run the country or your town or whatever. Yeah. What you just voting is for put the person onto that position of power. Yeah, and then after that, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, you kind of you choose. You don't have the choice of like whether or not to be like repressed in some ways, but you do get to pick your repressors.
Right. Okay, that's a good summary. Yes.
I don't know if you can get that much, but the field of candidates is pretty narrowly limited too. But
Well, I think
in the
what's
meantime,
hilarious,
it's
like,
all rigged anyway.
because
It's all rigged.
we have here in a couple of weeks, we have a midterm election coming up here in the U.S. And what's really hilarious is that, like, the Republicans aren't saying vote for us and the Democrats saying vote for us. That's not what's happening at all. Both groups know who's going to vote for them. And so, like, the Democrat strategy is to get as many people to vote as possible, and the Republican strategy is to, like, find sneaky ways to keep people from voting, right? Because the Republicans are all for getting what they want and not worrying about everyone else, and like using sneaky means to get into power so they can do that. And so I think it's kind of hilarious that, like, because the system is supposed to be like the more popular party that's doing what people wants wins, and it hasn't ended up that way. We've got the party that's popular that does what people want versus the party that like refuses to do that, and who wins isn't who's more popular, but who like controls the means of voting the best.
Yep, and that's all the state attorneys general and all that kind of thing. And there's some, I guess, over-involved analysis of how that breaks down state, not only differing state by state, but with even worse, more local machinations than that. So.
Yeah, but still, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter who you vote if that person can change or modify to his own political party or even to his own whims to change what he advocates. Okay,
Absolutely.
so I mean, it's actually is borderline pointless. Simple as
Yeah.
that, as far as I'm concerned. So.
But that was like there was a politician catching a lot of flack for that recently. Who was the presidential candidate that was always was running on the Republican Party 2 years ago? Who was that?
Well, Hillary was.
That
That was
was that Romney
that was
or
Romney, yeah.
Mitt Romney.
yeah? So Romney like caught a lot of flack because during the primary he acted like he was completely working for the interests of the Republicans, and he would basically would just spout Republican propaganda because that was what was going to win him the primary. And then when it became time to do the general election, he was being much more moderate. He wanted to get the general people's votes, and the Republican votes weren't as important. And like I guess it's a decent political strategy, but like people like seeing through the bullshit is why he didn't get elected.
Right.
No, that's not why.
Well, I mean, Gail, it doesn't matter. As I said, you can paint it whatever color you want. At the end of the day, it's going to be black. I mean, it's not. I'm not even trying to be pessimistic. It's how it's happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Obama. Oi, stop making.
I have no idea what Nadia is doing right now.
No, that's what she put. She probably.
I'm well, rinsing clothes off in the sink.
No, don't do that. Yeah.
You might switch to like a push to talk sort of thing until you're done.
Am I even on my headset? You'll be done fast enough. Don't worry.
But yeah, so
I
like
am not part of the keyboard. Okay, sorry.
But yeah, when someone gets in power, it's completely possible for them to just turn out to be somebody else.
Somehow this doesn't even occur as a... I don't even think it's an interesting issue.
Go right.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much the letter of what someone's going to do or whatever kind of doesn't matter to begin with. It's basically just who they are ultimately, and yeah, you have just outright campaign lies or whatever, but I mean they were going to do what they were going to do anyway. The trick is, of course, the field of candidates is limited to those who will carry out the, I guess, wishes of plutocracy, if not the plutocracy themselves. I mean, it's not like the presidents aren't multimillionaires in their own right, so. When not billionaires outright.
Even that money is still a built-in failure. I mean, it's set to collapse basically. I mean, what I'm saying is the monetary system. Yeah.
No, monetary system's not set to collapse.
Why not? I'll give you one example. Okay, just one. Imagine, let's say I built a house. I mean, I built a house, and then I sell it for. I sell it, and then you go to your mortgage advisor and says, yeah, okay, we're going to give you the money that he's asking, okay, which is probably 100 units of something, right? Those 100 units, then the bank says, okay, we're going to charge you 20% on top because it's our interest type of thing, yeah? So you have to pay 120 units of something back to the bank eventually at a given time. Okay, first of all, that 100 units does not, and I repeat, it does not exist. Yeah, that's typed in. Okay, so that's imaginary money. Second, the interest does not exist either. That is like a making money out of money without being there in the first place. So it is set to fail because whoever sells something is actually inventing money, virtual money, digital money, right? And I'm not talking about the bullshit bitcoins. I'm talking about real money, but in digital numbers, right? That is what they call the economy and all that bollocks bullshit, whatever, right? But if you say, okay, let's sum all the transactions in U.S. currency, okay? Now, have we got that money physically, that fiat currency? We don't. We don't even have 2% of any currency because everything is no speculation. Everything is being sold. You go, as I said, you go to the bank. The bank hasn't got that money. It's a promissory note that you're going to buy it back in the future, and the money you take out that is real, you're taking out from somebody else of that real event, if you get what I mean. Yeah. So
there isn't a.
Sorry?
Yeah, the kind of problems that people bring up like this are actually not the problems people think they are. In effect, you're in a situation where you have, I guess, what you might call an apparent paradox that is actually just, in reality, not an issue.
Why?
Yeah, these things actually can just go on indefinitely.
Yeah, no.
Well, no, I mean, you
it
can
would be
perpetuate.
it would be horrific capital.
Exactly.
It would be horrific
You can
capitalist
perpetuate
tyranny.
fiat currency. The thing is, like he said, like it doesn't really exist. Like that's
Right.
actually true. For like literally the existence of money in many cases is only there because of banks' computers saying that it is, and
Right.
like I think more than one fraudster has created it in illegal ways by doing exactly that.
Yeah,
And that,
and that's not really an issue.
but that's not, yeah, that's not the hugest issue in the system. But like the fact that money exists and that it can be traded between people is what allows for a lot of the systems where people maneuver in such a way that the money is taken away from a large group of people so that a smaller group of people can hold on to it. Like that's money itself, like there's no inherent issue with its perpetuation. It's just a thing. But the fact that money in its current state, like fiat money in its current state, is used as a tool essentially for the oppression of who become the poor.
Right.
It's honestly like I mean, like Nadia and I, like you and I we're both communists, but I think we have like opposing views on whether or not fiat money is really necessary for a communism to keep going.
Well, in my mind, the quote unquote revolution doesn't actually have an anticipated future state. So the quote unquote revolution could just as easily be like reversion to feudalism as it could be some kind of egalitarian utopia. So.
No, that's difficult to see. I mean, the actual use of barter. Yeah, I mean, I got this. You want it? Yes, no. I want 10 units of what you got. So basically, it's actually trying to put a value to each thing.
I don't really see barter working out. Like ultimately, like
no.
Like we're reaching a state where there's like, even though like the median incomes in a lot of places are going down when adjusted for inflation, you see production going up, and it's ultimately like if wealth were not a thing, if everybody was essentially equal in terms of what they can have,
Right.
you know, if you took like I only really know the economics for the United States because it's where I live, and it's where I'm shat on. But if you take the 1%'s money and you level that out, it doesn't even have to be like a flat line. It could still be tilted if you want, I guess, if that floats your boat. But ultimately, like, if you actually divided the amount of production by the amount of people, you get something that's actually extremely livable. And
Um,
ultimately,
yeah, but I mean, what it comes down to is the transaction those goods and services. Do
right.
you see what I mean? So,
Essentially, like when in a society where the production is enough to allow for the people for essentially there to be enough for everyone, which there is a lot of individual like cities have been doing experiments to see if that works, and there are cities that do kind of represent the whole of the nation in terms of demographic, and um, ultimately, like, that transaction doesn't have to matter. Like you getting food can be as simple as you walking in and getting enough food. Like, you know,
you mean
you
for
tell
free?
them, like you sell them, like, my family's this big. This is my first time, grabbing food at the market this week. This many people, like, you could just walk in and they'd be like, oh yeah, so what you've got seems reasonable, or you have the right amount of items for the size of your family, whatever, right? Um, and I feel like that's a system that could actually work. Like, you might not wind up with like a car per person, but that's a little bit less important. Um,
Have you
you
seen?
know,
Yeah, we got decent subways like New York.
right? Like I live like freaking in another state from Boston, but there's a equivalent of a subway. It's not really subway, but there's a train that's basically like a
Train.
subway that actually goes from here to there and connects to that entire system.
Um, well, I guess where I would start digging at these, crucial flaws of capitalism have to do with the sort of what's called the real economy, and I mean that's actual, like, you know tangible goods and services. I mean, it's the symbolic status of the fiat currency is uh, can in a number of respects be disregarded, and I mean essentially because it is just somebody bringing numbers up and down with a stroke of a pen. You know, you can sustain it just by, well, moving the pen, right? Um, there's the fiat currency is not where the trouble lies. It's with
Well, and yeah,
essentially.
and I mean, you could do something more like my understanding of like Cuba actually used, like, despite being, I guess, the most perfect communism that we have in this day and age, like, they still use currency, but they, I guess, have made it slightly more ethical. There is a little bit of oppression still left in it, but like ultimately, like, everyone gets some amount depending on their stature, I guess, in terms of where they fit with other people. But
Right.
like,
You mean class? So
ultimately, yeah, everybody gets an amount based on their class, basically. And I mean, it's a way for communism to work with currency. I just don't think it's the best way. Um, like, like, Nadia, you're saying that like fiat currency isn't like the problem, but I feel like it's such an easy tool to use to cause problems that I feel like its removal it doesn't fix problems, but it causes some of the problems to be a lot harder to create.
Well, but even then, the trouble isn't that the currency is fiat. The trouble is basically
That it's
based on
currency.
currency at all.
Absolutely.
Right. And in fact, you know, fiat is kind of like the most benign form of currency. You have basically the, you know, say what is it, like backing with gold or some garbage like that would be pretty much well, a disaster. I mean, it's been done before. And,
Yeah, it has. I mean, it's just like by definition, though, fiat currency is like it is a currency whose value is determined by how much people trust it, right? And so when a fiat, unless it's like locked to another currency, like a lot of very small countries have done with like the U.S. dollar, or some other places may have done it with the euro. I'm not sure. But like the thing is, like all like when a fiat currency's value goes up and down, that has like basically nothing to do with anything except like a few people who happen to have a lot of money just are of the opinion that that fiat currency is worthless, and that makes it worthless somehow. I mean, so we know like backing it with a rare material doesn't work, and then like the way that it works now with essentially the people moving the pins deciding the value, it's begs for oppression. It begs for a classist system. So I can't see a system with currency ultimately like sustaining unethical existence forever.
Right. You're on the right track. You're definitely on the right track. Yeah, because whoever controls the money supply controls the world. It is that simple. Yeah. So.
And banks have this like ultimate power, like and
yeah.
you really can't. You really like there is no overestimating this power because banks they can lend out what they have. And what's funny is, so a bank will have, like, say it has X money, right? And it lends out half of X money, right? So suddenly,
Actually, no, sorry. Please excuse me for my interruption. There is a video there's a YouTube video in 3 parts called "Money as Debt." Excellent presentation. Excellent presentation. And what he says is something even more drastic. They can lend 9 times what they got.
I was using
which is actually silly.
I was trying. Yeah. So what you're talking about is exactly what I was about to try to explain, and I was using half just because it was just because it would be easier to do the math. But yeah, so they lend out that 90% of what they have. That 90% gets put back in the bank, and they can lend out 90% of the 90%, and they can keep doing that. What they're doing is they're literally generating inflation. Well, they have all of the money in the first place, so if it gets inflated, they're still like essentially what they've lent out is worth less, but what they have is still most of it.
Well, actually, it's even worse than that. The problem about the banking system is that they're lending money that is not theirs in the first place. That is the actual killer. Yeah, it's like I'm the banker. I'm having Nadia's and your money here, $200, one each. Yeah, and I'm lending it out. That is the banker's money. That's not my money. The banker's. Yeah, that is your money, right? That I'm lending out. okay? And for me using it, I'm going to give you 1 cent a day interest or whatever, but I'm going to get $20 in return in 1 month for just as a
Yeah.
well, more than that. But I mean, that's basically it. And what they get back is a fiat currency, they're floating, and that is has to be paid first with in interest, and that interest it becomes physical money, yeah, which the imaginary money first, they get the interest which never existed. It's like me going to you, robbing you the $100, yeah, and says, no, I just got it, yeah, and then you haven't got nothing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, like if suddenly like, and it's happened before, if suddenly everybody like dragged all of their money out of the bank and decided like, no, I'm going to carry cash in my sock instead of using a bank, like suddenly there would be not only would there be dangerous deflation, but a lot of people would go to get that money out, and the bank would be like, oh, we don't have your money anymore.
Yeah, it's called the running of the bank. Running of the bank. Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
Bank, yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
basically, the bank is desperate for taking your money. I mean, that's.
And hilariously, though, like with the modern system, mixing a fiat currency with the amount of electronics that we have, like, how hard would it be if you were a bank to just like, if people like took money out of it, how hard would it be to just like pretend that they are and just like keep your numbers the same? Like, how easy would that be to do?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, basically, forge or manipulate the numbers. That says that. No, but no, that cannot work. You know why? Because it's a logic behind it. They rob you intellectually by saying X% of something which it doesn't exist. Okay, that in itself is a daylight robbery. But if they take if you make a transaction and you waste 10 of your 100, they cannot put their 100 back because that is saying that they have got it. And then when you ask for it back, they would not have it. The vault will be empty. So it would be even worse. No, it's nasty. It's nasty. I mean,
I should be able to get breakfast tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah, well, it's real money instead of food stamps, but anyway.
Oh,
What
sorry.
would you?
I got out Tuesday, so Tuesday to Friday is not that bad. Actually, not even enough to lose weight. Basically, just drop your body temperature maintenance or something. Feel cold for a few days.
I hate to like make an example out of that sort of thing, but like, case in point of why money bad.
Well,
I know that's more of an appeal to emotion, though.
There's a trick of, how does the allocation decision get made? And there are other ways to make the decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of, just within a household, right?
I will say, like,
the money is only external.
If, for example, suddenly a country appeared out of nowhere and you were declared its leader and it had zero government, zero economy, and it was up to you to create the systems in the first place, would you create money? Would you create a currency for that or use a currency for that?
Well, I mean, I've got knowledge of something that will say that no, of course not. Yeah, I mean, for example, the link that I show you is from the guy Jack Fresco, which actually he's envisioning making everything automated and everything is free. In a nutshell, why?
Yeah.
Because we got enough power to provide 10 times over. And we talk about energy. We got enough land, and I'm not talking about country, land as in the mass of Earth, yeah, to make any type of living accommodation. Oh, you want to go to the sun? Fuck it. You got your 20 million houses in different places, all automated. Everything is roboticized, automated as a whole. So therefore, people don't work. So therefore, there's no need for money. Right?
Yeah,
No
I
need
mean,
for
you
money
can't.
because it is exactly the same example you said about the eating for free or getting food.
Absolutely.
Right?
And
You
there's
call it farms. We call it building farms. Yeah, they make food constantly.
hmm
Yeah.
Absolutely. And there's, I mean,
The
we're never going to have a system where there is zero work to do,
Right.
right? Somebody will always have to do some work, like even if it's just like the people making the decisions, or for example, if God forbid there's another country that isn't able to do this automation and you still have to maintain a defense force or something like that. Like there will be work to do, but like as hilarious as it is to draw in fiction, like if you look into the Star Trek universe,
Right.
right?
Right.
There's the system that they have in place there is that the people who are working are the ones who felt like they had something that they wanted to do there. The people who are in their Starfleet, for example,
Sure.
are people who are like, I want to see the stars. I'm going to go join Starfleet, not because I need the money, but because seeing the universe would be awesome. Like, and the people who are like
And it can
establishing
contribute.
colonies.
And then you can contribute. You get your knowledge, and you want to see the stars or whatever, but you are scientists, and then you might bring something back in the sense of found a new research of something and made your inhabitants' well-being better off. Yeah, which is that's
Absolutely.
yeah, sure.
And like, without that system of currency there, like without needing to work to survive, like people could, get a free education in what they're interested in. They could go off and do that. They don't expect or receive any sort of compensation for it, but at the same time, like it would also be, something that's been shown is like there are cities in the real world. I think there's one of the cities in Canada, and then there was another one that tried it in Europe, and I can't remember where the one in Europe is, but a couple of cities that tried just giving every citizen a flat amount of like money to live on, which I think like as like and when they do that, they find out that the people that are like receiving a living wage who don't have to work, they still go to work. Like they still look for jobs. The ones that are unemployed aren't starving, but they're still like seeking employment in that area. They're not,
Yeah. So, in my mind, I don't see like the hypothetical situation of sort of alternative as much as I see like the flaws in how the system is constituted presently works, and in those I see the effective what's called price signaling being very deeply flawed. Rather, it's an expression of power relations rather than ultimately value. Next is of course that the monetary basically using a system of sort of like universal exchange, etc. Very deeply presumes sort of infinite substitutability. You can have I don't know. You have a large enough quantity of rock, you can get all the water or gold or whatever you need in exchange just by quote unquote selling it.
One of the
In
things that
theory, in a code of a price system, and
one of the things that I bear in
developed
mind when I'm talking about my ideal system, one of the things that I'm bearing in mind is that scarcity is a lot lower now than it was when our modern economy was invented, right?
Yeah, but well, I'm not even thinking it. But you see, you're going on the flip side, right? You're going, okay, hypothetical moneyless system, all these benefits, and this is how it would work. I'm thinking, I'm getting down what's here now. Right?
No, but Nadia,
So,
you go, that you our system, your now, that's what the flaw is and needs to be rectified. Okay, you're missing that point. I mean, you can say we can call it a transition from the current situation to a better better system, whichever that might be. Okay, so you cannot, and if you don't like that, then you says, oh no, we have to focus on the current. The current is the bad thing, right? The current is exploitation.
well,
The means
And
of the exchange, whoever, okay, instead of saying money, whoever controls the means of exchange, always be in control of the people, and that's the whole thing about it. We have to eradicate
we have to
an exchange method, like what he said. He said a
see.
wicked thing, which
I'm
is
a
actually
she.
the sorry, my bad, my apologies. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. It's the Star Trek analogy, right? I have used it as well many times. Yeah.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Like we have to get rid of that of the exchange itself. We kind of have to get rid of if anything the almost really the concept of value, right?
Right. Right.
We need to
Right.
do away with exchange in general. We don't have to like because right now we've got this money is worth that much good. You know, the system before that, the barter was like this much good is worth that much different good. Like we need to do away with that
and
entirely.
Right.
Essentially, we need to say
and
like as a
the
human being, you are entitled to this much food, you are entitled to this much shelter, you are entitled to this much transportation, you are entitled to this much opportunity, this much education. There's no, you don't have to prove your value, you don't have to prove the value of what you possess to obtain those things. That's unethical. We need to
it's
essentially say instead of going with a thing to get another thing, we
Right.
just
Right.
go
Right.
to get the thing you're entitled to.
No.
Now it wouldn't work globally like
when you
yet. Obviously, there's still some automation to put into place. There's still some scarcity to get rid of. However, ultimately, I feel like if people would stop being so stubborn and trying to keep their modern system that was invented back when there was a heck of a lot more scarcity, um, like ultimately you could eventually have a system where there is no such thing as value. There's what people are able to have, and they can just go get that.
One thing you
well,
mentioned is
okay.
who makes
Now
the
the
decision.
trick is when you
Sorry.
say value is a problem. You I mean what part of what I was going after was what exactly is wrong with value? Substitutability is one of those issues. Another one is, of course, lethal deprivation. Uh, Essentially, economic models largely presume the immortality and invulnerability of the various actors involved, where, of course, we are quite constrained in terms of minimum amount of air, water, food, and so on. Hi, Seth. Good to see you on. And we're going on about what's wrong with money. And
Well, what do you think? I mean, as I said before, whoever controls the amount of money or the circulation of money can control the way society is run. It is that simple.
Right,
Yeah. I
and
mean,
that's
yeah.
it's essentially because money is the denomination that everything else is compared to at the moment. Whatever ultimately becomes the currency, and like if you want there to stop being that evil of the people who control the currency controlling everything else, you'd be like, okay, well we're just not going to do this currency anymore. They're going to find something else. You have to get rid of the concept of value for that oppression to stop happening.
if could I keep gunning?
Sure.
So another issue with the problem of value is the essentially, to carry out an objective, you have something of engineering problem,
What do you mean?
and okay, so to say build some number of buildings, some number of vehicles, some number of widgets, some number of and so on and so forth. Construct all these things and transport them, so on and so forth, right? You have, so much gasoline is needed, so much steel is needed, so much rock to be quarried is needed, so much cement, and so on. And when it comes down to carrying out this goal, well, money doesn't actually serve any kind of meaningful.
Why serve is a fool's errand?
Because it seems to me that whether you're in a state of nature, I mean, the only possible way I think that to get rid of currency is to, make some kind of law against currency and to enforce it extremely strictly. I mean, in the state of nature, I mean, you look a lot of political philosophers, they have all come to the same conclusion that currency is inevitable from the state of nature when you have bargaining of goods, especially goods that would perish. I mean, you're just going to come up with a concept of a thing.
I agree up to a point,
and
and that I agree up to a point, and that point is scarcity, right? Currency is inevitable. When it comes to the goods that ultimately are scarce. If we like the things that are not as particularly scarce, like they don't need that. I mean, you could do away with that and they would work. I mean, you would still have the issue of people who grew up in an environment where value is a thing. And who would try to like hold to that, and a lot of the political philosophers that talk about this obviously grew up around currency.
Have you guys ever seen Snowpiercer? It's a recent
decision process. Selfish what?
Has anyone seen Snowpiercer? Okay.
Snowpiercer, no.
So, quick synopsis: there's a global warming happens. Scientists try to quell global warming by releasing some chemical into the atmosphere. It overdoes it, freezes the Earth. There's one place on Earth where people could actually survive. It's this insane mogul's train, and on the train in the back, it's an extreme version of the poor people on Titanic. Okay, these people have nothing, right? They have no currency. They have no weight. They have nothing to bargain with. So they bargain with each other with these little protein blocks made out of cockroaches. And I see this in all kinds of movies. I just don't know what it would look like, a society where you don't have anything to bargain with without something that acts as currency.
Because you're using the wrong. No, hold on. You're using the wrong process. The idea is not to actually use barter per se. I'll give you an example. If I can produce, well, not I. The whole idea is that the Earth belongs to us, not over the control of some people. Because when you acquire a property, right, or something, yeah, whatever, land, it could be whatever, yeah, and then you impose a set of conditions, yeah, basically to try to make a market system, okay, either via money, via barter, via whatever, it doesn't matter, okay. That is the actual problem itself, because you could say, okay, you say, if you use a scarcity, then you put your thing as more valuable than anybody else, yeah, and then you become more powerful, wealthier, because you get goods that whatever, yeah. So the essence is to get rid of the transaction, of the ownership per se, okay. And for example, build a skyscraper that makes food for everybody. Yeah, and like in Germany, they got the concept of a automated restaurant, but without the paying system. Okay, in Germany, there's these restaurants that you actually tap in the menu, and the automated kitchen process the food, right, and serves it to you, right, and that's it. There's no waiters, no no nothing. The only thing is you pay and that's it. But that's the automated. Just get rid of the money, yeah, and everybody can eat for free. Okay, it might seem a little bit utopia, but the best analogy is the Star Trek analogy. Yeah, although it's mega futuristic, but it's a good reference point. Everybody there lives free.
Well, the problem is there is no
Yeah,
Star
I would
Trek.
go a
Here's
totally
the
different
thing,
direction.
Seth. Like, I know you
I would go a
entered,
totally different direction.
you entered the conversation relatively recently, but like obviously we're not talking about just getting rid of currency in the current system, right? We're talking about like if there were an overhaul to the system, like currency would be a bad thing to implement, because just because of a lot of the problems that if currency doesn't cause the problems, it definitely makes them easier, like allows them.
I don't see that.
It's,
I mean, it just replace. I mean, in any system, there's going to be capital, right? There's going to be
that's
things
the
that
thing.
barter.
You get rid of the value of capital.
Get rid of capital.
No, that's the thing. Is like essentially, obviously, this relies on a lot of the ideas of communism. Ultimately, like you have to start from a point of the like individuals not owning things.
Call like
And essentially,
enclaves. So things like families, households, things like universities. Oh shit, my own network connections experiencing difficulties.
Essentially, like you could have like housing, education, food, transportation. Those things can be like obviously you need people to work in those things, but you can have people work in those things without like for the merit or for the experience and not for like compensation. And in turn, those people turn around and all of society is basically free to them as well.
Am I coming through at all?
Absolutely. You from my end, you haven't seemed to like mess up any the whole time.
I got a network difficulty message, but okay.
Oh, I didn't notice any.
I would actually phrase it in terms of already established sort of distribution systems that are non-monetary as things now stand. There is, for instance, essentially internally to the military. Military doesn't buy from itself, so to speak. It has some form of command economy. Most obvious example, universities, of course.
Now you're lagging.
Now there's an issue.
Okay, what was the last thing heard?
Yeah, you said the word universities. If you can continue from there.
Okay, universities have things like grant proposals and
well, you get essentially resource allocation based on that kind of system. Although, granted, the resources as allocated are typically monetary, although sometimes it can be direct assets. In households, of course, typically the family members don't charge each other and play barter games when they split things up and so on. So there are non-monetary sort of enclave economies out there, and for the one for a futuristic one, I would actually go largely for university style affair.
Yeah, I mean, and
only of course dealing with direct assets at all times. Not
a lot of places already, like the infrastructure is already there in a lot of places. Essentially, getting rid of the if you try to think about a lot of the infrastructure that is already in place, but without the context of the concept of value, like you see the transportation that exists, like you know, if you're just going into like the city that you live on the outside of, there's the public transportation there. There's trains or Greyhounds or whatever to go between cities, etc. Like in a system without value, where you know those things essentially you just like step on the bus or the train or whatever, and that is and you don't pay anyone. You just sit down and you go where you need to go.
Right.
You go into a restaurant, you click in your order on a screen, and it's produced by robots. That already exists. It
That is
exists in Europe. They're
correct.
trying to introduce it in the United States.
Mhm.
There's like obviously you know you still need educators, you still need policymakers, you still need that stuff. But like in a system where there's no longer property, you convert the capital that is property to capital that is simply infrastructure that doesn't belong to anyone, belongs to society and exists
Right.
solely
I
to
agree
meet
with
the
that.
needs of society.
Mhm.
And like ultimately people like we already see cities where everyone gets a basic salary, and those people they still a lot of them seek employment simply for the fulfillment. Some like yeah, there's a little bit of incentive in like the extra currency right now, but if they were to if you were in a society without value, there's a chance that you would like eventually like get bored of the video games and decide to go educate yourself in something and do something neat that you know. And what jobs are left? We don't need fast food people. That's automated. We don't
Right.
need
Right.
retail. That's automated. You can just go to Amazon.com. The
Right.
infrastructure exists,
Mhm.
right? But we would still need educators, policymakers, probably a defense force, depending on how the world works at the time. You know, and those are jobs that people would genuinely be interested in, that people would go do voluntarily.
Right.
Well,
Right.
I don't see a path to a curricular system like there is essentially to.
Revolution.
Well, so revolution is essentially the breakdown of capitalism. It's not like raising an army and overthrowing a system. It's the thing breaks down by itself just from its own internal problems. But in the meantime, with the even though with the lack of a path to it, there is still plenty of ways. It can actually function, and reasons why it would function better in the face of what I think are actually dire upcoming scarcity crises, both in energy, I guess, agriculture with respect to climate, and furthermore, of course, things like continuing investment needed for antibiotic resistance. So, with those kinds of challenges to deal with, I mean, an actual sort of engineered, I guess what we might call command economy is really the only.
I mean, we'd kind of have to tackle every, essentially every industry would kind of have to be tackled one at a time, with a few exceptions. Like, you know, I believe that Oscar already mentioned how to automate the production of the healthier foods.
Right.
You know, then in like the healthcare stuff, I would like to point out like Cuba, which is the shining beacon of communism in today's world, or of at least like a system that is working in a vacuum. Like, what is their main export to the world? Actually, it's doctors' education. Um, so like, I'm trying to think of what was the other thing you mentioned.
Yeah, Seth
I
has
mean,
libertarian leanings. So
Nadia,
this isn't
Nadia,
that much.
you said that you have problems with. Rather that you said that there are problems that why a system cannot be implemented. For example, energy. I mean, I can say easily.
No. Okay.
You did mention
what
energy.
What I said was, okay. There are two parts to this. The first part was that in the case of, I guess, a post-capitalist system, economic system in general, the path to it is essentially that capitalism will break down because it's quote unquote contradictions, right?
Yeah.
All right. That is the one point. A separate point, though related, was that in the face of major threats, typically in the past it's been warfare. Command economies have been used to address extremely scarce conditions, and sort of maintain enough of the population so you have enough soldiers to fight off the enemy, right? And when I see as the threats not actually warfare, but rather these what are effectively natural disasters, right? Fossil fuel depletion, climate change, and antibiotic resistance, right? So those three are,
All right. So ultimately, so your first point was how it would actually be implemented, like from this system to that system. How would we get there? And ultimately, like I said, like one industry at a time would have to have its value removed.
Right. Agree.
Like
Agree.
you start with, like, for example, healthcare is a great place to start, right? We need to make healthcare worth nothing, right? And we could start with just that, like making all doctors, nurses, hospital and clinic staff, etc., government employees, and making that service then making that service free. We could move on to like.
Yeah, but I've got a question. Hold on. That cannot be free. I'll tell you why. I mean, yes, it would be free, but it cannot be free first. The reason
Well,
for
yeah, I
it.
mean, I'm saying in a one-at-a-time system, but obviously, yeah, that can't be first.
Yeah, sure. No, but I mean, the reason why. I mean, yeah, the concept is perfect, brilliant. Yeah, but I think the first one has to be the energy, because we live currently in the economic system, right? So we need to reduce the pressure, the financial pressure that we have at the moment. Okay, so
You're absolutely right.
correct. So we put solar panels, hydro, or any type of clean energy, and bring it back to the grid as a free source, right? And start getting rid of the coal and all the liquid fuel and everything that needs to be run, right? Now,
liquid
yes,
fuel.
sorry, correct.
And that works as it's an excellent first step for essentially the system that I was talking about.
Right,
You introduce, like, you put in like solar roadway, like make like in the Netherlands, like they've built the technology now where that like a road can be essentially a solar panel, and that's a lot of area that those cover. You can put solar panels over buildings. You can put like hydroelectric plants, windmills. You can cover the land in these. You can make it absolutely free, have it returning to the grid, and that does actually, in a very ironically capitalistic way, it makes the energy providers that exist, the private companies that are acting as utilities, it makes their service valueless. It makes it to the point that what they're providing is not worth money anymore.
Right.
And so bam, energy basically solved.
Yeah.
Right?
Now, once the energy is solved, yeah. Now we're talking about making machines that make the service for us. For example, the second one will be food. Okay, so we make
I think from there we should like work up from like, or I guess like work on the hierarchy of needs, like work on the food, shelter, etc., and then move on to the next thing.
Correct. So it's energy, food, because once we have the nutrition value, we don't have to work, because why we work to survive, yeah, to eat and then to procreate or whatever, okay, yeah, just to make our life worth living, right? So free energy, then we got enough food for healthy foods, obviously, right? I mean, this is not in our current state, because we
right, because presently unhealthy food is a lot less expensive than healthy food.
Also that we live in a culture that we we built for the economic system. We talk. This will be built for our children and the rest of the descendants. Yeah, basically reach to the Star Trek version of it, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's the goal now. And Star Trek, Star Trek. Yeah, what you call it? The what's the name of the thing where it's in the ground? The Federation of Planets in Earth, okay, which is all run automated, yeah, something like that, whatever, yeah, you know what I mean, yeah, but the land has to be the heritage of mankind, not of one or two or 100,000 individuals. It had to belong to us. So if we put that in a frame of mind, therefore, what we build is for all of us. If we build a machine, it's for the production and no nations. Yeah, it's just one land, one piece of land. Yeah, that would be interesting.
That would be harder.
Well, I mean,
No,
because
actually, it has to happen first.
yeah, exactly. Because you cannot. They're gonna
But
say,
how do you
oh,
do that? How do you convince everyone in the world? Like, how do you convince every nation that it's no longer sovereign?
okay, by doing by
European Union is a pretty good model. Just keep absorbing more countries into it.
Something like that.
I mean, and you could absorb, like, here's the thing, while you're creating your utopia, like, if you start with a country or a confederacy that's got like enough land, enough resources to make it work, examples being like with either the United States or the European Union or some big enough collection of people who can kind of agree with each other a little bit to have essentially the resources you need to start with the energy. But if once you get this thing, you get it rolling. Eventually, surrounding less successful nations might even honestly start using your system.
It's what you said about the revolution, but it would be an intellectual revolution in the sense that it won't be a forceful revolution, because the people in this place will say, "Hold on, we live in good." Hey, John, in the place where there's no system in place, you go, you know what? Let's get together because in this place we live excellent.
Here's the thing. If food is free, power is free, shelter is free, if everything is free and education is free, if you destroy the limits on immigration, suddenly all the neighboring countries have no power.
Right. And hold on. Hold on. Yeah, but hold on. No, you're not a country. You are one Earth. Why it has to be a country? Why it has to be a USA? Why it has to be a GB? You don't have to. Yeah, we have to be planet Earth. We are Earthlings at the end of the day.
I heard a really wonderful thing like a couple of years ago, and I can't remember who wrote it, but it was essentially so humans have always existed under flags, right? And whether it was your tribe, your country, etc. And one of the amazing things about our society is that over time, what flags represent has essentially gotten bigger.
I should point out the usage of flags as national symbols has a few different issues. Well, first off, I mean, I
meant for like the poetic.
At some point
I'm not saying flags are good. I'm saying like the poeticness of what I was.
Yeah. The modern nation state is so on. But,
I'm just saying, like, basically people clumping into bigger groups, like bigger areas under one group working together. It's kind of a poetic thing, and that's a symbol of advancement. Is that more people agree with you than just your neighborhood you came from?
Yeah, well, I mean, if you want to,
but yeah,
see where we have some distance to go, witness. I would essentially hold up the Muslim world as the single biggest example, and in that case, the sort of like political and I think sexual politics, morals, and so on are a really huge sort of difference in never mind the historical territorial conflicts. So there's I mean, let's say you throw in like, how many is it, 1.5 billion Muslims and 1.5 billion Chinese, and I don't know. Well, you have quite a bit of votes in whatever kind of global parliament you might have that might not go your direction.
I want to be honest. The system I'm describing doesn't particularly work when you give people votes.
No, but the thing, okay, I understand what you're saying, but it's not about votes. It's not about you making a decision. It's about arriving at the decision. And again, I give you an example. Let's say a region of the planet is got enough nutrients to make the best oranges in the world, and I'm talking about global. Okay, just give you an example. Okay, you don't desire if you know that place is the best to make the best vitamin C fruit. Okay, you don't gonna put it in the Arctic, yeah, Antarctic. Okay, you don't do that. Yeah, you put it where it is most productive for society. Okay, so you arrive at the decision. And how do you arrive at the decision? By making electronic system to analyze the soil. What is best to do in certain regions of the planet, and then you arrive at the decision that is the best decision. You don't put 10 people together and says, oh no, I want it next to my house, I want it next to my yard, I want it next to my friends because he's got a swimming pool or whatever. Yeah, that's not.
Yeah, ultimately you try to be objective about it.
Right. So you have to arrive at a decision and not you making it. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. So therefore, the vote is irrelevant because you're not voting to put the oranges in this place. Yeah. The oranges have to be put where it's most reasonable to give the best yield possible.
But yeah. So like back to earlier in the conversation we were talking about like nations and globalization. You know, like you don't have to start with the entire world under your thumb. As long as you start with enough area to get the power that you need and to make the food that you need. Once you've got those things and you start building that infrastructure, as you start making things valueless and therefore free, you know, if you keep like immigration open, neighboring nations will probably not last very long after you've reached a certain level of automation. And so, you know, ultimately that's as things come under your, you know, as people come under your system, and as ultimately places decide to, if not outright adopt your system, use parts of it and allow that, absolutely. But while they're doing that, you can expand the system into those territories, right? Like say a neighboring country wants to use your energy infrastructure, be like, yes, absolutely, our energy infrastructure is free, on the condition that you let us put, you know, solar panels and windmills and hydroelectric plants all over your territory as well. It can be free for both of us.
Right.
And you expand the system that way. You don't even ultimately have to conquer anyone to give the entire world a currency-free, valueless economy.
The link I put at the top of the very beginning is actually talking exactly what you just said. Yeah, this guy Jack Fresco, right, an old dude from New York, right? Man, I saw him live. I treat him even better than I got. Trust me. Yeah, he's all about that. Civil engineer, architect, and the whole thing, right? And he's in the idea of making everything for free, with the highest possible technology. Oh, by the way, you said utopia. Not really, because this laptop is imagine this laptop is keyboard is the best. Okay, in 5 years' time, it will become obsolete. So we'll replace it. So it's not a utopia. It's what we can build, and therefore we don't have something that it will deteriorate because of market value. It will be the best thing for that moment, and it would last 5, 6, 10 years, or whatever amount it is.
Yeah.
Yeah? And if it becomes obsolete because of the technology, we can make it shorter. Then we recycle. We make the product really reliable.
Here's the thing: in a system with value and currency, building obsolescence into products is smart, and that's awful.
Correct.
In a system without value, we could
Correct.
build everything to be as future-proof as possible.
Right.
And even when there is a better version of your best keyboard, you don't ultimately have to replace it right then. But eventually, when it does become obsolete, be that 20 or 40 years in the future, right? You absolutely can recycle it. You can recycle everything, right?
Right. That was my point of there is no utopia.
I should point out a number of issues pertinent to this, which I guess kind of support your idea of, that there are meaningful details to highlight what's going on here. And that is, in the case of recycling, there are essentially losses at every turnover, right? So in the case of something like planned obsolescence or excessive, what you might call excessive churn, you are losing resources. Second, every last resource on the planet, except for basically sunlight, is finite. And sunlight, finite is only really more than we can really do or really exhaust or whatever. So the essentially any material resource will be depleted over time. And in fact, we witness such common things as iron declining in their ore grades.
Right.
So that
while we're
costs and so on
using those resources that we can deplete, we need to be putting a priority on making renewable versions of those things.
Right.
You can make a lot of stuff out of plastics, and there are a lot of types of plastics that just come from rosin from trees, right? Ultimately, there are renewable version. Ultimately, while there are things out there that there is not a renewable version of, there is definitely enough brain power in the world to come up with a renewable version of it in the future.
No, actually, nothing is renewable. Not water, not air.
Oh, yeah, but if you think about, but here's the thing: people have come up with turning fat into fuel, turning fuel out of even feces and
thermal depolymerization can take essentially anything organic, any kind of organic matter, and boil it down to petroleum and graphite.
But here's the thing, ultimately, if you pay attention to you can say nothing is renewable. At the same time, you can also look at the other way, and there's the law of conservation, the law of conservation of mass, and the law of conservation of energy. Ultimately, these things aren't going away. They're just entering forms where we don't know how to use them anymore.
Right.
And someday somebody's going to figure out how to turn them useful again. Right?
I am not so confident in that. I would.
No, we got the 3D printing. Okay.
And so well, this is actually more in support of an anti-price system, because as things stand, extraction, new extraction can quote unquote be cheaper in monetary terms. Yeah. Despite being a long-term, poor decision, because essentially recycling is a superior longer-term strategy, and defying that quote-unquote short-term logic imposed by pricing and such to carry out the recycling of metals, so that we don't. Preventing them from corroding, number one, so that we don't have to wait for them to be deposited from oceans 250 million years.
Yeah, but you're talking about an economic model. That's what you're talking about. Yeah, the model that it should be implemented is to construct things, that what he said, sorry, what she said is that it does not need to be recycled that often, and not to make it to be built-in plant obsolescence, i.e. to fail in X amount of years because it needs to be sold again or to be bought again. Okay, so
Well,
the recycle will diminish quite a hell of a lot.
I'm bolstering the point, right?
Yeah.
So
It's more supporting evidence, right? These things, essentially, nothing is truly renewable. Number
see,
one.
the thing is, like,
Number
in our
two, the short-sighted decision to newly extract as opposed to recycle is, essentially mandated by the current pricing system, and you can, as someone with a conscious plan instead of, some kind of pricing chaos, choose to, go about the engineering problem of making the resources last, in a meaningful and
part of the
more
thing is
constructive way. Right.
the current, but like any current estimate we make about like how much we have to recycle things, and then ultimately when we're going to run out of those non-renewable resources, like that does bear in mind how often things are recycled nowadays, and that's you're making things so much more often nowadays because of the planned obsolescence. In a system without that planned obsolescence, things will last a lot longer, and they will be recycled less often. And
Well,
so
It will be less recycled materials.
Well, yes,
That's a
you
big one.
have to recycle less often because every recycling cycle, incurs losses of the
you lose a
resource.
little bit of that non-renewable. And I mean, but so here's the thing is I feel like it's a mixture of a few things that we're counting on. We're counting on that lack of planned obsolescence so that we can recycle less often. We're relying on that will to recycle as much as possible from what we have to. And then we're also relying on the brain power necessary to, in those however many cycles of recycling that we do, eventually someone has to come up with a renewable version of it.
Yeah.
Something that's
And
not going to deplete through more cycles of recycling.
I can give some concrete examples of where things should basically happen like this. One in particular would be, in fact, liquid fuels. There is something called the Fischer-Tropsch process that essentially it takes atmospheric carbon monoxide, and well, to get that from carbon dioxide, you essentially use heat, and with some metal catalysts, uses that to create successively longer hydrocarbon chains from, well, shorter hydrocarbon chains. The way it's done now, it's of course coal gasification, which is a horror. You can, in fact, start from methane, derived from any source, be it non-renewable in the ground or well, flatulence of cattle or whatever you want. And the trick is, of course, you have to go through more cycles of hydrocarbon chain lengthening to produce that. Second, of course, is well, in this case, you have your renewability issue being essentially the climate change issues surrounding increasing atmospheric CO2 by taking sequestered CO2 from fossil fuels and quote unquote burning them. You could say devote petroleum entirely to materials manufacture, so that no sequestered carbon is emitted in the atmosphere, and given sufficient stationary power generation from, say, just sufficient stationary power generation, you can convert the atmospheric carbon dioxide to liquid fuels. And this is actually more plausible than electrical vehicles by far. And essentially just because of the battery issues.
there's also definitely no problem with a multi-pronged attack to some of this stuff, right? Like when it comes to, I mean, first off, with vehicles, ultimately, so self-driving vehicles are almost a thing. I can see like basically, if you'd imagine like self-driving buses, self-driving taxis that exist within this like valueless system, but additionally like a heavy reliance on mass transit, right? The trains, the buses, the subways, yeah, and also like airplanes when called for, or even if we come up with much faster trains.
Actually build the bullet trains Obama talked about.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, and more of them than he is talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ultimately, we need to have some kind of bullet train running up and down the East Coast and some kind running up and down the West Coast, and they need to be connected via, I guess, probably a trip through Chicago or whatever.
You mean I would just brute force approach it with an entire network of bullet trains cutting the entire country.
You know what? Bullet train adjacent to every interstate. With the exception of the loop roads, which and the loop connectors, which could have like more subway style things.
Amen. Yeah.
I have to, as long as he's got up, I've got to go to the kitchen for a second. I'll be right back.
Sure thing.
Oh, there's also a thing I thought about when I was in the toilet, and that is, or kind of another little money is evil story, but like why there are no trolleys anymore, or why there are very, very few in this country, is that GM purchased basically almost all of the trolley systems in the country and dismantled them in order to sell cars. And
The
that's
great
sort of
streetcar conspiracy. Yes.
Yeah. Which would very much actually happen, and which is like it's hard to like look in the history books and be like, really, that happened? Like, but
They paid damages, yes.
But that's capitalism and money and value acting in an evil way. And like, imagine if we had lived if we had had a valueless system, those trolleys would still be there. A lot of that mass transit would already, like, that infrastructure would literally already be there, were it not for the value of the automobile.
Yeah, absolutely. It's and it's basically turned into this gigantic crisis now, where you have I don't know, people stranded all over rural places because
but like
your rail is dead.
When like earlier, like a section of the conversation went to like renewable liquid fuels versus electric power in automobiles, and it's like that's not even Like, automobiles shouldn't even matter. Like, automobiles are a big deal because currency.
Well, yes and no, but
Like,
they
obviously there is use
go ahead.
for automobiles. However, in a system where people don't own things, like, I can see self-driving taxis, I can see self-driving buses, but what I cannot see is a system like today where there are traffic jams because there are just that many single passenger vehicles, right?
Yeah. Well, a big part of the need for it is basically yes, but it is intrinsically suited to quite some number of transportation tasks. I mean, what
And those specific tasks have a like. So what I'm saying is, like, for the big city transportation, like, you do the public transportation, the mass transportation, right? And for the getting around the city, you do self-driving buses and self-driving taxis for the more specific locations that are outside of walking distance, which are actually fairly few and far between. Like, you don't like, only in towns that are too far from a city where, like, walking from one bus stop to another is like 3 miles, would you actually need the self-driving taxis, right? You get self-driving semi-trucks, and that's why the interstates still exist. You've got the trains that move things from place to place in the plains, and then you've got trucks for the distance in between. And those there's already the technology there that is in development right now to make those self-driving. Nobody has to work the menial and dangerous task of driving those goods from place to place.
Yeah, okay. Well, the way I would think of it is that the vast majority of the vehicle fleet could actually just be disposed of outright. I mean, trains literally serve, the people moving purpose. The trick is when they're actually being used as beasts of burden. So when you're, say, carrying some kind of large item like an air conditioner from a store to back to your home, or and in an irregular way.
Delivery drones.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, delivery drones would make sense. Yes, but the
for heavy items, probably
actually,
like a self-driving delivery ute kind of thing, like self-driving delivery El Camino.
Yeah, the thing I was trying to gun down though was semi trucks.
Yeah.
Essentially, any kind of organized mass shipping, etc. If you can actually plan it in advance and know source and destination, etc. There's never a reason not to use trains.
Absolutely. Trains are the best way to go there.
Maglev, yeah.
Semi-trucks would have a lesser use than what they have today. They would be for the distance between the train tracks and the building they have to get the goods to.
Or less organized transportation purposes, or larger scale transportation purposes, like movers.
Inside of city good transportation. That also. And then there's also unexpected need to transport things. Like say, oh my gosh, this good needs to get to this place right now, or people are going to starve. But the train isn't scheduled to go that way. Then a semi-truck is kind of useful.
Yeah.
But if you've seen, we have drastically reduced the possibility to use
absolutely.
Fuel.
So there could be so our society, and it wouldn't be owned by a particular person or company.
Right.
Our society could field a smaller fleet than our industries do today.
Oh, absolutely. It would be minuscule.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
so that's
like
it's an
freight
additional
for
force in our recycling conversation earlier. Not only are we recycling less often, we're recycling more efficiently, but we're also recycling fewer things.
yeah.
Right, right.
So like
And
fuel
the
fuel
use of
per freight tonnage
yeah, the use of
mile.
mag lifts, right, with free energy, what I said at the beginning. I mean, the main goal here is to actually exploit as much free energy as possible by the use of sun or whatever. Yeah, and then you can use all sorts of society things. Yeah, but if you get rid of the tractor, you
Hi,
get rid
Jeff.
of yeah, hi.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Well, and the I guess this decision process for you know, while we're working on this, etc. I mean, so who ends up deciding in the I
Nobody.
guess the quote unquote crisis emergency, whatever you might call it, that a semi truck is needed to fill in where a
Well,
train is scheduled?
here's the thing. It wouldn't be someone's decision. It would be a protocol.
Yeah, okay, I agree with that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a necessity to move something from A to B. Okay, we have got the logistics. Let's make it happen. That's basically what it is.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
You know,
And as simple as that. Yeah.
the minute that whoever is whatever machine is taking inventory and goes, oh crap, we don't have enough things, emergency, we need to get something from there to there right now, that machine sends a signal to the machinations in place, the system in place to load a truck, and the truck is given its destination. It does the self-driving thing, gets to its destination. The machines at the destination unload. There's not a human in the entire process.
You cannot even go any further. I mean, when you automate things, you can build things which is redundant. For example, if we need 5, we make 7. Okay, and if it reaches 6, then we trigger a response to cover the other one. So there's never the need to say, oh, we haven't got something. Yeah, which is in essence to plan ahead. Yeah.
With the amount of resources that we save by being more efficient, we open up the spare resources for that redundancy.
Right.
And we won't even need all of those spare resources. That redundancy is still we're still going to have a net savings of the amount of resources we're using at a time.
Yeah. So, well, given that we're using, I suppose, technocratic, protocols and such, I think we have a strong advocate of a pricing model in the room who may not think it's as efficient as we do. So, well, what's the I guess what's the argument that this might not be as efficient as the pricing system?
I'm sorry, I've only heard the tail end of what it was you were discussing, and I think in your teaser that you sent out to me, you were saying we were sort of talking about a post-monetary society. So I don't know what the premises are.
Ultimately, a society where, all right, so say starting from today, we go step by step and we remove the value from industries to the point where money is no longer useful. So we start with energy. We build an infrastructure of essentially renewable energy like solar, water, wind, etc. And we suddenly attach that to the grid, but we declare it free. We say the things coming from these sources, they don't cost anything. Ultimately, we've made the value of the private companies that are utilities for energy, we've made what they do worthless. We've essentially destroyed ultimately destroyed that industry. We didn't move on to do the same thing for the production of food, the production and distribution of food, to where food is basically worth nothing. And we go industry by industry, making things worth nothing so that they are therefore free. Okay.
Well,
Until
I'm sorry, that
the
seems
idea is to ultimately end up in a society where there is no currency, where there's no value, where essentially you need food, you go get food. You don't have to have something of value to trade for it, which I feel is I feel that that's an unethical system when you have to have value to receive like even the basic nourishment.
Well, I think I've heard these kinds of theories before, and I think what they tend to forget is that the person who is providing, first of all, when you say we want to make these things worthless, but if people need food, then they're not worthless. They are worth something to those individuals who need food, and we
No,
all
I
need
mean,
food.
but look at diamonds and water, right? Like water is you can go to any place of business and get water for free. Like
Right.
if we're gonna say that people needing something gives it value, you kind of have to explain water and diamonds.
Yeah, it was called the diamond and water paradox, and
Yeah.
obviously we need water far worse than we need diamonds to survive, of course. But what the not to be too pedantic, but the way this was addressed, in my judgment, in the most compelling way, was to recognize that we buy things at the margins. We don't make absolute decisions about value of water versus diamonds, but we actually make purchasing decisions based on the an additional diamond versus an additional unit of water. And because water is so pervasive and readily available, even though we actually, as a whole, value water more than diamonds, on the margins, as far as units of water, they end up being a lot less. The diamonds end up being costing a lot more because there are fewer of them, and they're scarce. So. And this also, you hear this all the time. Why does a professional basketball player make so much more than a teacher? Well, there are far fewer people who are extraordinary basketball players than there are people who are qualified to teach, and that's the same thing as the diamond and water fallacy. But if you understand the law of marginal utility, that for example, when I buy one car is worth a ton of money. Now we like to have two cars, but the second car isn't worth nearly as much to me as the
Yeah.
first car. I mean, my
And the
wife and
kind
I
of thing
will drive
is
this. Right. That's the law of marginal utility, and that's how it addresses the
right, and
land and
so
water.
that's the thing is that marginal utility, essentially the strategy that we were talking about for building this I think we jokingly called it a utopia earlier, but not entirely seriously, because there's a lot of work going into make a society like this and a lot of maintenance to keep it going. But ultimately, um, the idea is to attack each of these industries in such a way that, and in one at a time, or at least few at a time, but to attack these industries in a way where their marginal utility becomes basically nothing.
Well, are you
Like
envisioning?
post scarcity?
Are you envisioning a post-scarcity economy where?
I think essentially it's not. Essentially, the idea that's driving these other ideas of ours is that um, it's sort of a strategy for, instead of waiting for this post-scarcity economy, which most people seem resolved to do, essentially forcing it for as many things as possible and strategizing the forcing of it in the ones that haven't been reached yet.
Well, one of the problems that sort of, when this started becoming in the realm of various centrally commanded economies, was the information problem that you don't have in the absence of a price system. So when you buy something, you buy an iPhone or something like that, you're sending a signal, not just to Apple. You're sending a signal that goes all the way up the chain of production. So you're sending money to Apple that they need to make more iPhones. They in turn are sending money to their vendors, their labor force, whatever, the producers of the basic materials, all the way to the miners who do the silicone and all of these things. It's a massive amount of coordination that even the most simple consumer good
Yeah, and
has
that
to coordinate, and without the price system, without the price system,
now, so the
I hate
price.
to
So you're
bring up
talking about the priceism.
without the price system, you can't coordinate all those efforts to make those consumer goods.
No,
that
okay,
people
that
want.
coordination does not require that invisible hand of pricing. And in fact, that invisible hand of pricing has a wonderful habit of putting people at one end with lots of resources and people at another end with none of them, which, like I mentioned earlier, like, here's the thing. You can build a very efficient system using just the invisible hand and letting it go, but that efficient system kills people and is unethical.
I would attack from a different direction. I would
Well,
say
I think you're bringing up another issue.
I would say it's grossly inefficient. I would say that it's rather demonstrable in terms of, say, brand differentiation being completely unnecessary. And
that as well.
furthermore,
You say you
moving on,
actually save a shit ton of resources by getting rid of that competition and having one.
Right,
if,
right.
Yeah, if I can keep going. The price as a quote-unquote signal is extremely lossy. The demand for particular resources to carry out some task is not conveyed. You have essentially it quantized as perhaps units sold. If you take revenue generated, it's even worse. And when engineering problem is addressed directly, as so many people need to communicate and
right, this was a huge problem.
Construct the miniature computer systems to with signaling technology to get them communicating. You have things like coltan, I don't know, whatever kind of plastic polymers, lithium for the batteries, and so on.
If I may,
are much more detailed and are by no means substitutable. In fact, barring ridiculous sorts of power generation that are clearly counterfactual, transmutation to carry out substitution involved are clearly infeasible. So, go on.
Well, just a few things. First of all, if you want to talk about various ways in which the market is undermined, which I think causes some of these problems that you alluded to, certainly like slave labor in China and even environmental problems. Hold on, you had quite a run there, so let me just, I'm almost done. So if you talk about China, for example, where there's no private property, you see rampant, where there's little private property, I should say, you see rampant pollution and tragedy, the kinds of situations. You see slave labor, stuff like that. So if you want to talk about all of these factors, I would argue that those are distortions in the markets. But as far as getting on top and saying, well, is this efficient or not, it's not for one person to decide that. An economy is about mutual trade for mutual benefit, meeting each other's needs, and it's a vast coordinated.
Like, if you take away that value, if you say that you don't have to trade for that benefit, you.
All right, there's well, first off, it didn't really address the essentially non-informativeness of price, but it gets even worse because information asymmetry is fundamental to essentially extraction of profit by and large, and even beyond that, pricing and exchange rates and so on are say exchange rates for goods and services, not between currencies. Well, between currencies counts too, but are more expressions are conflated with, if not dominated by, expressions of like social power relations more than they are actual resource needs. So there's that to consider as well in terms of the quality of information obtained by quote unquote price signaling. Go ahead.
Well, one of the things that the price system does is because the stakeholders are involved. There's an item called a principle called opportunity cost. So it's not sufficient to just do a survey and say, well, I want iPhones. Hold on, I want
Now
iPhones, or
you've
I
had
want
3 turns to talk since my last one.
Okay, well, she addressed that to me, and I'm almost done. So then please. But anyway, we're talking about complex things too, so it's not conducive to a single sentence usually. But anyway, there's opportunity cost. So if I want an iPod, for example, the cost of the iPhone is what I'm foregoing. So it's not only it's just not my wish list. As I have to sacrifice something to get the iPhone, something of lesser value. And that's the kind of thing that you don't get if you do a survey or you just say, hey, do you want this or you want that? It's not going to give you the same thing.
These are money problems. These are problems that money invents, right? Like you don't have to have an iPhone. You can have a phone. And if we have if we have an efficient communist forced as post as possible scarcity economy, you can build the best thing, and guess what? It can be future proof because your iPhone is going to be obsolete in 6 months. But
Are you talking to me on a phone right now?
no, I'm not.
I am, but
Is a phone.
can I take a few more shots? Yeah, your idea about the stakeholders is actually yet another case where the information is insufficient. Externalities are rampant. In fact, pollution externalities, amongst others, such as I guess the losses of resources incurred by essentially recycling and planned obsolescence and whatever, are fundamental to any kind of engineering decision regarding the actual carrying out of a task. Where in the case of the price, the only thing conveyed is basically the producer, consumer, all the third parties involved are just totally lost and not reflected in the price signal, quote unquote price signal at all. The price signal is so grossly inadequate. It is I believe leading to danger of climatological disaster, and furthermore degradation of essentially some number of mineral resources that, while they should be recycled aggressively, are essentially witnessing deteriorating ore grades from fresh extraction. And
just empirically, if you don't mind, the most polluted parts of the world were those in which there were no price systems. There were centrally command authorities telling people what they needed and didn't need, and that tragedy of the common situation caused enormous amounts of pollution in Soviet Russia and Eastern Europe. Compare Eastern Europe to Western Europe. Environmental damage was far worse.
But did you hear our first freaking step for putting this system in place?
No,
Hold
on. He missed the point. Jeff, hi, I'm Oscar.
Hi, Oscar.
We started. You're missing a premise of our discussion, obviously, which is cool.
I thought I might have. Yes, I joined late.
Right. I think inadvertently I planted the seed, and this is what it was, because Nadia and the other person was actually talking about lots of different things, and then I just put something here, and then it snowballed. Okay, and basically it was I mentioned the monetary system, which is a failed a future failure, right? The monetary system, because we have less fiat than the actual the actual money. The more money is the actual digital one, right? And we are actually playing in the world with digital money. Okay, sooner or later, whoever says I want all the physical money, which will be the people with the higher power, enterprises or whatever, it doesn't matter who we name, you're gonna get all the figures. We're gonna have problems. Okay, so what we need to do is my opinion and the rest of the panel is to eradicate the monetary system and put automated systems in place, right, without the need for servitude to obtain a good for your survival or for your living condition or whatever. You know what I mean? You are equal to me and we are equal to each other in that sort of sense. Yeah. Forget about the communism and things like that. We're talking about the actual making the planet worth living. Yeah. For the betterment of everybody. Okay. So we started to say, okay, how if we get rid of the money, how do we solve the problem? Right, and to solve the problem first, we say, okay, let's make the energy sector free, in the sense of get rid of the fossil fuels and use more all the free energy, yeah, wind, solar, you name it, whatever. Okay, put it into the grid so you and I don't have to pay electricity bills. Okay, so the idea is to get rid of it. So you free yourself for the mortgage and things like that, and then we make housing accommodation or food, yeah, storage, vertical storage, because in the world we see now in China.
Who provides this electricity, and why did and who? And, I'm sorry, I just asked him a
Essentially,
question.
here's the thing. People are entitled to this energy. People are entitled to nutrition. People are entitled to transportation and education. Okay, these aren't things that an economy should be moving. These are human rights. And so, what provides the energy, the electricity? The sun, water, wind. These are things that aren't going away. These aren't scarce things. You know, you already there's a concept you already see today, and that's artificial scarcity. And that's because there are some industries where what they sell already would have no value if they didn't create scarcity that doesn't already exist in order to give value.
De Beers, anyone? Also, I'd like to keep gunning on the price system and so on. The engineering problem being addressed by what's effectively China and the USSR was to survive, or attempt to survive. Granted, they failed the Cold War, and toward that end, of course, the economic production was massively diverted to military ends in the USSR, and in China, of course, well, other difficulties ensued. And between those two, you don't have examples of what would be a failure of a command economy based on the pollution and so on. You have actually what would be deemed a largely a success at survival or territorial integrity. And okay, that's one. Second, I actually differ from Oscar Blargler here, because I don't see post-scarcity. I see, well, a century or more of rather severe declines. The substitutability, to the extent it exists, has essentially rendered the case to be all resources just declining at once. And you have ore grades in metals. You have, the imaginary coal stocks vaporizing into lignite before our eyes. You have, petroleum flat out just declining. You have climatological disaster in terms of droughts wrecking agricultural output. You have the declines in petroleum production, of course, also reducing fertilizers for even further reduced yields. You're starting from a point of 1/6 of the world starving, and you're going to get to a much larger fraction of the earth.
I think we could talk about
command economy.
Here's the thing. When
it
comes to where goods and products are, like, the thing is that 1/6 of the world starving. Like, I would like to just, like, if you were to take the amount of value that exists on our planet and divide it by the number of people, you would be shocked at how stupid it is that there are people starving.
The kind of military command economy taken for crises, say, of warfare and such, will essentially be required for coping with the natural disasters essentially happening as we speak.
If you look at the areas where people are starving, you will also find that they are hardly exemplars of free market economics, or they're generally tribal dictatorships. If maybe you have a counterexample.
That's ethnocentric and borderline racist.
Okay. Well,
India.
name calling aside, I'd
More
like
people
to.
starving in India than Africa.
What
India
was
is a
racist?
free market economy.
I didn't give you a single example.
Why is it a
I'm
tribe when it's not your tribe?
Well, they're tribal dictatorships that control most of the
India is a
starvation
tribal
is in the
dictatorship.
third world, and most of those economies are regulated with an iron
I beg your
fist.
pardon.
They're
I
mostly
beg your pardon.
kleptocracies.
I beg your pardon. There are more people starving in India than there are in the whole of Africa. India is
And India is a democracy.
India is an emerging economy. Right, there is
parliamentary
a lot of
democracy.
starvation. There's a lot of superstition there. There's still a lot of statism.
So now you're saying that because they have a different that they have a different belief system from you, that's why they're starving.
Well, if they don't believe
they don't have a different
economics,
they don't have a different belief system. They are fully market economy.
No, hold on. Forget about the belief. Why are they starving? What's the underpinning reason of why they're starving? Because they haven't got food, right? Forget about any ideology. It's because they haven't got enough apples, bread, whatever. The primary
ideas have consequences, and if
but you're talking about leadership,
right?
Yeah, no, you're talking about leadership.
You have consequences, and that's why here in a capitalism we have like half of all people reporting some level of starvation.
I think in our country obesity is a worse problem than starvation, but
you know why that obesity happens? Because of food deserts.
Because of starvation.
The fact that unhealthy foods cost less than fucking healthy ones.
Okay, I'd like to address something you said earlier, the ethical problem, I believe, of claiming the entitlement to goods and services, aside from just the practical problem. But when you do that, when you make an ethical claim, presumably it's a universal one, and so I don't know how that works. So if I have a right to heating and air conditioning and food, that means that I have to demand it from somebody else. And if I do that, what of their rights to those goods and services? Why do they have to produce them for me? And isn't that just really another form of slavery for me to be able to demand goods and services from other people? And what does that do to my status? So if it's their moral imperative to provide those goods and services to me, why am I morally superior for being on the receiving end of them rather than doing the producing myself?
I'm sorry. You're going to have to repeat a lot of that because something more important was going on.
You didn't hear any of that? Okay, so you made the statement earlier that people are entitled to various goods and services like food and heating and air conditioning, I presumably, or at least heat, shelter, and all of these things, and you made it as sort of an ethical imperative. And I was wondering if an ethical imperative is universal and applies to everyone.
Absolutely.
What is the
like when in Rome, do the right thing and don't be an asshole.
I'm not done. Okay, I'm almost done. So my question is, what is so I get to demand all these things for myself. What is the status of those to whom I'm demanding them from, or from whom I'm demanding them? Why are they sort of enslaved to provide me with goods and
you're saying you essentially seem to be under the mentality that there's this zero. Okay.
No, I'm
think that you
win-win
having
scenario,
food
not a
means
zero
that
sum.
other people don't.
Yeah.
And that ultimately, that's the thing. That's why we talk about building this infrastructure, making things overabundant and valueless. Okay, because once something is made, once something is given a structure underneath it, an infrastructure that makes it valueless, you don't have to trade nearly as much for it. Ultimately,
You're using the word value. I'm not sure how you're using it. Value is when somebody wants something. So you're saying people will still want this stuff. They just will be given it.
No. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit what people want because there are things that people need, and the fact that people starve in capitalisms is a problem.
So you don't want people to have anything more than food, water, and health care. You don't want them to have.
That is absolutely not what I'm saying, because we've talked about people have the right to also to transportation, education, to the ability to and here's the thing: most of the menial jobs, you probably think that somebody has to work at McDonald's, and you think that somebody has to drive the trucks, right? What you don't realize is that there are places in the world where this shit is automated. In fact, here in the United States, some of that shit used to be automated and now isn't because some corporation figured out that they could make money by fucking people over.
Well, stuff generally does have to be moved around. If you want to have coffee in the United States,
Yes,
it needs to be
and
moved from
that's like,
South
here's the
America and
thing,
places
is
like
that trains currently practically drive themselves. Trucks will in the relatively near future.
So but we have trucks because there were economic incentives for people to make trucks, and if there's an economic incentive for people to make self-driving cars,
Yeah, but where are the
actually
economic incentives coming from?
is on the forefront. But those things happen. Okay.
Pause.
Anyways,
but anyway,
I think what these redistribution kind of schemes ignore is that
where
how
are these
things get
economic
produced
imperatives
and the
coming
kind of
from?
incentives you need to have for productive things to happen.
Look, you're talking about economic imperatives. There are trucks because there's an economic imperative there for there to be trucks. Well, okay, so yeah, obviously there's probably always going to have to be trucks, but here's the thing, is that there don't need to be nearly as much as there are. Ultimately, when you build it on infrastructure, here's the thing: these economic imperatives are arising not from God or anything. Like you seem to believe in this invisible hand, like it is,
I'm an
like some
atheist.
sort of higher power, right?
I'm an
These
atheist.
economic
No, I don't
imperatives
believe
are
in a
coming
higher
out of a system that was put in place
Yeah.
a while ago at a time when there was much more scarcity than there is today. Like, yeah, okay, so people still have it kind of shit, and if you adjust for inflation, the median income is going down. But here's the thing: the production has been going up the entire time. And if you literally divide the production by the number of people, like, I want you to understand, if we said fuck capitalism, here's the thing: if we kept currency, currency just represents things. Currency simply represents trade. If you got rid of currency, there'd probably still be barter, and something would still probably be used like currency in our current system. Okay, so here's the thing: currency is a representative, and I'm just using this as a side point to make a main point here in a second. Currency is just a representative, and if we said fuck capitalism and we said that every person gets the same amount of currency, get this: that amount of we'll limit this to the United States because that's what's easy to talk about. Talking about the world requires metrics that don't entirely exist. But if we're just talking about the United States, if we divide that production, if we divide that currency, that value, by the number of people, at average, that mean is actually livable. It's more livable than what about 2/3 of the people in the United States are living on.
I think you're conflating the currency with wealth itself. Currency is a way of storing.
No, I was talking about the wealth itself, and I'm saying the currency does little more than represent it.
Well, the wealth is the stuff that we buy with the currency. The currency is a way of storing wealth. I'm not. This goes back to Aristotle. What is money?
Well, yeah, like what are you storing? You're storing. It's fiat money. You're storing bullshit.
Well, fiat money is a problem, and I would totally agree with you that. But that's another topic. But money in general is a way of storing value. So.
Yeah,
And it evolved over
but
time.
what you're storing is little more than a representation.
If I can finish, if you don't want me on this call, if you want to just have a bull session
I
about
wasn't
this,
actually particularly keen on it. Nadia kind of secretly
Oh,
invited
okay.
me.
I will leave. I don't want to be where I'm not welcome. If you want to have a bull session about this, but ideas have consequences, and if you don't want people to suffer, I think you maybe ought to study.
If you don't want people to suffer, you need to deal with the suffering in the United States, where there's a capitalism fucking people over.
Yeah, we don't know suffering in the way that it was known in the pre-monetary, pre-property.
Get this. We do know suffering like it was unknown in the 1950s, when the minimum wage adjusted for inflation was about twice as fucking much.
Yeah, unfortunately, we have a boom-bust economy that's created by fiat currency in a lot of ways, and that, of course, I'm opposed to. I'm opposed to hard money, private money, and we had less inflation in the 50s, but it was a bubble economy, so we've had booms and busts, and that's a feature of a fiat monetary system where money can be printed at will, etc. So I wouldn't disagree with that. We've had booms and busts. There were depressions at the end of the 50s, and that's That's
Actually,
all.
I mean, I think, Jeff, I think it's not just print money. The print money is a consequence of marketing itself. I mean, if you sell your house and the bank gives you the money, they don't have that money. It belongs to somebody else, right? So they're creating the illusion of giving money or giving
Right.
the numeric value in
It's where a lot of the
form.
inflation comes from, actually.
Correct. I'm just going back down to the digital form. Yeah, it doesn't exist, and the monetary system or the whole shebang, the whole thing, right? It is not viable, even for now or even for the future, because
The current fiat system, I think, is you're absolutely right about that. But we
Yeah.
don't. We want to go back to money. We want to go back to real money. We don't want to.
Hold on, what's real?
How
Yeah,
far
but
we've come from a
Now,
monetary.
if we go back to real money, it creates more problems because, like with the fiat system, you can at least redistribute things, right? They refuse to, but you can.
Well, what you
The thing is,
redistribute
if you go
becomes of
back
no
to-
value because you're undermining production.
Well, that's undermining whom?
It's
Like that's the
non-sequitur.
thing. Like
Yeah,
this
we could-
production, why does this production belong to people? Why are people like that's the thing? These people that control this production, they're literally deciding who lives and dies, and that's not okay. Like when do you step back and go like, oh shit, the invisible hand? I thought it was more important than people all along. What have I been doing? Like.
Well, I
Yeah.
think you need to compare various systems where people have decided that they knew best and they would distribute the wealth according to their needs. And what always happens is the wealth ends up being in the hands of the state. At least in the private marketplace, no, nothing is free, but people benefit from creating products and goods and services, whether needed or whether essential or not, that are affordable to those who will buy them. That's what and they prosper by doing that. It's a win-win situation. Whereas a centrally command authority is a win-lose situation.
Much of the
most of the products, are fed into us. Okay, she's got a mobile phone. Okay, that it could be done 10 times better instead of 10 different models. You use just the one model. By whoever that is the producer, is not the owner. It's just the central command which says okay, or it could be 10 or 15 scientists say okay, I think this model is.
There are so many problems with competition. Like why this and like the new iPhone 6 blah 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 whatever letters come after it. Like the thing is there's redundancy in the production. You're using too many resources to actually literally build these things. And then like they're all built to be obsolete in 6 months. They're literally built to be obsolete in 6 months or a year, depending on where you buy your phones. And like the solution for that, literally future-proofing. Like if a central authority was making this stuff, it would use fewer resources, and it would choose to future-proof them so it doesn't have to replace them as often.
Yeah, if I could.
And it has nothing to do with here's the thing. Don't even give the people the choice of what to buy. Okay, I'll go full totalitarian here. Don't even give them the choice of what to buy. Hand them the phone that does everything that requires fewer resources to build it and lasts longer, and the world is better. And guess what? By not giving people the choice, by not allowing them to feed the competition, you've literally caused an improvement.
Does anybody see the irony of somebody holding up a smartphone that they presumably own and telling everybody else that they don't need a smartphone?
I stole it. This is the phone that works.
If I can approach it from a different direction.
I didn't actually steal it. I tricked AT&T because they were doing their new system and the contracts weren't totally foolproof.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
The concept of stealing presupposes just
if I can,
it doesn't even work. It's a Wi-Fi phone. I can't use the GPS.
Yeah, if I can approach it from a different direction. Well, when you have, you're able to marginalize some population or whatever, basically make the quote-unquote economic victims or whatever, and so on. And they're essentially small enough to ignore, or otherwise just confine or whatever, kind of like the U.S. does, just dumping everybody into prison and whatever with the homeless. You can by and large just kind of fend off.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen, I have to go. I
have,
have to go. My wife came. I have to do a couple of things. I will catch you if I can sometime tomorrow. Yeah. Everybody be good.
It's a pleasure meeting you.
All right.
I think I've seen you before, actually, but
Yes.
Take care. and I will sign off soon if you guys wanted the conversation to go in a different direction.
No. I'm cool. I'm
Or,
done.
I mean, ultimately,
Bye.
like arguing modern economics isn't where we were going with it. We were essentially, like, the entire point of it was planning for and trying to accelerate post-scarcity. Because when
I don't believe in post-scarcity. Post-monetary, I can believe. Post-scarcity, I have a tough time with.
Here's the thing. You're not going to get post-scarcity for everything. The trick is compartmentalizing it. You can force post-scarcity on energy. You can force post-scarcity on production of food, on transportation. You can force that stuff. Like, yeah, people are still going to go buy diamonds because those are never going to be post-scarcity. But you already have things like in the software industry is the biggest fucking offender. Like, it's one of the biggest industries that exists, and it runs on artificial scarcity. Like, that's why you see open source software. People can just make shit and share it
Oh, I love the
and
open
not
source
lose
movement,
anything.
absolutely.
Open source is amazing. It's also communism.
No, it's voluntary. It's people doing things that they want to do for a hobby. It's just like charity.
And that's what we want out of this
that's
economy we were planning. We want to expand that to everything, starting with energy, right? Like,
unfortunately, software design is more enjoyable to more people than working at a sewage plant or something like that. So
yeah. So plot twist, automation.
So I don't think that open source is going to work for janitorial services. And those.
You know, I'm going to say a thing, and you can call it Blargle's law if it isn't already around. Because I swear to God, if it doesn't exist, it needs to. And if it does, point me to it. The more menial a task and the less enjoyable a task, the easier it is to automate.
Yes, if there are economics. Now, some people would rather choose to do those services than and therefore automation should be directed towards things. So if people want to have those jobs or they need those jobs, they should have them. But you're right. If nobody's going to do those jobs because there are better alternatives, then yes, automation becomes viable. That's something the price system tells us.
So fast food is already automated in some places and is just trying to find a way to legally spread here. Okay?
Well, it will be more automated after the minimum wage pressures go up. McDonald's is going to be probably letting go a lot of people.
And you know what? Like, as capitalist and evil as their plan for that is, I'm all for it anyway. Because
well, that's kind of elitist because
I personally want to see unemployment skyrocket because you know, one of these days we're going to be like, oh shit, everybody working isn't feasible, and we're going to have to come up with an alternate system.
Well, you're right. You want people to suffer. I don't.
No, I don't want. That's the thing. I want a system where people
we really don't have any common. If your goal is for people to suffer, you are on the right track. And I don't think we have really. Yeah.
When there are more people than jobs, people should not suffer. That's my angle. And here's the thing: is that at the moment there are few enough people suffering that the people in power don't have to care. Eventually, I think when 40 or 50% of people are suffering because they don't have that means of getting employed, when those jobs don't exist, when it's 40 or 50%, we start to get into revolution territory, and we start to get into a point where I don't even think a revolution should happen. I think the people in power should go, oh shit, the people that are suffering outnumber us.
So you think they should only suffer until they do things your way, buy the things that you want and do the things that you do. So
I don't
want
them to buy anything.
No, you just want them to suffer. So you're right. We don't have much. We don't have much common ground here.
Here's the thing. That's the thing. I want to
That's
see.
true.
I want to see the
Yeah.
breaking point happen because we're going to reach a point where they're like, "Oh shit, so many people are suffering. Maybe we should make them stop suffering.
So
Maybe
we have to
should
break a
give
few
them
eggs
things."
to make an omelet. That's what.
Because here's the
Lenin
thing:
said.
there are already cities in the world. One's in Canada. One's in, I think, the Netherlands. I'm not entirely sure. And this is research that you can look up, or God knows, Nadia, or I could probably find it when I stop ranting. And
Lenin said we need to break a few eggs to have an omelet, but all we ended up with were broken eggs and no omelets. So it sounds
yeah,
like
well,
we're
that's
on the
because
same
you also need to
trajectory.
have the skillet.
Maybe a
Anyway,
little history and economics lesson might be in order, unless
that's
you really
the,
want
no, I
to see
think
people
honestly,
suffer. In which
I'm going
case,
to be
you
perfectly honest here. I think
Yeah.
that Russia and China just aren't very good skillets.
Oh yes, my plan it'll be
Good joke,
different.
right?
I'm going to do the same thing but get a different result.
No, here's the thing. That's the definition of insanity. I want to do things differently.
exactly.
I don't want to do things the way they did. Here's the thing. There are people suffering today at the hands of capitalism. But there aren't enough of them that anything is being done about it. When it is happening to more people, there will be an actual incentive for the people in power to fix it.
There are people suffering despite capitalism, despite not having, people who do capitalism, who produce value and trade for what they need, tend not to be suffering. It's the people who aren't doing capitalism, either by force or
You
voluntarily.
son of a bitch! I'm going to tell you about the working poor.
Oh, for heaven's sake! I've heard all this drivel before. I think I am going to check out because you all wanted to talk about something else. So I respect that.
No, like here's the, you
property
can't
rights.
say the people that are suffering are just not the capitalists, because the fact of the matter is that the majority of the people who are in poverty, who are suffering, are in fact people who work full-time jobs. Most of them are young and able, and they're doing the best they can, and they're starving.
What do you do, if I may ask? What kind of work?
I am a homemaker because my girlfriend makes money.
Okay. Just curious.
Yeah,
But in
and
addition to the
like-
homemaking, I do volunteer stuff. I volunteer for social justice advocacy websites, and I volunteer for a suicide hotline that people can call. Because unlike capitalists, I care about people.
Well, I think you should. I think you should spend more time on the suicide hotline, because that strikes me as a far better service than social justice. Social justice is usually, when the word social is thrown in, it means non. There's really no such thing as social justice.
Well, the social justice I do, like, obviously classism is an issue, racism is an issue, etc. But I actually, what I do is more toward gender and sexual minorities, but more specifically gender minorities. They're very underrepresented. And, yeah, that's what I do. But anyway.
Well, capitalism is greedy. We just want to make money. We don't care about race.
That's the funny thing is, believe it or not, if you read this link of mine, holy shit, does capitalism is really fucking racist. I've got to show you this. That link there. If you follow it and you go down to the second graph, look at that. Look at how fucking racist capitalism is. Look at what it is doing to Hispanic people that it is not doing to white people. Look at what it is doing to black people that it's not doing to white people. It's worse for Hispanic people, but holy shit, is it racist on both fronts.
Usually when I see the word fucking, I'm not assuming that I'm looking at a scholarly report. Absolutely among...
Well, that chart, I don't believe, has the word fucking in it.
Oh, well, right below it does.
All right, so here's the thing. This is obviously, so the person that wrote the article that I'm sharing here.
And you think there's a single cause for this?
I think that the single cause is that the people who hold the means of production are racist fucks.
Okay, poverty rate. So Hispanic is the highest. Now, Asian tends to be the lowest. I don't see that on
Asian
here.
does tend to be the lowest because whites have them on that pedestal as like the model minority. There's a
is that the reason? Gee,
Google model minority. I swear to God, no. Now it's Asians. It used to be the what were they called? The 5 civilized tribes of Native Americans. There was them,
I
and
see.
now it's Asians.
Okay, well that
Look up
clears
model.
it up.
You can Google I would give you a link, but the link would literally be to Google.
Have you ever heard of confirmation bias?
Yes, actually.
Okay, you have a set of theories, and whenever you can come up with statistics that support your prejudices and your biases, you
And you're
count
not.
that as a hit, and a single clause based on your worldview.
But here's the thing, though, is that at least communists are aiming first. Capitalists just spray bullets everywhere and then go paint targets.
Communism is equal misery, which you apparently seem to endorse. So
really, because here's the thing. God,
I never got a
part
job
is.
or help from a poor person. I've always gotten jobs from rich people. So and have been better off after having.
Oh, that's cute. The rich people like you, and they want you to be their pawn. They didn't like me as much.
They
That's why
don't.
my
They like
girlfriend
what I
makes the
do
money.
for them. No, it's a win-win situation if you go to work for somebody.
Let's look at.
All right.
I don't want medians.
I've seen these. I've
Hey,
seen
I'll
this
be dead.
kind of.
I'll be dead soon enough.
Uh,
Got a cute kidney failure this time. Next time, who knows? I'll pass out before I call 911.
Oh my gosh!
All right, I'm gonna let you two talk. It's been a pleasure. It was fun. If you ever want to debate this, I'm fine. But it sounds like you wanted to share, talk on the premise that money is a bad thing.
We were bouncing ideas back and forth like Scrit, and Nadia decided to turn it into a debate.
Well, if you want people to suffer, as you said, you're on the right track. And I'm gonna head out. It was great meeting you.
It's glorious.
I'll talk to you later. See you, Nadia.
All right. Cheers.
Yeah, I don't like that guy.
I am not convinced of both scarcity.
I'm not trying to convince you of post-scarcity. I'm trying to convince you of scarcity minimalization.
Well, post-monetary.
Also, like, part of why I'm not great at these arguments is that I don't actually tremendously believe in democracy either. I think it's a horrendously flawed system put in place by the minority because it keeps the minority in charge. Or not the minority, of the majority. Sorry, put in place by the majority because it keeps the majority in charge. Yeah, and like honestly, I'm gonna put this out there. Like, if I were personally the one to put a system like we were talking about in place, it would be totalitarian. It happened.
Well, I mean, basically, you know, all democracy really is an invitation to vote me off the island.
Yep.
And well, even that said, it's a sham anyway. It's you know, the candidates are all you know, filtered and pre-selected. And the frankly, the election results themselves are mostly probably flat out rigged. So
yeah, I gotta put this out there. Like, when are we going to start treating libertarians like Christians? Honestly, because both of them literally believe in invisible people that move things with invisible hands. And one of these days, we have to realize that libertarianism is a religion.
Oh. I retain the nuance of calling it a political economic philosophy, but anyway.
I'm sorry. I'm just coming off of arguing with Jeff. I'm just...
Yeah. My tactics are very different.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Like, I've learned, like, there's a big difference between the way, all right, so, you know, growing up, I was never really in the closet about the trans thing. I was pretty clear in high school that I felt like I was a girl, and I dated actual lesbians in high school, you know, before even learning what the word transgender, even that it existed. And then when I, like, came out and started transitioning, and it failed, and I went into the closet deep, and that was my first time really in there, and it was the first time that I really tried the pretending to be a man thing. I learned that there's a way that you can talk, right? Like, you know, that whole time when I was as feminine as I felt, right? I was always, you know, talked over, and people like, you know, the man in the room gets to have the conversation, and everyone else is just getting the conversation. Um, and that when I first experienced like pretending to be a guy, I tried it, and it's honestly like the talking down thing is just like there's only one way to fight it. Like whether or not people perceive no matter what gender people perceive you as, the only way to stop somebody talking over you is to get louder than they can get.
Yeah, I guess I don't have the will for that or whatever. And I basically ended up being a doormat.
I'm
People just
sorry.
use my channel as a platform for, you know, shouting whatever their message was over.
I'm sure like it's usually really entertaining. Like it's just.
It depends. There are times when it's basically just like a shouting match, and while I'm shouted down.
Capitalism
other times,
is,
you know,
yeah.
deep conversation.
But you know, capitalism is classism, period. Right? Like if you're advocating for a system where wealth decides who is suffering, you're advocating for a classist system. You're advocating for a caste system. And that's like, you know, I frankly care more about, you know, social justice, social equity than anything else.
I use the word
TrueTalkTv,
plutocracy, but okay.
Yeah. Well, what is Kyriarchy is another good one. I hate Kyriarchy and want to avoid Kyriarchy. And it's like, I mean, that's the, you know, the order I go in, right? In like, I make sure I'm sheltered, I make sure I'm fed, I make sure I can get where I need to go, that I can get my pills, right? I make sure that I'm good, right? And then I think about like this shit. I can't stand anyone that advocates for a system that ignores and allows any kind of oppression, and classism is one of those. You know, and it's just if you advocate for a system that justifies poverty, I hate you. Like that's as simple as it gets. No?
Well, that's where I guess Christian Revelation 3:16 bites against me. Neither hot nor cold will spit you out. But I guess from my point of view, I guess the people who are have I guess the most pernicious views and such are the ones that need the most help, and well, by and large, persuasion, etc., isn't really carried out by direct factual anything. It's
so
essentially.
I mean, you could always do it the Muslim way, right? You could always spread the truth the way that Islam was once spread, and in some places might still, and I'm not entirely sure. But ultimately, actually, I think Christianity did the same thing for a little while. But so you know, you walk in with guns, right? and you point them at the first person, and you say, is this the truth? And they say no because they don't agree with you, and you shoot them. And then you go to the second person, and you say, is this the truth? And they hesitate, and you shoot them. And you go to the third person, and you say, is this the truth? And they're like, yes, absolutely, I agree with you, right? And you teach, and I'm not being as literal as it's it's a metaphor, right? But you do
Right.
it you do it on a generational level. You don't literally walk through a room shooting people, but you do it on a generational level, right? You teach the children the truth. You teach the children the equality and the equity in the early stages, and then later it can evolve into equality. You teach that to the kids, and when their parents tell them that you're wrong, you essentially remove their respect in their parents. Honestly, I believe in
Matthew
having like
10:34.
do what?
Matthew 10:34. Give not to bring peace but the sword, to divide father from son, mother from daughter, etc.
Do what? I don't actually know that one.
Well, it's I guess talking about how Christianity will lead to internal family strife or whatever.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So ultimately, yeah, you teach it to the young people. You. Here's the thing: you make assumptions based on it. Their textbook, in young children's textbooks growing up in school, you don't say communism is right. You say all sorts of other things, and their justification is because communism is obviously right. Like that's how you do that. And it takes minimum 2 generations to change the mind of a nation. And when
I'm dead
like the
before any
first
results will be seen.
do what?
I'm long dead before any results will be seen.
I'm so sorry. I mean, obviously, I would like results to come sooner. I mean, and that's where like more militant strategies work. I've always been more of a like, gosh, democracy is awful. Like, if you put a dictator in charge, right? Not only are you not beholden to the majority when it feels like fucking over the minority, the dictator can just be like, no, equality, now, do it, right? Like a dictator can do that, and that's actually what's happening in Cuba. Like gay people are getting, like gay and trans people in Cuba are
Yeah,
suddenly getting
Mariano
way more
Castro,
rights than
yeah.
they used to because the people in charge, the dictators, are like, God, why aren't we treating them equally? What the fuck? And they changed it.
Well, my my notion is more, I don't know, vaguely technocratic, but consensus-based, like essentially Soviet sort of style things.
Yeah.
But that's
I like technocracy, right? When we were talking about our system, ultimately you reach a point of automation where a crap ton of it is just technocratic, and you try to leave fewer and like that's the thing. Like I believe that a dictator is right in the early stages, but I believe that in the end stages you'll be able like the systems will be in place such that the lack of consensus is nigh impossible.
well, the way I generally have it is that the representative sort of aspect comes about from deferring to someone's expertise and in industries as well as say science and so on, and the usual sort of concentric Soviet model and so on. You would essentially have panels of experts
Yeah, absolutely.
deciding on the various topics and such,
Yeah,
and
and I mean, you know, when doing stage one, you know, stage one, make power free, right? You got to have people. You have to, like, you can't leave that to the politicians. You have to leave that to the power experts. And obviously the Keynesian economists that are and Marxist economists that are working with you on this glorious project. But like, you do have to consult the people in each industry that you're going to do away with. You have to find people who agree with you, who also are experts in what you're fixing.
Well, the industry becomes essentially, you know, like the panel of experts, like say in a university. You know, you have computer science
Absolutely.
department, you have I don't know, chemistry department, and you know, you consult, or one would engage in the projects, research projects related to
Right, and
computing, and one related to
know,
chemistry.
and the dean of technology knows more about what's going on in the College of Technology than the president of the university does. It's
Yeah,
absolutely
and
true.
so you get some hierarchy as well. But even so, it's kind of topical thing that's already partially arises within capitalism, essentially just because of the specialization, division of labor, so to speak. And in a, I guess, positive post-capitalist outcome, you would have, you know, essentially something like where, well, my big favorite example is like the World Health Organization turns into like the NHS for the world, right? Which it's very far from being, but
absolutely.
And you know, the NHS, sort of like the way that general, quote unquote, general funds, etc., end up getting allocated to the NHS pretty endemically. You'd have to you know, negotiate with the other major projects or departments, so to speak, to you know, divvy up resources between them and so on. But you know, the scarcity part is where I actually see. Well, number one, the set of
running into scarcity. Yeah.
Sorry.
You see us running into scarcity as the flaw in the system. Yeah.
Well, I see encountering genuine scarcity as a something the current system cannot withstand.
I mean, that's the thing. Like a bunch of parts of the current working system are built on artificial scarcity. Like, there is genuine scarcity in some of them, even a lot of them, but there's artificial scarcity in a lot of them as well.
Yeah,
power.
Artificial scarcity is part of
what?
Artificial scarcity is part of it, right? You have this entire sort of, you know, infrastructure set up to impose artificial scarcity when you know, it will impose further scarcity when, you know, a top genuine scarcity, right? That's something that's essentially not going to be tolerated very well. Another one is, of course, that the system is also, you know, built on massive waste. You know, done as engineering projects, essentially anything we do would require, you know, vanishingly small resources compared to what how we're actually doing it now. When the resources get tight, well, either it doesn't get done, or the way it's being organized will have to be changed to do it within the resource constraints, right? So that's kind of where I see it, and yeah, the entire, you know, invisible hand game and so on that causes all this waste does the ineffective price signaling, and has massive perverse incentives, and so on and so forth. When it comes time to essentially survive anything, or generally in the past it's been warfare, but in the face of massive natural disasters, you can have, like, essentially what I'm anticipating with the resource scarcities, you'll essentially get to the point where you say, well, okay, we absolutely have to have these doctors, engineers, and so on. The people have value, despite you saying all these things about valueless. If we just let them drop off and die, then these things won't get done, and we'll have a more massive collapse, and the command economy would just override all this silliness about the invisible hands and such, and in various ways it already does, just for purposes unrelated to survival. I mean, like, anytime there's a bailout, right? They're not saving any jobs. The entire purpose of bailouts is not to keep little people employed or whatever. It's to essentially
To keep the people in power ultimately.
well, that is one way of phrasing it, but in a more concrete way, I guess, the shareholders' investments are de facto insured by.
Yeah, I mean, the bailouts are it's the politicians rescuing the massive corporations that have tons of money, so that the massive corporations that have tons of money will continue to support the politicians. It's entirely a preservation of the power centers.
Corporations are legal fictions. Their shareholders are the plutocrats whose fortunes are being propped up here. So yeah, every time somebody says corporation, I just I'm already ready to scream, because
well, they're people, I don't believe in, like, that's I want to scream at it for a different reason, I think, because it's just like they have no excuse existing.
Well, they are smoke screens for the rich people who own their shares and such, right? So. And every time somebody brings them up, I'm like, no. Go back to the people who actually own the stock and such, boards of directors and voting stockholders and so on. That's who you really mean. The corporation is a legal fiction, doesn't have quote unquote agency. In a way, I think it's the kind of way of, I don't know, constructing or buying into their kind of bullshit narrative is obstructing seeing the sort of plutocracy, plutocratic oligarchy, etc. That sits behind it. I mean, how's a corporation governed, right? It's a sort of government unto itself, right? Well, voting stockholders and boards of directors and so on, right? voting stockholders elect the board of directors, and board of directors actually make concrete business decisions and so on. Right?
Yelling at your friend has me out of drink. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah.
Back.
Yeah, I think a number of constructs actually serve as sort of obfuscation devices. Money itself, is actually, one of them, but government is another big one, right? Government is often referred to as sort of entity with its own agency and so on, where
where it's really it's the collective machinations of lots of people vying for their own advantage.
Yeah, there are specific factions, to use quote-unquote founding fathers' words, and not that I think that highly of them.
I think it's kind of hilarious, like that's a thing that like Republicans use to their advantage, right? Is people are like, oh my gosh, the government does a thing or isn't doing a thing, and the Republicans are like, yeah, that government's pretty useless, right? When it's literally them like stopping things, like they make the government look useless, and then the government has Obama's face for some reason, like that kind of thing.
Yep. And of course, it's actually one of the big advantages, like the parliamentary system, because like I mean, the prime minister may be a face of sorts. At the very least, you have some notion of like the actual governing parties and so on. The real decision makers are actually sitting there in the one single parliament. You don't have like hey, look, there's a president, and while the Congress is bait and switch because Congress is doing all the bad stuff. Where are some other? I mean, money as an abstraction. Again, I mean, I brought up in just the pricing system that substitutability is imperfect, if not just not the case. And so, the quote-unquote pricing system drawing equivalences where there actually are none, right? You have genuinely distinct resources that are just quantified in terms of money. That turns into a real disaster. It's like one of the ways this comes up is like oh, it's the price of oil. It goes up. It means some kind of disaster. And it's like no, the only price of oil that matters is how many barrels of oil you have to burn to pump another one out of the ground. What fraction of one you have to burn, right?
Yeah.
Because the abstraction from the real economy is obfuscating things and hiding a lot more than just those kind of resource factors that are major natural disasters you have to address, or barring just allowing massive suffering to hit us in the face. It hasn't really started yet, but moving on. I mean, information asymmetries are enormous. I mean, why do we go to experts? I mean, consulting an expert is just one major issue already. Do we have any idea what the value of the expert's knowledge is? No. Paying any
Unless
kind
the
of,
expert is a medical doctor, because they have very detailed prices on their knowledge.
Yeah, well, that's another one where it's like the that's a different one where elasticity of demand is
yeah, well, I mean, like,
copy information asymmetry, right?
I feel like so many of the economic concepts, elasticity, wealth, value, etc. Like, so many of these concepts were created when they were needed, and I feel like,
Well, every concept's only created when it's needed.
right, but the thing is, lots of concepts last much longer than they're needed.
Maybe. I think I don't know. In terms of the economics, I mean, we're ultimately referring to something behind it all. I mean, even though people were talking in terms of impetus in the medieval sense, momentum, didn't entirely displace it. I mean, it was, transition where it was effectively ambiguous what concept was being referred to and so on. But yeah, there's value is also well, I don't know, the way like you want to be like a value abolitionist or whatever is, I'm not sure how to approach that, but I would say that value is another one of those ones that has the obfuscation essentially, from the pricing issues, and right. So yeah, that's not going to last. Value is one of the ones. There's things like use value and exchange value, and in fact, given that value is quote unquote subjective, according to all these models, it's not even a proper quantity. It's a relation, right? And that's in effectively all senses, right? But there's quite a bit more to potential descriptions of value. Like you can have, of course, resource values in terms of resources required to construct or otherwise to execute. You can have values in terms of well, quantified toward okay, use value. Is use value and exchange value, but what about I guess what it actually does to sustain a person, like how much longer will you live for having this much more of a given resource, or how great a quality of life, etc. And that's actually relatively distinct. Use value again ends up being ambiguous depending on what you're trying to use something for. You can, any given thing will have multiple uses and so on. So yeah, value is so nebulous. I think it's more something like even just avoid discussing. Yeah, it's less that it needs to be abolished. It's just incoherent as it stands. Well, there's with there's a question of like, I guess how consciously these notions or terminology or whatever are used as obfuscatory instruments or techniques or whatever, and I'm not sure it is entirely consciously done. I think there's some element of groupthink, some element of just culture and zeitgeist and all that. It ends up shaping it that way. It's kind of in the same way as I say that I guess in contradiction to Marx, revolution.
Oh, suddenly I'm getting a ton of noise on your end, or is that on?
That's not me. That's
their
the
end?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, sorry about that. I think that I muted them, but we'll see.
I clicked to mute them as well, and I can't. Which is weird.
I hit them from the broadcast. I hit them from the broadcast.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of in the same way. I think it kind of like, the revolution is not like a bunch of people taking up guns and storming a capital and setting up the new system. It's basically the system breaking down and giving way to a new system, or otherwise getting replaced by one. Kind of like feudalism broke down to give way to capitalism. There's no capitalists storming Westminster or Buckingham Palace or whatever it was, or
yeah, like the Industrial Revolution, essentially capitalism kind of just arose out of feudal. Yeah, there wasn't really any sort of the revolution involved with moving from feudalism to capitalism was relatively peaceful. I mean, a couple of places got a little heated, but for different reasons and.
Yeah, I mean, essentially the merchant class ended up, gaining some measure of independence, and once it kind of overtook the nobility, etc., or aristocracy in terms of wealth and such, say, particularly during or around the time of the Industrial Revolution.
Yeah, I mean, I see. There is advantage to capitalism over feudalism. There very much is, right? I would say that capitalism is better than feudalism in the same way that communism is better than capitalism, right? Where you have essentially equality spread among a greater number of people before you reach the people that are still oppressed. I want to reach a system where everyone is good, where everyone is doing okay, and capitalism was a stepping stone, right? And we got if people who theorize about communism and socialism are to be believed, right after capitalism, our next stepping stone is socialism. And some countries are actually making steps in that direction. And then after socialism, ultimately, you run out of currency and switch to communism. Like that's the order that people have like prescribed in the past, and it's
Yeah.
and I feel like the tools for implementing further levels of socialism and communism itself, a lot of those tools haven't existed until relatively recently. Like the automation that we kept bringing up in our conversation earlier, right? That
The
automation.
organic
Do what?
that was understood by Marx himself. He referred to, I guess, what you might call uh, well, automation, etc., is the organic composition of capital, or at least
Yeah, absolutely.
the way it was referenced was in the organic composition of capital, and the idea of technological unemployment was floating around in there too.
Marx was really smart, and he predicted a great deal of it. Like, but yeah, like a lot of those tools, like I have this plan in my head now of like, gosh, if I had absolute control, this is how I would switch to communism and fix poverty, right? But like the way that I can think of that I would do that, you know, several decades ago would not have been possible. I
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
that's
I
just
see it
decades,
kind
it's
of
not
like divided.
centuries.
Well, I kind of see it divided into, well, contrary to, I guess, orthodox Marxism, etc. I see it divided into kind of like two different areas. I mean, they're essentially kind of ills of capitalism that palliative measures should be um, you know given for, like they had elimination of child labor and universal education and 8-hour workday, or well, actually, I think it was reduction of the workday hours to sort of like 10, or we got 8. So anyway, but I don't really see what's there being enough to actually specify a genuinely new system. And well, in various ways, I guess there are maybe hopes given for and to the extent it does, I don't think it's realistic. I think to the extent that there's like a what we want out of a new system, well, it gives good ideas there, but I don't think we're actually guaranteed to get a positive development out of whatever post-capitalist is. Like I said, reversion to feudalism is something I see as
Well, if we
completely
here's the
plausible.
thing, like
Yeah.
it comes down to whether or not we're willing to like. I feel like there's this tendency to slip backward, right? Like reversion to feudalism is we're on the cusp of it already with the way that capitalism is going, with the way that it's handling things. We have these people that are in power, and we have the people under them that they've chosen to be almost as wealthy. We're almost as like actually not very close at all. But like, and then there's the serfs at the bottom that work forever and are still unhealthy and dying, and like ultimately, like capitalism
But
unchecked is very much resembling feudalism in the first place.
but no, that's the distinction, right? The serfs were bound to the land and essentially had agricultural economy, etc. The industrial proletariat, right, is the big distinction. Even to the extent we have, an agricultural workforce, it's factory farming, right? And the more when it industrializes, it has a different character, and that I think is crucial to Marx's analysis. And I think when you have that, you have the potential for essentially the labor movement. Granted, it's been completely crushed in the U.S. And, of course, the fact it's been crushed in the U.S. is one of the reasons why you have to seriously consider a negative post-capitalist outcome, right? So, the analogies to serfdom are not complete. I mean, the reversion to feudalism sort of issue essentially would have to do with, say the resource constraints. Without the liquid fuels from petroleum to run the machinery and so on, you end up needing an agricultural workforce and essentially operating along ancient surf lines and so on. That can happen, right? That's part of the reversion to feudalism, deindustrialization and re-agriculturalization. But the wage labor system is very notably distinct, crucially distinct. And if I were a better Marxist theorist or whatever, I'd be able to say how. Sorry.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you doing?
All right. Had a heated argument earlier, but we're calm.
Argument. Sorry, I forget this word. Argument.
Argument? It's like fighting with words.
Yeah. Different opinion.
Yeah, you have a differing opinion.
Yeah.
So
Right now,
you
I'm
yell
different.
your opinion, and they yell their opinion, and you're having an argument.
Yeah, I didn't feel like I was
Okay, not
very well responded to. I mean, it seemed that the responses given were, well, not in fact topically relevant to the critiques I made of the price signaling system. But
yeah, I just like the issue I had with what's his name with
Jeff Keller.
Jeff, yeah, like I don't know, like I got this feeling right off the bat that like not only was like he was speaking from on top of assumptions that we were trying to or like earlier in our conversation, like we were trying to dismantle a set of assumptions, and he was arguing on top of those assumptions like they were given, and that like I guess pissed me off to the point where I was like done with.
Yeah, I find a lot of times the disregard for I guess outcomes and such as very frustrating with I guess the economically right wing. I mean, like you said, with all the suffering and such. I mean, one of the responses is, as typical, is just flat out denial or some kind of glittering optimism and so on. And where, of course, demonstrations of and any demonstration that it's not in fact serving whatever need is essentially given with a no true Scotsman sort of affair, like as if we can't isolate some of the factors involved with yeah, I guess actually give rise to the outcome. I mean, not every market is the product of some kind of overbearing government regulation.
And I was very like during the argument there, like I get like one of the vibes that I got from him was along the lines of uh he would say like, oh yes, there's a problem with this implementation of capitalism where these people are taking advantage of it, but the problem is them and not the capitalism. Now let me explain to you why communism is bad because of these individual implementations that have problems. It's like it was very like, why is there there that you should hold one standard true to all of it, honestly.
Yeah, that I should call it the double standard a bit more often too. Yeah.
Some of this stuff I
Well,
don't come up with at a time, and the thing is, like when you take, when you take so many turns, right, and like talks so fast, like it's like by the time you get a chance to refute something or to point out one fallacy, he's already made 4 or 5 others. And it's like when people use the talking over and the like talk, and the fast talking, when people use that as a strategy in debate, I can't help but to return it in kind and to try to make the person uncomfortable, because it's like if you're not gonna slow down and converse converse like you respect the conversation, what's the point?
Hi, CLI.
Can
Good
see
to
you.
Yeah. So, yeah, one of the things I get hit with is, and actually Chris Mowdy was remarking that he tends to run into it himself when there are too many people in the room and so on, is that people will interrupt and change the subject.
Yeah, absolutely. And like, I mean, yeah, because if you say something controversial, right, that people are going to want to argue with, and then you quickly change the subject and make it about this other subject, they can't argue with the previous one. You've made it almost impossible. It's kind of like I've always been a bit like in high school. I learned the classical debate format, right, where you have the argument of the positive, the argument of the negative, second argument of the positive, second argument of the negative, the refutation of the negative, and then the positive. Essentially, like you have that order that you go in, where the other party you have a limited amount of time to speak. The other party can take notes. They get their turn. They get their entire turn. Like, I wish that more debates happened in a format where essentially where assholes don't get a chance to essentially win through manipulation rather than sound argument. Like, even if, like, that's the thing, is that even if Jeff's argument was sound, like, I was turned off right off of the bat by the fact that he was speaking fast and speaking over as a method of manipulating the conversation.
I have a small problem that I mean part of I think what's the sort of hope, or well, okay, it's not actually a hope, but one of the subconscious things likely feeding the strategy is that people a lot of times will just forget what the hell they had to say when they get filibustered over for long enough, or
Well, yeah, I mean, but that's like
topic gets derailed and so on.
I
And
was taking notes
I
though.
actually tend to be able to remember what was going on, and when what I find is that, though, is that when I go back to it, it's actually ineffective because
I mean, that's so like
apparently everybody else forgot.
So like you'll notice several times in a conversation where I'll say something along the lines, like almost word for word, like, so back to earlier when we were talking about blah, and I'll say like something on that subject. And the thing is, like, when people are doing their, when, you know, even when we're having a conversation where people are like following conventions, giving people turns, and not fast talking their way to a new subject, like there's still chances to lose things. And so I literally take notes, right? And scribble them out when I get to them, whatever. Like, because losing track of thought and like losing your chance at rebuttal, that's it's a big deal, I guess.
Yeah. It's the unstructured format for, I guess, quote unquote debate is problematic in a number of ways. Very vulnerable to abuse. When I run into some people who like one is named NephilimFree. He's actually used to. It's probably a byproduct of being used to Pal Talk. I don't know if you've heard of that.
What talk?
Pal Talk. And in that, they have like 50, 60 people in a room. And the way it kind of goes is there's the mic is like a token that gets passed around. And there's like a time limit on the room for how long you can keep the mic. Like 2 to 5 minutes, something like that is typical. And well, once you pass it along, you go back to the end of the line behind 50 or 60 people, right? So when this guy goes on, he just does not stop. He goes basically, what, have you heard of Gish Gallops? From Dwayne Gish?
No, I haven't.
Oh, that's where a technique of like rapidly making some large number of points, each of which requires a long number or a longer time to refute than it does to make the point, right?
Right.
So
yeah, that makes sense.
You stack them all into a small interval, or
So it is. Yeah, it's
a
still kind of
5-minute interval.
manipulable. Even with all that control, it's still pretty manipulable.
Right. Basically, it's kind of like Gish Gallop sort of things, and a lot of times we make references to things that are obscure enough. People would have to actually go, diving for Google, or if he doesn't post the links himself. Even if he does post the links, I mean, you're gonna read a 10, 20-page paper for reference in a 5-second comment.
Right.
And a dozen of those made in a row.
It was like, actually kind of reminds me of like back when I was taking debate in high school, and like that sort of because using an actual like turn taking system for it, like somebody actually used that strategy, like essentially like every sentence or two was a new point that needed to be refuted, and like that was their idea of how they would win. And this only actually ended up happening once in the entire class, right? And like I diligently, I mean, this is I mean, that's where I practiced for the way that I argue nowadays, right? And that's like when that happened, like it happened to be like my opponent for that particular session of the debate class, and it was and so like I took down, I jotted down every single point, and while they were talking, and every like space that they took to breathe, I was writing a potential refutation for every point. And like, yeah, they did the thing where like it would take more time to refute each point than it took to bring it up, and ultimately, like, if I had spoken at the same speed as them, I could not refute every point, and and they had done that on purpose, right? And they had waited for the second to last rebuttal phase to do it, and 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 it was like I actually caused my debate instructor to laugh her ass off because um, what I did is I literally refuted every point, but I spoke really, really quickly to do it, and it was very like it's one of the better memories I have from high school actually. But it's
Well, we could probably use you in debates against Christians.
yeah,
There's
you know, if I catch it in email like when it's still happening, because I mean that's the thing. Like I go through my entire day. I have my to-do list that I follow through my day because the way that my brain works, if I don't follow the list, I forget things. And some of those things are like eating and taking my pills. So like I have to follow the list. And the list gives me like what I is and you know, checking my email is at a specific point on that list, right? And if one of your hangouts is currently live when I check my email, I'll totally join. But like you've seen how often that's happened, and that's kind of a product of like by the time I get to my email, sometimes this stuff is over.
well, some of that's been a byproduct of my channel getting flagged down for a while, for 6 months actually.
Flag down?
And yeah, it was a euthanasia discussion. So
Oh,
apparently,
did like Google Plus
euthanasia
not
is
take kindly to
radioactive.
that?
Apparently not. Apparently it's a violation of community standards. So.
You weren't advocating it for, or was somebody like advocating too hard for it, or?
Well,
You don't strike
we
me
go
as
off
the
air.
eugenicist type.
When we go off air, it can be discussed more
Okay.
detail. But
absolutely. If you want to,
yeah, it was actually pretty milquetoast stuff. I mean, it was. In any event, there was a particularly motivated. I think. Well, my
I was
belief is that there was a particularly motivated attacker, so to speak.
is CLI trying to talk?
I don't know, but he's kind of
yeah, I was
talking over
speaking.
me.
I was with my friend maybe before 2 minutes. So I have to go right now, and I want your username or your nickname because in my account. Because
Yeah, you
in
can
another
write from
time, inshallah,
profile
I
screen.
will to I
So
will talk.
in the lower left corner of your screen, there are a few pictures of us, right? And if you hover your mouse over the picture of one of us, you see the little arrow in the upper
Yeah,
right. And when you click that arrow, there's a button that says Profile. And if you click on the profile,
yeah.
right, that takes you to our page where you can like add us to circles. Nadia's pretty good about like people who are interested in talking about the topics that we talk about a lot. Like Nadia's pretty good about inviting people to that stuff.
Yeah, we ought to. Yeah, we ought to. I have to try and rope you into, especially LGBT debates with Christians, and
Are you
Maybe
that
I
at
should
Nephilim?
spark up more